The time is 10:03 a.m. The House Select Committee on Congressional Redistricting will come to order. The clerk will call the roll. Here.
Vice Chair Rosenthal. Here. Representative Garcia.
Here.
Representative Guerin.
Here.
Representative Durbin. Representative Guerra. Representative Guillen. Representative Hefner. Here. Representative Dicklin. Here. Representative Schunter. Here. Representative Manuel. Here. Representative McQueenie. Here. Representative Metcalf. Here. Representative Moody. Present. Representative Pearson. Here. Representative Spiller. Here. Representative Pepper. Here. Dean Thompson. Here. Representative Turner. Representative Wilson. Here. Representative Wu.
A quorum is present. Chair will recognize on the dais Representative Jolanda Jones. Are there any other members on the dais? Thank you. Certainly, I'll come back to you, Dean Thompson. Any other members on the dais? Okay, no other members on the dais. Thank you all for being here today. Just want to remind our audience that we're glad that you're here today. The chair reminds everyone that signs, placards, and verbal expressions of support or disapproval are prohibited under the House rules. Thank you for being here today and for your cooperation in preserving order and decorum at today's hearing. And for everyone in the overflow rooms, we're glad you're here. Understand, as we get into the public testimony portion of today's hearing, if I call your name, just make your way over here, and we'll wait for you, and glad to have you. So at the start, I want to cover today's agenda, and after I am done, I'm happy to answer any procedural questions from the members of the committee. Today, we will be holding a public hearing on House Bill 4 by Representative Hunter. Now, I welcome, of course, Representative Jones onto the dais. Note, under Rule 4, Section 23A, the chair will limit recognition of non-members on the committee solely to ask questions of witnesses after members of the committee have completed their questioning, because the committee is considering a bill today and because only members of the committee are permitted to deliberate or vote on any bill under the rules. As set out in the notice, I have set aside at least 90 minutes for these preliminary administrative matters and then for Representative Hunter to lay out his bill and answer any questions. I'd like for us to get to public testimony shortly after that because I don't want to keep the public waiting too long. And of course, I'll give the bill author a chance to close and for the committee to further question the bill author after public testimony. For the public, in order to testify today, you must register at the kiosks, which are out in these hallways. If you have any questions or encounter any difficulty, please confer with the clerk down front. Well, we have committee staff kind of throughout the room. Just let us know. We'd be happy to assist you. We will be closing registration for in-person. Correctly. When the yellow light comes on, that's 15 seconds. You'll hear a beep, and then when it turns red and you hear a beep, that's when we'll conclude your testimony. I'll endeavor to let you finish a sentence, but when I say, thank you for your testimony, that'll be it. Now, you may receive questions from the members of the committee. They're welcome to do so. That's not an opportunity to extend your testimony broadly, but you may, of course, answer any specific questions from the members of the committee. Pursuant to the notice, public testimony today will be limited to a total of 10 hours in length, though based on the registrations, and I think with our efficiency, I'm hopeful we're going to be able to complete all of that before that deadline. Today's public hearing is, of course, not the only opportunity for the public to provide information to the committee to consider, as I've mentioned at the prior public hearings. If you have more to say than your time allows, or for some reason we do not reach you, as the hearing notice mentioned, we welcome you to submit a written copy of your testimony to the committee. This written testimony can be provided to all members of the committee, and I'll give you an opportunity to bring that down front later on. We'll have an announcement for that. Second, if you have any handouts with you today, as the notice mentioned, please bring the handouts up front before your testimony, and they will be provided to members of the committee. I think we asked for 22 copies so that we can give one into the committee file and 21 for the members of the committee. Third, anyone is welcome to submit an electronic comment without testifying online. The electronic portal is linked in today's hearing notice. It can be found at comments.house.texas.gov. Again, that is comments.house.texas.gov. Information can be uploaded to the portal for today's hearing through the end of today's hearing. Finally, every member of the public is always welcome to email, contact, or call any member of the legislature at any time, and we welcome you to do so. And members, if we do not take action on HB4 today, please be prepared to do so tomorrow. This time, I believe, I think I heard from Dean Thompson first. You were wanting to make a motion. Let me ask Dean Thompson, for what purpose? Oh,
A motion to move that all written testimony from witnesses who have registered to testify but were not called due to the committee's announcement time limits be included in the official records and minutes from all our hearings and this hearing as well.
I will not recognize that motion at that time, but I think I get what you're getting at. Let me think about that. We have already intended to put those handouts online so that it's in the record in that basis, so that may already be addressed. Let me think about that, Dean Thompson. We'll come back to that. Thank you for that.
Mr. Chairman, would you recognize me for another motion?
What motion are you wishing to make, Dean Thompson?
Mr. Chairman, I move that all public comments submitted through the committee's public comment portals prior to the close of this hearing be included in the official records and minutes of this meeting.
I won't recognize you for that motion at this time, but I understand that the default position is all of the electronic comments are uploaded onto TLO and available for the public and the members of the committee. That has been done, I believe, for the first 3 hearings and will be done for this one, so you'll be able to see it on there. I will take the rest of your requests under advisement. Dean Thompson, what purpose?
I just want to make sure that they're on the record.
Yeah, my understanding, Dean Thompson, is that all of these electronic testimony and all the handouts, that we're going to scan those, we're going to put those into the file. I don't know if under the rules that those items are technically a part of like the committee minutes, but they are a part of the record in the sense that they'll be online and all members of the committee to be able to access and for the public to be able to access. So thank you, Dean Thompson. Vice Chair Rosenthal, for what purpose? Oh. And just so we're clear, this room's got ghost microphones. And so members of the committee, just when you want to be recognized, if you'll push your mic button, it's going to alert me up here, and then I'm going to have to push some things and hopefully not screw it up, and then you'll be able to talk into the microphone. You might like test it a little bit, make sure it comes through, and don't turn your microphone off once I've turned it on for you until you're done, just because otherwise I'll have to go back through the process of clicking all the buttons. So just want to make sure we're in this room, we have that technical thing, and make sure you know about it. Vice Chair Rosenthal, I believe you wanted to make an opening statement. If so, the Vice Chair is recognized for that purpose.
Am I on? Here we go. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for recognizing me for this opening statement, and thank the people of Texas for showing up today. This is tough, y'all. So first I want to say we're here to discuss this bill that's finally been filed. We talk about a bill, a plan. This is nothing more than a rigged map after a set of sham hearings. So the field hearings, I contend, were a complete sham. The topic of the field hearings was revised redistricting plan. But since no plan was presented, no bill was filed, no map was shown to us, that was a way to basically game the system so that all the public testimony is registered on the bill or neutral on this thing. And so 15 hours of testimony, hundreds and hundreds of people spoke in front of us, thousands registered, all had to be shown as neutral. And now, because the map, although I'm quite certain it existed, had not been shown to us. It was kept hidden to avoid scrutiny. The plan, as we call it, this rigged map that's been presented as a bill for us today, if y'all were truly interested in public input, we would have public hearings. Now that we have seen this map, we would have public hearings in every affected area. So while we're in Austin today, and certainly this map affects districts in this area, we would especially be interested in hearing from the people of Houston, of Dallas, of the Rio Grande Valley and South Texas, because this map, these proceedings today affect all of Texas. And really, this is going to create a ripple effect around the country. What we do here will affect what happens in the United States of America. And if we were interested in taking public input, we would go to where those people are and hear them, listen to their testimony. But we won't get a chance to do that. This entire proceeding is just a power grab by the Trump administration, assisted by a complicit GOP. And it comes at a time where we in this building should be keenly focused on the people of Texas, providing them disaster relief and putting in mitigation policies to help prevent the type of biblical epic disaster that we just had. We should pass that kind of legislation before we even take up these kind of political games. So it's been said repeatedly in this room, Mr. Chairman, that you did not know anything about the maps, have not seen maps, hadn't talked to anybody. And while I'm quite certain that you are careful with words and deeds to ensure that your statements were factually accurate, the evidence, as the lawyers might say, is clear as day. Y'all, if you look at the package that was submitted online, and we're talking less than 48 hours after our last field hearing where it was asserted we didn't have a map, let me just show you this. Pages and pages and pages of documents. These are just the titles of the documents, y'all. District population analysis, incumbents by district, ACS citizen VAP special tabulation, map comparison package, ACS citizen VAP special tabulation, there's about a half a dozen, 10 of those. Cities by CDPs and districts, district election analysis for numerous districts around the state, election analysis with county subtotals, voter registration and turnout analysis, pages and pages just of the titles of these documents. Split precincts in district by county, precincts by district, district population, district ACS, district Hispanic population profiles over and over and over again. Election analysis with county subtotals, voter registration and turnout for districts all over the state. In total, y'all, over 150 documents were filed. And we are supposed to believe that none of this was prepared or in place before we started the hearings, when it was filed less than 48 hours later. So my question is, does the leadership of the state truly think that the constituents, the people of Texas, are that stupid? That's all. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Vice Chair. One moment. The chair will show Representative Wu is now present, and the chair will show Representative Rose on the dais. Ms. Barbara Goodwin-Hawkins, for what purpose? The chair yields for questions. One second, we will make sure we got your microphone on, okay?
All right. Getting back to Dean Thompson's question about the record.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to be clear. It's my understanding, and you may need to go back to the transcript, you announced to the public that their testimony would be included.
Yes, and so what we have done on that basis, Representative Goodwin-Hawkins, and we were in process of doing that. If you go, and I'll just do it right now, if you go to capitol.texas.gov, and you go to our committee page, and you go to our meetings, there is a tab on there, Representative Goodwin-Hawkins, for handouts. And if you click handouts for the 724, you will see the scan and links to all of the written testimony that was provided to the members of the committee.
And so it will be included in the record.
Yes, in that sense that it is a part of the record. It's online. And so if the handouts are up there, I'm looking, verifying right now to answer your question, that the written handouts and testimony that we received are online right now for all three of those hearings. And then I believe Dean Thompson's second question was about the electronic comments, and those as well are online right now.
So you're saying here today, I want to be clear,
Yes, ma'am.
that all of that testimony will be included in the formal record.
In the sense of, all I'm getting at is what is the definition of formal record. There's a difference between what is a committee report and what's in, quote unquote, the record. They're certainly in the record. They're online, they're in the files, they're archived on the state of Texas. Every member of the House has access to them. They're not appended to the committee report. Representative Goodwin-Hawkins, you know how those committee reports are. We're not going to have a committee report that's, banker boxes in length. The committee report under the rules only has certain items in it. And so I don't believe that handouts and electronic comments are appended to the committee report, but they are a part of the record.
So some of the testimony will be excluded. Is that what you're saying?
No, not at all, because the witnesses that register are put into the committee report, And so everyone that testified is linked there, and everyone that registered but did not testify is linked there. And so that is in the committee report. We'll have a list of everyone that testified. We, of course, don't have a transcript of all their testimony appended to the committee report because that's in the videotape. And likewise, we won't have the handouts or the electronic comments appended to the committee report, but just like the videotape, they're online. It's a part of the record that everyone can access.
My second question is for the community. What is the planned timeline? So our goal today is to do what and what happens next?
So our plan today is right after this, I'm going to lay out the bill and recognize Representative Hunter to open on that bill. And then, of course, as you know, he can answer questions to the members of the committee about the bill. And then we'll go into public testimony. And then when public testimony concludes, I'll recognize Representative Hunter to close on his bill, at which time the members of the committee can ask other questions. And then, if we get to the point that we're going to take further action, what I'll do at that time is call up any amendments that may exist, and then recognize members to speak on for or against House Bill 4 and take action. But if we don't do that, then we will do that tomorrow.
And so your plan, your plan A, I'll say, is to get this to the floor early next week?
I don't control that. I mean, I would envision it would, but the calendars committee is ultimately what's going to be responsible for setting it or not setting it.
When do you anticipate it?
I would anticipate it next week, early next week. I think that
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday? When?
probably Tuesday. That's what I would anticipate. But again, it's up to the calendars committee when they set it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Gervin Hawkins.
Mr.
Dean
Chairman.
Thompson, for what purpose?
A question, please, of the chair.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Mr. Chairman, for simplification for the district, when this, if this,
Are we able to hear you, Dean Thompson?
for simplification for the public, when this case goes to the Roberts Court, will the testimonies that I mentioned previously in my motion be included in that record?
The record online will be accessible to anyone that has an issue, assuming that what you're mentioning, Dean Thompson, is litigation. They would have access to that and to be able to include that as part of the record. It's part of the record online, and so that would be an official record of the Texas House of Representatives, just like the videotape would, just like the minutes, just like the committee report. And my understanding, Dean Thompson, is that they would.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dean Thompson. If any other House member is in the room, you're welcome to come sit up on the dais. I just noticed we had some extra chairs. It's totally up to you. I mean, if you want to do that, that might free up some space for members of the public to come to the room, but it's up to you. I'm only going to recognize those in attendance that are on the dais.
Mr. Chair?
Mr. Manuel, for what purpose? Now, let's make sure this microphone works.
Okay, thank you. I just have a quick question of the chair, if possible.
Chair, use for question.
I think, I know this has probably been answered, but I just want to simplify it and get a question answered on this one. So we are not going to be having field hearings on the map that we currently have before us as we had before we had a map throughout the state, or at least going to the same places that we went to before. Is that correct?
It's the
Before
chair's
we take a vote
intention
on
that
it.
today's public hearing be the public hearing on the bill. Yes.
So we won't have anything else for the community to put input on the maps before we vote on this in committee, correct?
Only the actions that the chair mentioned earlier, which is testifying today, public comments online, emailing your representatives, et cetera.
Okay, so just this hearing.
This
and then-
hearing
and
is the
then-
chair's
and then
only public hearing.
The only
that is
public
intended.
hearing, and
Yes, sir.
then whenever that date comes, whether it's today, tomorrow, or whenever, we will vote it out here, and then it'll go to the floor, correct?
Yes, well, hyper-technically, if we were to vote it out here.
Well,
the-
to calendars, excuse me.
Then it
from
goes to
here
calendars, then it's set
and
on a
then-
calendar, and then it comes to the floor, second and third reading.
But there
yes.
will be no field hearings for the community at large to be able to say how they feel about the maps like we did there won't be any field hearings like we did before we didn't have maps, asking how people felt about redistricting versus how they feel about the proposition of what the new maps are, correct? Besides this public
Besides
hearing.
this hearing, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Representative Manuel. Mr. Wu, for what purpose? Chair, yields for question.
How long will the I'm sorry, I apologize for coming in late.
No worries.
How long will the online statement submission stay open?
Through adjournment of the hearing today. I think that's what was previously put into the notice, and so we got to keep it open for the length of the meeting.
So I understand the limitations on in-person testimony, but given the short amount of time that the public has had access to this map, because again, I assume that this map could have been filed at the beginning of the special session, but it wasn't until, I guess, 48 hours ago. Would it not be more transparent for the legislature to provide the public with more time to view the map and to submit just written comments about their feelings about what is being done to their own communities? Should that not be the case?
Well, the comment portal has been open since the notice was issued, I believe, on Wednesday morning. And so under the notice, the comment portal will be open through the conclusion of today's hearing. I believe to the point about opening the portal longer, the notice has already indicated when it will close, and so the chair's going to follow that notice.
And the hearing today was not even set until, I guess, our Monday hearing? When did you set this hearing?
The notice for this hearing went out Wednesday morning,
Okay.
I believe around 10 o'clock. 10:03, I think, might have been the exact time. That's why I waited to start till 10:03.
Was this map submitted, I forgot when this map was submitted. Was this map submitted before or after that, that notice was posted?
The bill was filed on Wednesday morning, referred to committee, and then after that, the hearing was set.
So you were well aware of the time limitations that that notice would impose. Like prior to you setting that notice, you knew that the bill had been filed just that morning, that the map had been submitted just that morning, and knowing that, you set the hearing for Friday, from Wednesday, about 48 hours layout.
The chair set the hearing, and as the chair previously promised, I believe the question might have been asked by Representative Jones of me at the, you may recall at the Houston hearing, that would we have a public hearing on the map? I said 1,000%. And I said I would give at least 24 hours notice, and the chair has always been endeavoring to give as much notice. And so when I saw the map filed and referred, I said it as soon as I could. And I did the notice out at 10 a.m. and gave 48 hours notice of this hearing, which is, of course, twice as much as is required by the rules.
Absolutely. And the difference between this and a regular bill, unfortunately, is that a regular bill, we know what's in the bill. That this process, because of the way that you have intentionally handled it, we, meaning the members of this body who are not a part of your secret society, did not get to see these maps at all until they were publicly filed, and the public did not have an opportunity to see these maps until Wednesday. And this is a process that you solely control, correct?
The chair set the hearing, as he's indicated, as soon as the map was filed, and tried to endeavor to give 48 hours notice of this hearing.
And-
And so, yes, in that sense.
And
The
it is
chair
totally,
obviously sets the schedule.
absolutely, and it is reasonable for you, and completely technically possible for you to have moved the online submission further back to give the public more time to submit their comments while this bill is proceeding through calendars and through other things, so that the public can weigh in and so that members could see what their own constituents were saying before it headed to the floor. That is possible, correct?
I don't think it's impossible. I don't know. I've never seen that done before, Representative Wu. I know usually the way that the public comment portals work for all bills is that public comment remains open until the bill is heard. But as I mentioned, the public comment portal is, of course, one option. Members of the public are free to reach out to members of the legislature at any time, all the way up until third reading. And as you and I know, we get phone calls, we get emails from for members of the public commenting on legislation all the time. And so,
Are those comments automatically submitted to the committee as comments on this legislation?
they're not put into that comment portal in the sense that they're not on that PDF. I'm not aware of any rule that prohibits any member of the committee that receives a public comment some other way from sharing it with the members of the committee. No.
Is it allowed that members of the legislature submit statements from their community to the committee file, to the court record?
I'm not aware of that being done before.
Is there any rule against it?
Actually, chair's not advised. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question.
I would figure you of all people would know.
Well,
this.
there are, as you know, Representative, well, I've got the rule book in front of me. There's like more than 350 pages in there, and you and I both try to memorize as much of that as possible, but
We
we
know
have
that-
human limitations.
And it was possible. It is technically and practically possible for you to have given more than 48 hours for the public to be noticed of this hearing, to travel, and to review the map. It is possible for you to have set this on Monday or next Tuesday or next Wednesday.
Anything is possible, Representative. I'll concede that under the rules, the chair is the one responsible for scheduling the business of the committee. I don't dispute that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Members, any other questions of the chair? Representative Turner, for what purpose?
Mr. Chairman, would the chairman yield for a few questions?
I will yield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sure you said it, and I just missed it. What is the deadline for public testimony registration? This
Public
morning?
registration will close at 11 o'clock a.m. I'm going to give a reminder about that right now, and I will endeavor, I put in my notes to try to give a reminder again at 11:45-ish.
All right.
10:45, yeah, sorry about that. 10:45.
Yeah, which is only 15 minutes from now. Mr. Chairman, I wonder if you would consider extending that deadline. I know, I'm told that traffic is exceptionally bad coming into Austin today. And I know that there are several buses of Texans coming to the Capitol to register to testify from Houston, from San Antonio, from the Dallas-Fort Worth region, perhaps from other regions as well. And I know when I walked in, there was a line at the kiosk saying, people waiting to register. So I wonder if we couldn't extend that registration to at least to noon today.
I will certainly take that under advisement, think about that. We'll go check the kiosks as well and take a look at that.
Okay. That's
Representative.
my concern is we have people traveling a great distance,
I
and taking
understand.
time off work, and I want them to at least be able to register to testify. So I
Understood.
appreciate the chair's consideration of that request. Secondly, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chair Rosenthal asked you Monday night in Arlington about obtaining from the Office of Attorney General the El Paso federal trial transcripts in full, including with experts' reports, that we obtain those, place those in the committee, the official committee record. Can you tell me if that has been done?
I wasn't, I had heard the request for the transcript of the hearing. We reached out to the Attorney General's office, obtained a copy of that transcript, and emailed that to all members of the committee yesterday. Which, if you didn't receive it, let us know. Be happy to provide.
I did, and someone told me they thought it had been emailed. My staff checked, we did not have it. So
Okay, okay. We will follow up to make sure that everyone has been emailed that.
Okay.
But we did reach out to the AG's office and follow up to that request to provide that to you, yes.
Okay. Do you know if their response included the expert reports?
We will look at that. I'm not sure. In full transparency, I didn't look at it, so I'm not sure what the attachment was.
Okay.
Actually, I think it was a link to like a Dropbox of theirs. And so I will take a look at that, and happy to, if it doesn't, ask for those and then to provide those to the members of the committee. Yes, sir.
Very good, thank you. Third, you and I had a dialogue Monday night in Arlington about your letter of invitation to the Department of Justice, to Ms. Dillon, inviting her to come and testify before the committee in light of their July 7th letter to the governor and Attorney General that really started this entire process seemingly. Have you heard back further from the DOJ beyond that auto response out of office reply that you received Monday?
I have searched my mailbox for that, and I have not received anything else other than the auto out of office reply.
Okay. So the Department of Justice has had 5 days to respond to your invitation, and they are ignoring an invitation from the chairman of the Texas House Committee on Congressional Redistricting.
I can't know what they know or what they've done, but I have not received a response. That's correct.
Okay. Finally, following up on Representative Manuel's questions with respect to field hearings, I understand from your answer it's not your intent to schedule field hearings. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that the committee do hold field hearings on this specific bill so that Texans can testify on the bill now that there is an actual proposal. And I would move that the committee hold field hearings in the Rio Grande Valley, in Laredo, in Houston, in the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex, and in San Antonio.
Thank you. The gentleman's not recognized for that motion at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Turner. Members, any other questions? Mr. Manuel, for what purpose?
Question of the chair.
Chair, yes for questions.
Just have a very quick point of reference. I'm trying to understand, why is it that the chair didn't file the maps and it was filed by another member of the committee?
Representative Hunter can also answer that. It was the chair's position that since Representative Hunter had carried the 21 maps, that it would be, I thought he was eminently qualified to be able to carry this, and he's been through the process before, so that was why the chair made the decision.
Completely understand, and I didn't think I would have a follow-up, and I promise I mean this with all due respect to you and Chairman Hunter. If we're here because the 2021 maps were deemed unconstitutional or problematic by the DOJ, that's why I was wondering why we're having the same thing happen. Not that I'm saying Chairman Hunter is incompetent, but just was wondering that one, so I appreciate that, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manuel. Members, Chair will recognize Representative Curry on the dais. And anyone else on the dais? I just want to make sure I got everybody here. Okay, Representative Gervin Hawkins, for what purpose?
You for a question?
You for a question.
Because there shouldn't be a sense of urgency, why wouldn't we wait to take any action until we can hear from the DOJ? Why would we not wait? They wrote the letter, so they, started the fire, right? So wouldn't it be common sense that they would come here and we could ask them questions, because we've gotten conflicting information from our leadership here in the state of Texas, who says there was race blind maps created already. Now we've got a letter from outside saying that there's a problem. We can't wait to hear from them so we can be clear on what that problem is for us to go through this process.
The chair has invited them to testify. I haven't heard back from them. I think that it's the chair's position. As you may have seen in the Senate, they received, and we have all received and have access to a memo from Ledge Council, which is a nonpartisan attorneys for the whole legislature, that we don't have authority to subpoena. And so the chair's position is if they wanted to come testify, they could. And if they're here today, they're welcome to. But the chair is not intending to wait to secure specific testimony before we move forward. We've had this hearing scheduled and want to move forward with the public testimony today.
So you're wanting us to believe that they're out of office?
Well,
and we're
I can only tell you what the email said to me. I don't keep tabs on their calendar or where they're at. But
there's
that's what
no
I received.
powers to be that says we need you here so that we can ask questions to what prompted your decision for this letter. It was by Zoom. Oh, okay. Yeah, they can do it by Zoom. About why and what did they see we didn't see, but we're ready to move quickly on this? I'm just, Mr. Chair, and as a young professional yourself, understanding that I think we're due some answers. And I think that the powers to be in this great state of Texas can ask them to, via Zoom or whatever, get here and talk to us in person so that we can hear what's going on.
I understand the member's position. I totally get it. And again, I haven't heard back from them. They're free to testify if they want to. Again, as of now, I mean, I haven't looked through the whole witness registration list to see if they've somehow registered, but that invitation is there and open to them, and I don't have power to subpoena them, so it's up to them whether they come.
And there's no way we can make that happen, you're saying?
Not the way that I read the memo that was provided to it was provided to the Senate committee by Legislative Council and then shared publicly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Gervin-Hawkins. Ms. Hicklin, for what purpose?
I have a question for the chair, please.
Chair, use of questions.
Is it out of the ordinary for hearings to be held early in the process before maps are drawn?
No, that's how we've always done it.
Okay. What about once the maps are submitted, is it out of the ordinary to not have field hearings?
The chair's understanding is it's not. I believe in the, yeah, I mean,
Okay.
Chairman Hunter has more experience with the last time around and knows the details perhaps better than I
Okay.
do, but we've had these, any bills on redistricting have been voted out
Okay.
here in Austin.
Well, and one last thing, the special session requirements for notice of hearing is 24 hours, is that correct?
That's correct,
Okay, thank you.
yes.
Hickman?
Dean Thompson, I'll recognize you to ask me a question in such a way as to answer the question.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much.
Ask me if I'm aware.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I've been here for 53 years, and I've gone to several of these hearings, redistricting. We always had public input on the maps. We have always allowed them to see those maps. We have always had field hearings where they can have input. Whether we consider their input or not, we gave them those opportunities, and I have never, never, never seen it done this way. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Understood, Dean Thompson. Members, any other questions? Okay. With that, the chair will lay out House Bill 4 and recognize Representative Hunter from the dais to explain his bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. And the chairman has asked me to give an overview of the bill. And I'm going to this is addressing the committee and anybody that's watching or listening. Now, members, many of you have not been through redistricting that's on this committee. And many of you are unaware of the policies. That's understandable. So I'm going to outline information in my opening so that you're aware of some of the information. Because I want you as the members that take action to have general information as best as you can. Now, we are here today to take up a congressional plan. And the plan that I'm laying out was introduced by myself on Wednesday, July 30th. We have a special session governor's proclamation, and the Texas House takes up certain or all of those items. And this item is the Texas congressional districts. Now, this is different than general session constitutionally. And I want everybody to understand this is not general session. This is a special session. And a special session has different requirements. Special sessions are 30 days only, can only be extended by the governor. The topics of a special session are assigned by the governor, not the legislature. So we are in a 30-day special session, and we are dealing right now with the topic of congressional redistricting. The chairman set a time schedule, and he has the prerogative. Whether you like or dislike, the rules allow him the prerogative. And the chair set a time schedule that would enable the legislature to present and pass any proposal that redraws lines within the time limit of the special session. So members, whether you like or dislike, these are the rules. 3 public hearings were scheduled and conducted. Austin, July 24th. Houston, July 26th. Arlington, July 28th. Now let me make sure, members, and everybody listening, he's not required to have those hearings. It's not required. He chose to do those hearings. So I want everybody to know he didn't have to, and he did. Now, we set up invitations. Anyone could register and testify on the question of whether and what of any congressional lines should be redrawn. And I disagree with many of our members. Everybody tells me they're surprised. Heck, I've been hearing about congressional redistricting since spring. So don't be surprised. The topic has been there. Now, arrangements were made for anyone to submit written comments to the committee, whether the witness chose also to testify. By the way, and we had a session similar to the Senate that allowed remote witness presentations. One session was held on Saturday, and one session was held after normal working hours. And see, they're already calling me about redistricting right here in the meeting.
The chair will pause for just a moment just to announce that he's been advised that there's no lines at the kiosk, but to remind everyone that witness registration will close at 11 a.m. Mr. Wu, you for a moment. Let me allow Mr. Hunter to complete his opening.
I'm happy to let Mr. Chairman Hunter filibuster.
Now, Mr. Chairman, listen, we're members. We have the rules of decorum, Mr. Wu, and I am not going to cut you down. I'm not going to be negative to any person. You may not like issues, but I'm not going to degrade you or demean you. I would remind you we have rules of members, and we should treat each other that way. And you called a filibuster. I appreciate you elevating me to a senator. But we don't have filibusters here. And you may not like it, but I was asked to give an opening. So if you don't want an opening and do not want the members to question, and you want to go straight to the public, Mr. Chairman, I will agree with that. So the chairman of the Democrat caucus doesn't want me to talk and wants to go straight to the public. I will grant that request.
Mr. Hunter, I did not set the arbitrary time limit for your presentation. Most other bills that I've been a part of in this legislature, we do not set an arbitrary time limit for how long the author has to present his bill. How long members have to question the bill author about his bill.
Correct.
We don't do that. We also don't drop bills out of the blue
All right. The
2
gentleman's
days
the gentleman yield.
before the bill is
gentleman's not
heard and
recognized.
voted out in committee.
So, Mr. Wu, do you have a question of the bill author?
But my presentation's not over.
That's right. So on this time,
Mr. Chair, I move that we extend registration time past 11 o'clock. Would you recognize me for that motion?
the gentleman is not recognized at this time. The chair will recognize Mr. Hunter to continue his layout.
Again, members, all sessions were live streamed and recorded for later viewing. Any written statements and other information filed with the committee are available for viewing, and the chairman has said at the front that he's checking to make sure the information is there. And as a reminder, Red Apple, which you've been explained, has been and is available for development and submission. At these hearings, we also heard from testimony of witnesses, including several sitting members of Congress. And today, he has set a large amount of hours for the committee hearing on the bill itself. Now, members, especially those that haven't been through redistricting, and anybody that's listening, it's important to note that when you deal with redistricting, such as this, it can be done at any time. It can be done at any point in time. It's not blocked. When drawing congressional districts, we have to look at them a little differently when it comes to population requirements. With congressional districts members, we have to draw districts with population that is as nearly equal as possible to the ideal district size. This means that congressional districts must be so close in population that they are essentially equal in population per district. Now, the reason I'm telling you all this is different than for state legislative districts. The ideal district size for Congress district is 766,987. And that is what we try to get to. The plan before you meets the population requirements for one person, one vote under the U.S. Constitution. Any amendments that would be proposed to this plan will need to meet the same requirements. Now, we are allowed to draw congressional districts, and I want the members to know this, and everybody listening, whether you agree or disagree. And by the way, this has been involved with both major parties. You can draw districts based on political performance, political partisanship. That's recognized by the United States Supreme Court. These districts were drawn primarily using political performance. That criteria from the U.S. Supreme Court. That's why I'm explaining this to be open to everybody. Also, the law in the Fifth Circuit on coalition districts. Now, coalition districts you will hear about, members. And they've been given some definitions, but it's generally when two different minority or language groups are combined. Under the Fifth Circuit, and this is a recent decision, they changed the law. And by the way, Representative Manuel, that was done since 2021. Coalition districts were held by the court that Section 2 no longer requires the drawing of coalition districts. Now, one of the things we've heard over and over is the word compactness. This is not the word packing. This is not the word cracking. Compactness is the configuration. But we heard that in these hearings. And this plan took that information and tried to make it better compact and contiguous. Now, and I want to be open to everybody, given that political performance is an acceptable reason for drawing districts, and clarification from the Fifth Circuit on coalition districts, we have redrawn the congressional map with those points. And I want to be real clear. There is completely transparent, and it's lawful. Another important law that we have to follow, and you've heard in the hearings, members, is the Voting Rights Act of 1965. And although race cannot be a predominant factor in drawing maps, Section 2 of that act prohibits enactment of any plan that restricts minority citizens from having an opportunity to elect their preferred candidate of choice if certain circumstances exist. Now, this plan includes political considerations, the public testimony from the hearings, population growth, which has occurred, and recent changes in voter trends. The proposed plan redraws, and I want everybody to know this, 37 of the 38 congressional districts to some degree. The primary changes, though, are focused on 5 districts for partisan purposes. It is important to note that 4 of the 5 new districts are majority, minority, Hispanic CVAP districts, Citizens Voting Age Population. 4 of the 5 new districts. Each of these newly drawn districts now trend Republican in political performance. Doesn't guarantee electoral success. Does not guarantee. That's up to the candidates. But it does allow Republican candidates the opportunity to compete in these districts. The 5 districts are, I haven't finished. Yes, you are, and I didn't interrupt you.
Not at this time, Mr. Turner.
Let,
I will pause. Representative Turner, for what purpose?
I'm not intending to interrupt Mr. Hunter. You said the witness registration concludes at 11 o'clock. I've been told that there are people in the building trying to register on their phones using the Capitol Wi-Fi, and there's an issue with the Wi-Fi network in the building. And so I would ask you again, would you, considering the volume of people here today, and this deadline is now in 4 minutes, would you extend the witness registration time period to noon to accommodate the Texans who've shown up here today?
My understanding is that witnesses have to register at the kiosks, but if they, is there a way to register on their phone? Okay.
If
Well,
they're on the Capitol network.
The chair would note for the record that he's been handed some witnesses that he knows wants to testify. Congressman Green, I don't show you registered. If you will please go direct to the kiosk to register. And I believe Congressman Sylvia Garcia is not registered. She will go direct to the kiosk to register, and Bishop James Dixon is not registered. He'll go direct to the kiosk to register. Now, Representative Turner, what I will do to accommodate your request, given what you've flagged for me, I will extend witness registration to 11:15, and we will revisit this if we have to. The witness registration will be extended to 11:15 a.m. If we have to revisit it, we will. Thank you, Mr. Turner. Anything else, Mr. Turner?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Chair will recognize Mr. Hunter to continue his layout.
so there are 5 new districts. 9, which is Houston area. 28, which is the Valley South, Rio Grande Valley. 32, Dallas area. 34, Coastal and South. And 35, San Antonio area. Congressional District 9, the new district, has a 50.5% Hispanic CVAP. CD 28, that's the Valley South, has an 86.7% Hispanic CVAP. CD 32 is and remains a non-minority district. CD 34, 71.9% is now a Hispanic CVAP. And CD 35, which is San Antonio, is now a 51.6% Hispanic CVAP. Now, let me give you some information, data points, in comparison to the 2021 plan. Law has changed since 2021. Population has changed since 2021. Voting trends have changed since 2021. In the 2021 plan, there were nine Hispanic majority voting age districts. In this plan, there are 10 Hispanic majority voting age districts. In the 2021 plan, there were 7 Hispanic citizen voting age districts, and under this plan, there are 8. There were no majority black CVAP, citizen voting age population districts, under the 2021 plan. In the proposed plan today, there are 2 majority black CVAP districts. CD 18 is now 50.8% black CVAP. In 2021, it was 38.8. CD 30 is now 50.2% black CVAP. In 2021, it was 46%. Now, overall, these are the changes. They're primarily 5. It does affect congressional districts, and I think my memory is pretty much everybody but one in the West Texas area. But I want to be clear whether we agree or don't agree. I want you to know the criteria, and I think I've been pretty open about it. And so whether you agree or disagree with the plan members, I want you to know how it was based. I think it's a good plan for Texas, and I urge its adoption, and I'm not filibustering. I end at this time.
Members, questions for Mr. Hunter? Representative Spiller is recognized question witness. I mean, the bill author.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Chairman Hunter, I've questioned a witness or two before, but I've never done one behind me, so I'm going to try to do this efficiently. First of all, I want to say thank you for filing HB4. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to joint author HB4. I want to talk about for a minute, because when we had these field hearings, there were questions of why are we here and why are we doing this? And you touched on that we're here because our governor issued a proclamation for us to go into special session, and one of those items was legislation that provides a revised congressional redistricting plan in light of constitutional concerns raised by the U.S. Department of Justice. Is that correct? Correct. Right. And in short, and you've touched on it, there was...
Well, let me clarify that.
All right.
And then anybody can question me about it. I don't know if it was caused by the Department of Justice. I keep hearing that. And I keep hearing about a letter. All I know is we're here by a proclamation of the governor. Now, what the letter has to do with it, I got no personal knowledge. I have no knowledge. And I will tell you, I don't know what that has to do with this. That wasn't part of me. All I know is we had a special session call, and this was a topic, and I agreed by the request of the chairman to file this bill.
Great. And so, based on what you just said, in summary, in light of the governor's call, and I think you've already stated, based on statutory and constitutional authority, do you agree that the legislature and this committee have the absolute right and authority to consider congressional redistricting at this time?
Absolutely, and as I said, there's no requirement that you have to do it at a certain time. In fact, if you look historically, members, it's not always been at a certain time. The problem that we have is some people like it and some people don't. And that's the nature of redistricting.
All right. And I want to talk about the legal side of this for a second and talk about the analysis and address it from that standpoint. And you are an attorney, correct?
Now, let's get this clarified for the, number one, I have experience in the process. You even heard the lady that said I had blonde hair when I first started this process. I understand the process and I understand the general elements and I understand some of the case law. I am not an expert on redistricting law, but I think this hearing has probably provided an annuity plan to a bunch of law firms across the nation. And I'm going to just tell you, I'm not an expert on redistricting law, but I'm going to believe people sitting at this dais are probably being communicated with by hourly rate lawyers, and my phone is turned off.
And that's fair enough. I want to talk about that Fifth Circuit case that you referenced and referred to as the Petaway versus Galveston County case. We'll call it the Petaway case, which was ironically, the ruling came down, I don't know if you recall or know, was 1 year ago today when the Fifth Circuit issued that opinion. Were you aware of that?
I have a copy before me, and it says August 1st, 2024.
There we go. So in that case, in the Petaway case, is it your understanding that the Fifth Circuit held that coalition claims, and we've talked about, and you've already described what coalition districts are, but coalition claims do not comport with Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act of 1965. Is that correct?
In fact, reading the case, so everybody hears, it says, we conclude that coalition claims do not comport with Section 2's statutory language or with Supreme Court cases interpreting Section 2.
Okay. And there are several, and I think you've already testified to this as well, there are several districts in the current map, not under HB4, but the current map that was for congressional redistricting that was adopted in 2021 that actually contain coalition districts that were created in that process, correct?
The law was different then.
Exactly. And those maps were created in 2021 when we did redistricting. I say we, you led the charge and did redistricting in 21 because you were the chair of redistricting committee, and I haven't checked, but I'm assuming that you're the one that carried the bill.
Well, I just want to remind a lot of the people on this dais, 21, that I got a pretty good memory. And I remember the vote in 2021, and I remember who came in and agreed with the amendments in 2021. So when I hear 2021 map was faulty, why did I accept those amendments and agreements from both parties to put in 2021? So we're going to be transparent. Make sure that you tell everybody you didn't ask for something to be put in the 2021 maps. But you had coalition districts being interpreted differently in 2021. Today, you have a 2024 Fifth Circuit case absolutely changing the law.
And in fact, great point. And in fact, at that time, the Fifth Circuit in Texas was controlled by the previous Fifth Circuit opinion of Compost v. City of Baytown, which was a 1988 case decided 37 years ago that said that these, what was the holding, said that district minority groups may aggregate their populations for purposes of vote dilution claims under Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And so here, the law that you and everyone else in the legislature and through this process that relied upon in 2021 when the current maps were drafted is different than the law now as it relates to coalition districts.
And relates to coalition, correct.
Correct. And so at the time when the 2021 Texas congressional map was drawn, did you believe that that map was at that time legal and complied with current federal law or with federal law as it existed in 2021?
The answer is yes, we're under that plan. People sued, but nobody has thrown the plan out. It's pending in a federal jurisdiction. So when people say they're errors, that hasn't been determined. The laws changed, populations changed, trends have changed. So I think we're drawing conclusions that haven't occurred, but coalition districts were defined and legally looked at differently 3 years before that decision.
And that was your opinion then, and is your opinion the Petaway case came down, and that law says, I mean, that ruling says that that Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act does not authorize separately protected minority groups to aggregate their populations for purposes of a vote dilution claim, correct? Correct. All right. And so, in fact, the opinion in the Petaway case says several times that minority vote dilution coalitions are impermissible. So, you know, it overruled, and specifically, is it your recollection that the Petaway case overruled that compost case that we previously referred to?
That
That
is
was the 1988 case.
That is correct.
Okay. So the law changed, and to your knowledge, in simple terms, was the Petaway case, to your knowledge, was it ever appealed to the U.S. Supreme Court?
In connection to where it is in the process, I don't know. I know the Fifth Circuit ruled, but I do not know the legal process on where it stays today.
To your knowledge, so far as you know, the Supreme Court has not considered.
Right now, Fifth Circuit case is what we're acting under.
Right. And to your knowledge, because we're governed in Texas by what the Fifth Circuit, it covers the state of Texas. We're governed by Fifth Circuit opinions unless and to the extent that they're overruled or modified by the U.S. Supreme Court. Is that a fair general statement?
Correct.
Okay. And is it your understanding that the U.S. Supreme Court, although given the opportunity at least on 2 occasions, has refused to weigh into the issue that is a subject of the Petaway case?
That I'm not
Okay.
aware of. I'm not aware.
All right. So, but the significance of this is Petaway is now the law of the land in Texas and was not the law in 2021.
Correct.
All right. So I want to talk, you mentioned before about partisan performance and how HB4 is drafted in that manner. Is it fair to say that the map in HB4 is based on political performance or partisan performance?
The answer is yes, and I want everybody to know that. It being transparent, that is correct. And it's based on Rucho, a United States Supreme Court case.
So legally, there's absolutely nothing wrong with you doing what you've done in HB4?
Absolutely not, and I'm going to elaborate because I want everybody to know this. If you read the Rucho case, they give 2 examples. A Republican group tried to redistrict to their favor. And then a Democrat group in a different jurisdiction tried to redistrict to their favor. Both using political partisanship. What was the ruling of the U.S. Supreme Court? The Supreme Court does not involve itself in that political gerrymandering, political partisanship, and that is not prevented by the U.S. Supreme Court.
And that's currently the law in the United States?
Yes.
All right. And we also know that some other states have taken advantage of that. Is that a fair statement?
I don't know about taking advantage. If are people doing it, or groups doing it, or states, they're following Rucho and following partisanship and political preference, yes.
When I meant taking advantage, I mean taking advantage of the opportunity to follow the law and do that. And for example, are you aware, for example, I'll give a couple of examples. Are you aware that for example, the state of California is 62% Democrat. Their congressional delegation in D.C. is 43 Democrats and only 9 Republicans, giving them an 82% advantage, and yet they only have a 62% advantage in the state.
Yeah, I'm not aware of the
Are you aware of the state of New York, which is 58% Democrat? Their congressional delegation is 19 Democrats, 7 Republicans, and they have a 73% advantage.
Not aware.
And likewise, in the state of Illinois, I don't know if you're aware of this or not, they're 56% Democrat. Their numbers are 14 Republicans and only 3 Democrat seats, giving them an 82% advantage.
Not aware.
All right. You may be aware, though, that Texas currently is 58% Republican. Their seats are 25 currently, 25 Republican, 13 Democrat, although one of those Democrat seats is vacant, and which only gives Texas a 65% advantage.
I'll follow your math.
All right, you don't dispute it anyway. But as you mentioned, HB4 creates a total of 5 districts that it's not guaranteed that they would be Republican, but they would have a better chance of electing Republicans than they did before.
That is correct.
Okay. And it's crafted, as you said, for the purpose of partisan performance, and you've already said there's nothing illegal about that. Is there anything wrong with doing that?
There is nothing wrong with doing it, and I want everybody to understand, different from everybody else, I'm telling you, I'm not beating around the bush. I'm telling you that we have 5 new districts, and these 5 new districts are based on political performance, and we look at part of it on Rucho.
And Chairman Hunter, is it fair to say that the majority of Texans would rather see more Republican congressional districts?
Let's just put it this way. I can say the Republicans absolutely agree with that. And if I can't tell you on majority or percentages, but if you're the party, as Rucho says, and you have that position, certainly you are. And you'll base it on political performance, percentage, and whatever your party makeup is, they should be supporting that.
Well, I'm going to ask you, my district, House District 68, is 88% Republican. I don't want you to speculate. I don't want you to go too far out on a limb here, but would you assume that my district might support your map?
Well, I do not speak for anybody but Todd Hunter. I support this. I'm going to be open to everybody, whether they like or dislike. But you would have to be the one talking on behalf of your district. But if you're trying to give me a softball, I bet your district supports this bill.
Right. I think you're right. Let's talk for a second about, and I know we've got a lot of time and I want to move through it, but we had a hearing in Harris County in Houston, and I want to talk to you about the districts that are affected in Harris County. And we heard some testimony on those last Saturday. First of all, we need to define a couple of terms. In redistricting, in that process, you're familiar with the term CVAP, which my understanding is stands for Citizen Voting Age Population. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And you looked at that, and also we sometimes hear the word VAP, which is referring to voting age population.
That's correct.
Similar. All right. So let's talk about District 18 in Harris County, what is referred to as the Barbara Jordan District. Is it your understanding that District 18 was, or it currently is, a coalition district?
Let me pull up some of the information that I have so I can give you what I have. I am not going to be able to tell you that I personally know it was a coalition type district, but I can tell you that under this plan that it becomes a real performing black CVAP district.
Right, and I would submit to you that it is currently a coalition district. Under HB4, it would not be. The coalition districts are the type that are addressed in the Petaway case. And so I would submit to you that it goes from a coalition district to a majority black CVAP district, being 50.81% black.
That is correct.
Okay. And previously, kind of redundant, but blacks did not have a majority in that district, and now they do under your plan. Is that correct?
Again, previously, I can't recall, but the 50.81% is the data given to me that CD18 is now a black CVAP, Citizen Voting Age Population District.
Okay. And is it also fair to say that we heard testimony about being compact and how some of these districts look, we talked about gerrymanders, how they look like a salamander, how they look bizarre, and they wrapped around folks. And was there a conscious effort in your drafting of not just District 18, but in the drafting that went into this for the districts throughout the state to be more compact and more representative of a particular community?
Well, let's get this clarified, because we sometimes use the words packing and cracking, and they're sometimes used. Compact is different. Compact is more of the reconfiguration of the district. And so we did hear through the hearings that people were bothered that certain went too long when they should be more concentrated. So we did try to use an effort to look at the compactness of the Congressional.
And I think we even heard testimony from one engineer that maybe said he would desire if they're all in a hexagon shape or something, but the idea is that they would be more cohesive than they were before.
That's correct.
All right. And certainly, do you think District 18 under HB4 meets that criteria and attempts to do that?
It does, and 18 does have a history, and that does have different patterns throughout history. If you look at the original, I think in the 70s, to this, it's kind of changed back to the history, but it is probably a bit more compact, and the percentage for black CVAP is better.
All right. Let's talk about District 9. My understanding is District 9 was also a coalition district, and under HB4 changes from a coalition district to a majority Hispanic CVAP district. You know whether that's correct or not?
Well, what we're doing, it moves District 9 is basically in 2021, the Hispanic CVAP was 25.73. The black CVAP was 45.06. In this proposal, the Hispanic CVAP is 50.41.
Okay. All right. So previously, Hispanics did not hold a majority in that district, and under this scenario, under HB4, they now do, correct?
Well, according to the CVAP.
Right.
According to the CVAP.
All right. Let's talk about District 29. Under HB4, I think it went from a majority Hispanic CVAP to a majority Hispanic VAP district. I don't know if you know that, if that's correct. I would purport to you that it is now a 55% Hispanic district and should overwhelmingly perform Democrat. Is there a fair statement?
In connection with 29, under this plan, it becomes more heavily Democrat. I think the calculation's plus 70%. It moves from a Hispanic majority CVAP district to what they call a non-Hispanic majority CVAP district. For example, in 29, the black CVAP goes from 18.31% in 2021 to 32.79% under this proposal.
All right. Lastly, I want to talk about District 7. We heard some testimony in two different places, about at least two, if not three, talking about District 7 and how it was very diverse, and it was basically a predominantly white district, but under HB4, it remains a predominantly white district, but it is still a Democrat performing district. Would you characterize it that way?
The calculation that I have on District 7 is what you asked,
Yes.
is that under this plan, it becomes more Democrat.
Okay.
And the racial factors are basically the same.
Okay. All right. You've talked about overall statewide, the gain in CVAP black districts, the gain in CVAP Hispanic districts from what, under your HB4, from what it is currently. And we've also talked about the appearance of districts. I want to talk for a second, and I am winding up here. I want to speak to Republican concerns about this process for a minute. And there's been, I don't know if you've heard discussion, speculation that for somehow or other, if we take up redistricting at this time, then the Republican majorities in existing Republican districts are somehow going to be significantly reduced, such that the margins would be very slim. Have you heard that?
I've heard that slightly. Look, nobody knows the result of an election until you have the election. So, do you show voting trends that under the 5 new seats prefer partisan Republican? The answer is yes. But you got to go vote.
Right.
And I don't think you're reducing, but I think folks have to engage and vote in these districts.
And on those 5 new seats that you're talking about, in your opinion, do the Republican districts surrounding those 5 seats, do they still continue to be Republican performing districts?
The answer is yes.
All right. And isn't it true, if you know, that 25, the current Republican seats that are 25, that the average partisan loss on those remaining, on all those seats is only about a 1.5% difference or less Republican than they currently are now? Or are you aware of that?
I'm not aware.
Okay. So you wouldn't know that of the other two, the 2 lowest performing were 55%, 57%, but all the other 23 range from anywhere from 61% to 78%, which still provides a strong Republican performing districts.
And that makes sense.
And again, there's nothing wrong with that.
Correct. Under the cases that you've referred.
Correct. So in summary, is it your testimony here today that you believe that the map created under HB4 is in compliance with the Pettaway case and compliance with existing federal law?
Yes.
All right. And do you believe that HB4 is a congressional map that the majority of Texans would approve and desire?
I think they will approve, yes.
Okay. And do you believe that HB4 is a congressional map that supports the majority of Texans that voted for President Trump's agenda for Texas and our nation?
Now that I don't know, because I'd have to go ask everybody.
Right.
But I think the political trend, the answer would be yes.
All right. And I would agree with you. I just want to, in closing, I just want to say I want to thank you for the work that you've done, the study and the expertise that you bring to this process. And I think the state of Texas owes you, Chair Vasud, and Speaker Burrows a debt of gratitude for the excellent work that you've done. So thank you for answering my questions.
I think, as in redistricting, people may disagree with you, but we appreciate what you say, Mr. Spillman.
We'll see. Thank you.
Members, the time has come to close registration. It's 11:27 a.m. We've been watching the registrations, and we've refreshed it several times with no change. Congressman Green has been registered, and so on that basis, is there anyone here in this room who wishes to register to testify on for or against House Bill 4? Chair hears none. Witness registration is closed. Dean Thompson, for what purpose?
Garcia come in? I don't know.
She has registered.
Okay,
Very good
thank
question.
you.
We verified that everyone that we had we got them all registered. Okay.
May I ask a question?
Yes. Well, I want to make sure
ahead.
I take them in order, but you're the dean. Everybody going to yield to you. So Dean Thompson, for what purpose? Oh, but hopefully, one second. The chair will show Representative Caroline Harris Davila on the dais. Did I miss anyone else? Okay. All right. Dean Thompson, you're recognized to question the author.
I want to apprise the audience and Chairman Hunter, back in 2021, the Senate sent over a bill, a map consolidating the 18th, the 9th, and 18th. And Chairman Hunter worked with Representative Dutton and I, and we were able to offer some amendments and uncouple those two districts and put them separately. Chairman Hunter, at that particular time, if I recall, I think that each time we had an amendment, we submitted it to you all, and you all had some lawyers that were looking at the amendments and giving us either the red or the blue light to whether or not the amendments was okay. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And at that particular time, if I recall, we were drawing maps racial neutral. The map was supposed to have been racial neutral.
I don't remember the terminology we were trying to follow, whatever the law was.
But race was not included in the drawing of the maps.
So when you say race, race is in all maps. That's why we do CVAP.
I get that, but you know,
and
the issue I'm talking about
Well,
is the issue that the Department of Justice has raised.
well,
And,
let me help.
and we were trying to avoid,
Well,
okay,
Dean, I have a different of opinion here on the Department of
we all
Justice
have a
letter.
different opinion,
And the Department of Justice letter is a letter.
yeah.
That's not guiding me. I'm presenting a plan. And they can then review the plan.
I get,
And if they believe that I've addressed issues, good. If they believe I haven't, good. But whatever they've sent, I'm not ignoring, I'm not accepting, I'm doing this plan. So whatever their involvement is, they just sent a letter as far as I'm concerned.
I'm not accusing
Right.
anyone of, on the committee of being guided by the DOJ, but if I recall, the governor called a special session to address the flooding issue in Kerrville and the dead bodies that were up there at that particular time as a result of July the 4th. Subsequently, there was a amendment to the call, and I understand the Constitution gives him the right, only him the right, to call a special session, and only him the right to set the agenda. And the call also included redistricting. And it raised the issue, according to the July the 7th letter, that the Department of Justice said that the maps of the 2021 maps evidently used racial in its drawings. We know that issue is also before the courts, and there has not been a resolution to that lawsuit.
I do know the El Paso case has not been
Yes,
resolved.
yes. And we are, in spite of there not being a resolution, we're being asked by the governor to consider redistricting again. And I'm trying to figure out whether or not the same person, Mr. Adam Kincaid, helped us in 2021. Was he the person that was kind enough to help us with the amendment? You were the chair.
No, I did not deal with Adam Kincaid.
Okay, so to your knowledge, he was not a person who participated in the configuration of the redistricting then, because we were operating on the census that we had just gotten, that we're not operating, we're operating on those same census that we had in 2021.
Whatever Adam Kincaid's role was in 2021, I do not know.
Okay. And did he help you draw this map?
Adam Kincaid?
Yeah,
No.
Okay, so so this is a result of your work only?
No.
Well, whose work, who is the result of? It's not this committee, because I haven't had a thing, no input except this.
You're right. I worked and met with the law firm of Butler Snow like I did in 2021, and they provided me the information, and we gave it to the chairman of this committee for me to file.
So I'm assuming that they had experts also working with them.
I'm presuming they did.
Do you know who they were?
No.
Okay, then. And, and drawing this particular map, this is racial neutral?
I don't know what you mean by racial neutral.
Well,
We're all talking race and we talk neutral. These are all words. Give me a legal definition.
we talking about
They
white
tell
folks,
m-
black folks,
Well, I get
Hispanics,
that. I
the
get
people that
and
makes
they're
up the
all in.
population of
But
Texas.
Dean, they're in there, just like you and I did in 2021.
Okay.
And I want to add to what you said. Now, let's not make this a negative.
I'm not
'cause
trying to make it
no,
negative.
not
I'm just
talking
asking
about
if
you. I
racial
was talking-
demographics are used in here.
You keep bringing up the race. But I want to remind you and everybody on this who came to me in 2021 to make changes, do them favors. I don't want to be hearing that I and the Republicans were the only ones that did these maps. I had some of you come in and thank me for the maps. Now, am I going to disclose the representatives' names or senators here today? No, because that's a private conversation. But when you knock me and the Republicans,
I'm not knocking you.
no, I'm
I
not
think
talking you, I'm talking about some of the
Okay.
comments made earlier. I want everybody to know that I worked with both sides and incorporated a lot of their information. So if there's a race issue, the Democrats were involved with the Republicans in putting that together. So that's all I'm saying. Let's be transparent. I worked with both, was complimented by both, asked to do things by both, and we did things. And on this map, I used the same law firm, and I'm being very upfront that partisan is involved.
so you don't know really what data that they used to create this map.
I don't have the specifics. I've been given some information that we filed with the committee, and that's what I rely on. But no, you're absolutely right. It was generated from the law firm. They met with me and I filed it. And they've given me their opinion that it does comply with federal and all laws.
So that also would be the same answer that you would give me if I asked you about Congressional District 18, correct?
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay. And if I asked you that same question about Congressional District 29, I would get the same information?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. I'll come back to you.
Sure.
Thank you, Dean. I wanted to make an announcement real briefly here from the committee coordinator's office. They have opened up E2010, E2012, E2014, and E2016 as overflow rooms if anyone needs to use those. I know the original overflow rooms were E1010, E1014, and E1026. I can't remember, Representative Rose, if I recognized you on the dais earlier, but if I didn't, Representative Rose is recognized on the dais. Not at this time, Representative Rose. Is it procedural?
No,
Of the off?
it's a statement.
Not at this time, but I will recognize you to question the witness.
Response to a question that Dean Thompson.
The chair has taken the position since a bill is before the committee. Well, but on that basis, since only the members of the committee can debate the bill, I will allow any non-member on the dais to question the witnesses just fine, and maybe you can get that point through a witness. That's what I would suggest, Representative Rose. But I recognize you on the dais. Representative Pearson, for what purpose?
Question the author.
Chair recognizes Representative Pearson, question author.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman Hunter, I just want to say thank you for bringing the bill. Proud to be a joint author. I'd like to address some of the concerns that we heard through the field hearings over the last week. And I really want to start with North Texas, which is where I'm from. District 32 has been redrawn, is that correct?
On the federal map, it has.
That's correct. This has been redrawn, as you stated in your opening statement, to reflect political performance, but also compactness. Is that right?
Yes.
And this specific district would now include a portion of northeast Dallas County and then moves east through Rockwall, Hunt, Rains, Wood, Camp, and Upshur County, and that would create a more compact district, eliminating some of those up and down squiggly lines we heard about complaining over the field hearings. Is that right?
Correct.
And then, Chairman Hunter, would you agree that this district, now as proposed, is a more straightforward, compact district, sufficiently addressing those concerns?
Yes.
Similarly, I want to look at CD 35, Bear County. We heard testimony in the field hearings from people who were expressing concerns that there's a long stretch going northeast, that was maybe a half-mile wide. And there were complaints that some of the citizens in San Antonio felt like it was unreasonable to be represented by somebody in Austin. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
So in the proposed map that you've introduced, this district is now also more compact with those less intrusive boundaries and actually keeps counties whole. Is that accurate?
To the best of my knowledge, correct.
And this is one of the coalition districts that is one of the new majority Hispanic CVAP districts. Is that correct?
Well, again, is 51.57%. It's an increase of 5.71 change.
And so given the testimony that we did hear in the field hearings from the citizens in San Antonio, the way that you've drawn this district today gives San Antonio its own district reconciling those concerns. Is that accurate?
Correct.
So since you've established that the lines were drawn through performance and compactness, I want to go back up to North Texas really quickly. In District 32, looks like the city of Richardson is now made whole, and the majority of those counties east of Dallas are now whole. Is that right?
It looks it on, I don't have all the blow up of the map, but I think you're accurate.
Okay. And I understand that District 32, along with the other 4 districts in question, improve Republican performance. And I think my colleague established that there are no significant material changes to the Republican performance around the surrounding area. So that remains accurate in this as well, right?
And just so everybody knows, the answer is yes. And this configuration provides a Republican political performance increase.
And so I really want to focus on the public testimony during the field hearings, which I believe were helpful. And it looks like you've taken a lot of those concerns in consideration with this map. In all of those hearings, there were several black voters who were concerned that their voices were somehow going to be silenced in the process if the lines were redrawn. You recall that testimony, correct?
Yes.
Well, several people had also expressed concerns that there was a fear that if the lines were redrawn, that the new map would put in jeopardy the historic Barbara Jordan majority-minority district in the Houston area. They felt like that might go away. Do you recall that testimony?
That is correct, yes.
Well, there were also stakeholders who testified during those field hearings that felt like the population of black voters in the state did not have appropriate representation. Do you recall that testimony?
Could you repeat that? I couldn't hear.
Sure. The stakeholders who testified during the field hearings testified that the population of black voters in the state did not have proportionate representation.
Oh, throughout the state, yes.
Yes. Well, this current map that you have submitted actually shows where there's not just one, but two majority black CVAP districts drawn on this map. Is that true?
That is correct, and let me give everybody the details. CD 18 is now 50.8% black CVAP. In 2021, it was only 38.8%. CD 30 is now 50.2% black CVAP. In 2021, it was 46%.
So that's two black CVAP districts. How many black districts are there on the current map?
I don't have all the count on that.
The answer is 0. So overall, black voters in the state of Texas go from 0 to 2 majority black CVAP seats out of the 38 seats in Texas. Is that accurate?
It's accurate, but I want to add, whether you're a Republican or a Democrat, under this plan, you can win. And whether you're Asian, African American, Anglo, Latino, Latina, Hispanic, anybody can run and win. But you're correct on the calculation.
Okay. So it would be fair to say that your proposed map directly resolves many of the concerns that were expressed during those field hearings in your proposed map and would in fact strengthen minority representation in our state. Would you agree?
The answer is yes, but let me add, for the members and those listening, the answer is yes, but we do create 5 new districts that lean partisan Republican. So I do want everybody to know, yes, we have done those things, and we've done the partisanship.
Thank you, Chairman.
I think we had Representative Manuel for a purpose. We got your mic on? We're working. There we go.
Yes, just a few questions of Chairman Hunter, please.
So recognize the question, the chairman.
So I'm going to pre-apologize, Chairman. I know, yes, I was here in 21, but I was staff, so I will not say I was privy to those conversations, and just have a few clarifying questions. I just kind of want to ask this. So you stated earlier, and I kind of was out of here, you said that CD 18 is now majority minority African American district. Is that what it is by voting age population or just by population?
Let me give you the
Sure, thank you so
stats
much.
that I have, so you can
'Cause
have
I'm
exactly the data that I have. Everybody can have it. So, what it shows under Congressional District 18, which Representative Pearson just brought out, is in 2021, the black CVAP was 38.99%. Under this map, the data shows it's black CVAP 50.81%. It's an increase of 11.82%.
Okay,
And
online
it-
it's showing
and-
differently,
and
Chairman, I'm sorry, because it's showing, it's 45.5%.
Under the CVAP or the
Yes,
VAP?
sir. Yeah, when it shows the,
Now,
I mean,
there's
what
a
I'm
difference
looking at-
between VAP and
okay, so
CVAP.
this is, okay, I get what you're saying.
Yeah,
this
so I
is-
think you're talking about VAP.
So the VAP is
Yeah.
gonna be different, so it's 51.89%
Correct.
for
81,
CD
81,
18.
81.
Okay, and again, I apologize also, because I did step out of the room. You were saying that the current maps, are you, sorry, let me rephrase it like this. Is there anything in the maps that are illegal in part or in full? Is that why we're here trying to redraw these maps? I know you also said, because I know you said it's not based upon census data, it's political data, but is there anything in these maps, the current maps that we're under, that's illegal in part or full.
So just to clarify, the 2025, the one I have you,
Yes, sir.
I've been told by counsel that it meets the legal criteria. On 2021, we were told it met the legal criteria. It was challenged in federal court. The Department of Justice withdrew from the 2021 litigation.
Okay.
So I think we're all presuming that there's been a decision by the federal court, but 2021 maps are what you're in right now.
Correct.
And that has not been determined
Right, until the court
wrong,
case.
and there was a letter, but I don't, my view is I'm going to 2025, and they can then review the map, if passed, to tell me if it's okay or not.
Okay, so, and I also want to just get something on the record. So Congressional District 9, 18, 30, and 35 are each between 50 and 52% for Hispanic and Black voting age, depending on for their data. So that's just a coincidence that that happened if we're not looking at race, or was that done intentionally?
No,
The reason I'm
which
asking
ones
is
you
because I
asking? 9, 18?
9, 18, 30, and 35, I'm not gonna say packed or crack. What I'm gonna say is Congressional District 9, 18, 30, and 35, their
We've increased the
population-
CVAP, is what you're saying?
Yes, it's between 50 and 52%. So is that just a coincidence that we're not supposed to be looking at race, but now they've been all increased in either Hispanic voting age population or Black voting age population? If we're not supposed to be looking at race, I know some people say there are no coincidences, but we have 4 districts that now have been increased with Black population. And I was wondering if that was taken into consideration when we added those to these current maps for 2025.
No, some of those you mentioned were not Black increased, they were Hispanic.
Right, because it's separate, but I'm saying, is it a coincidence that would be the
Nothing's a
case?
coincidence. It was increased, and probably part of the reason it was increased was to follow the compactness contiguous. And some of the districts were historic, and so there's been a growth, and you bring them back to the configuration, they're going to go back to the increase. Most of the ones that you have referenced were meeting what Representative Pearson said on the compact and the configuration.
Okay. Do we know who at the law firm was the one whose hand was on the mouse making the maps? And if this was answered already, I apologize.
No, I'm glad you asked it. I've been asked this for as long as I've been in the legislature. Let me just be honest with everybody. You got more lawyers working for everybody in this building today. I know which groups are working for who. And that's why everybody are going to law firms. You are on the ones you want to challenge. Yes, you are, because I know the groups that are doing it, and you've done it historically. There is nothing wrong with any member, any group, to go to a law firm and get a bill prepared. And that is done regularly by Democrats, Republicans, and anybody else. So, do I know who was the specific person in the law
sir.
firm who
Yes.
drew it? No. Do I believe that it was a group inside a law firm with probably some consultants? Absolutely.
Okay. Completely understand that and everything else you said. I guess, and please, again, forgive my naivete if I'm not as intelligent, I guess, as I should be. Is there any way
But you're
that
the
we can-
sharpest dresser in the room. That's what you told me.
Well, my question is...
And
is
for all
there a
of you
way-
that know, we are firm with each other, but we are respectful colleagues. And I want you all to know we talk quite a bit. And so I
course.
respect your questions
I
Representative
appreciate
Manuel.
it. This is my first time on redistricting staff, but that was always follow directions. My thing is there any way that we could find out who those consultants were when it comes to this? And the reason I'm asking, just want to give a short background. I don't want anyone to think I'm trying to say that anyone has any racial bias. I'm not trying, anyone on this dais, I'm not saying that. My thing is, it's just historic. It has happened in this country that there are sometimes people who are putting together plans that do either have racial or gender biases towards other people. And while you, Chairman Hunter, who I sit next to you on the floor, you've never said anything even remotely disrespectful to me or racial. My thing is there are people who do have these biases, who may have a history of it. It's happened in this administration currently. We've had it in other administrations, and I'm asking to see if maybe there's a way we can see who was behind putting this together. And it could be someone who has a bias against people who live in different areas, because just in short, I'm looking at Congressional District 10, and I know Representative Pearson was bringing up, seems like we fixed a lot of the squiggly lines, and please forgive me, I don't know what Travis County has in connection with San Jacinto County or Polk County. That's closer to me. I can get there faster than I could ever get to Austin. I can go to a barbecue there and be back home in the time that it would take me to go just to Austin. So I guess I'm just wondering why I'm wondering who could be that person, or if there's a way we can find out who that person or persons are, to make sure that there hasn't been any historical bias against an area, an ethnicity, or culture of people, because there has been some very serious questions that have been brought up that some people do feel a little disenfranchised in this situation. And as they always say, it may not be true that's the case, but you can't discontinue or discount how a person or persons feel about something that's affecting them. So I'm wondering if we could.
Sure,
we
let
can
me
get that.
respond first on District 10, since you brought it up. Yes, it remains a Republican district, but the racial makeup of the district is largely unchanged, and it becomes slightly more Hispanic voter.
Okay.
Now, under the law, there's attorney-client privilege, there's legislative privilege, there is even work product privilege, and there's consulting privilege. I would have to ask the law firm if that violates any of the privileges. It would also set that then, if you do one, let's get everybody's out here, that everybody gets to disclose them, especially everybody in those lawsuits. I mean, let's go both ways. But I will ask if there's not a violation of a privilege.
Is it a violation for us to ask who you worked with, or who you worked with at that law firm?
I can tell you the name of the lawyer.
Okay.
Is that what you're asking? I'd be
Well, the
glad to
lawyer,
do that.
but also who, I mean, just in the time being, I was wondering who the lawyer was, but I was wondering if we could find out who the people were whose hands were actually on the mouse.
The lead lawyer with the Butler Snow Law Firm is Mr. Tommy Carden.
Okay, and then you'll see if
I'm going to ask him about the privilege issue relating to consultant or experts.
Perfect. Okay, I think I am pretty much good for there right now. Thank you, Chairman.
Dean Thompson? How about, I don't know if we can cross that way.
Well, I just want to ask.
If you want to ask either Chairman Hunter or me, and then I can just say, I wonder what Representative Manuel would think about that. What's your question, Dean?
I was wondering whether or not the Representative Manuel would think about whether or not that Congressman Green was black, the late Congressman Sylvester Turner was black, the Congressman Beasley is black, and so is Congressman Jasmine Crockett. And those are present congressional seats until this map changes them. Is that correct? And I don't see for the first time, blacks are being given something for the first time. We already have 4 seats.
Yeah,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I understand, Dean. In the future, let's just make sure, let's keep all of our questions just directed to the bill author or a procedural question to the chair. Now, we have been going for about 2 hours. I've promised our wonderful court reporter here, right over here, that we would give her a break every 2 hours.
I wouldn't break till we finish.
And, yeah, let me,
If you'll do that, we can end the opening so we
Yeah.
get to the public.
yeah, let me ask the
let's-
members this, why don't we go just a little bit longer on questions? And what I'd like to get to the public testimony with the understanding that any questions you have of the author, we'll absolutely get to those on closing. Is that okay? Let me ask for, who did we have?
If these are the only two, we can wait on
Okay.
closing.
I had Representative Garcia, you wanted to ask a question? I had
1 minute, she said.
Representative Hickler, 1 minute for Representative Garcia. Don't timer. Representative Garcia's recognized the question of the bill author.
On my business and just listen. However, I was summoned when Bear County was mentioned. Chairman Hunter, are you aware of the Supreme Court case in 2018 specifically addressing CD 35?
I don't know, you'll have to tell me the case.
Abbott versus Perez?
Is that the regular redistricting case?
It was a case in which Texas argued at the Supreme Court that the I-35 corridor from San Antonio to Austin was required to be a Latino majority district. Are you aware of that?
I'm aware there was a lawsuit. I'm not aware of the specifics.
Well, we actually won that lawsuit, and that's how we were able to draw Congress District 35 from San Antonio to Austin. And I just wanted to point out for Bear County and the surrounding areas that the statement that was made earlier about our constituents saying that they don't want to go to Austin for their congressional representation is a little bit disingenuous when this was actually argued by Governor Abbott in 2018 that this was a requirement. Do you know how many districts now that CD 35 has been split into?
I don't know about what you mean by split into districts, but I don't take the data that was asked. Is this plan increases Hispanic CVAT 5.71 plus. It is now 51.57% Hispanic CVAT. And in 2021, what you're referring, it was only 45.86. So we've actually had an increase under this plan. So I would think then you've gained on what you said. You said to preserve it, we've actually increased it.
Actually, sir, what happened was 32% of the majority of our district was moved to CD 37, which is a white CVAT majority. So our district, as you said, was a 67% or something of that nature. But what really is going on here is that the Hispanic population in Bear County and Austin is enough to allow for two highly compacted districts with a sizable Latino CVAT. And instead, we just have one.
Well, I'll respectfully disagree with you because the data that has been submitted is that 35 is now a new Hispanic CVAT majority district when it was not in 2021.
Thank you, Mr. Hunter.
Thank you. Last question.
I had, next on the list, Ms. Hickland, do you have?
She's going to wait to close.
You wait, okay. And then I had Representative Barbara Goodwin Hawkins, did you have brief questions? Or just brief questions? I'm trying to think if we've got some brief questions. You got longer questions? Would you
I
mind
don't
waiting
wanna
for
take-
close?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, go for one quick
okay.
one. Representative Goodwin Hawkins, recognized question to offer.
So, Representative Hunter, where did you get your population growth information from? Are you aware?
Am I aware? The actual source, I do not. As I said earlier, the data came from the Butler Snow Law Firm to me.
All right, my other question, and I just got one other after that. Was it coincidental? I know you said that there's 5 seats. Was it coincidental at all or just something out of the sky that President Trump said he wanted to pick up 5 additional seats?
You know, I've heard that all through the hearings. I have talked to.
But you never heard President Trump say that?
I haven't heard anything but in the hearings about it. But it sure did help get to 5. If you're going to keep talking about it, if we keep talking about it, maybe we'll go to 6.
Maybe go 7 or 8, huh?
8? You
Let's
just
go to
don't
9
know.
or 10.
Well, we're going to take that as an affirmation and an admission in the proposal.
Right, let's work on it. Then here's my final question. As the law firm that you mentioned, and you don't quite know who all had their hand on it, was any of them African American as they were looking out for us?
I don't know in the law firm, but they do have knowledge in redistricting, and they're very, very understanding of these issues. And
Simple
I
question.
don't,
Was
but,
any of
but
them African American?
Representative, you and I get along real well.
We
but
do.
I am not going, and I wouldn't do this to you either. I am going to say the law firm I think is good, and I'm going to rely on that law firm to do the right thing. All lawyers are going to compete with each other, and there could be other lawyers on the other side that don't. Do I have personal knowledge of who is talked to? No. Do I know the law firm went through the data, proposed it to me? Yes, that's all I know.
And I agree with you, Representative Hunter. We've got a great relationship and we want to maintain it, but we also want to understand that indeed people who look like me, walk like me, talk like me should have a voice at the table. And so as we look at these maps, that we're saying that there will be no more hearings. As we look at these maps, there'll be no more amendments or participation. As we look at these maps, I want to make sure that people have the same interests. Since what I'm hearing from even Representative Spiller, y'all have done us a great job. A great job. You've looked out for the Hispanics, you've looked out for the blacks, but we don't see it that way. So I'm concerned when I'm hearing that from my colleagues, that we've been looked out for and we've increased percentages. But maybe what the public don't know is those percentages have been increased because there's knowledge that the lack of participation.
But I don't agree with that. This is law, and they've done their own, and they're looking at data, but I don't agree with you. This isn't Democrat, Republican unless you make it. These are 5 new seats that are Republican. Why can't all of everybody run? It doesn't say you can't win. And that's why I keep hearing we have 5 partisan Republican seats. That doesn't mean you can't win them. Maybe as a Republican you can. Maybe as a Democrat you can. But I have made, as you said to Mr. Manuel, that I'm going to ask the question to make sure we don't violate the privilege issues, and hopefully I'll get you the information.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you.
1 minute.
Mr. Manuel, you had one more question?
Yes.
Is that it? All right. Chair recognizes Mr. Manuel, the question.
This was to respond to the question that was asked to the chair, but before, the attorney was Tommy,
Oh, Tommy Cardin,
Cardin.
C-A-R-D-I-N.
Thank you. But to reply to Dean Thompson's question,
I will allow you to do so only in the
promise
form of
I
a
will.
question to Representative Hunter.
to Representative Hunter, I would, if you're okay, can I reply to Mrs.
If you ask it as a question.
Dean T's question
What
about?
she said was,
About
I know
black-
all of them, and I know all of them,
Correct.
and
And
who they
about
are.
participation. I,
And many of them I've known for many years.
yes, and what I will say is this. The reason that I think this is a hard pill for many of us to swallow is, at the very minimum, it looks like political retaliation. Congressman Al Green and we know President Trump have not been on any terms near where they are best friends.
Representative, is that a question?
No, I'm
But you-
just wanting to
okay,
just
well,
say, it
you-
feels
You
like,
can only ask a question.
okay, well, Chairman Hunter, I would like to say, asking you this, looking at these maps,
Just close it with a question mark.
is this political retribution against congressional members, particularly those who have been outspoken, and who, whether it's intentional or not, happen to be Black African American, are they being removed from their congressional seats or having their congressional seats added having more Black representation, are completely moved away because of the fact that they have tried to speak up in a government where I thought we were supposed to speak up? Or is this just all a coincidence that people who have tried to ask this current administration to be honest about some things and to not do harm to people who look like me and many other people and people who look like different people, is this some kind of retaliation? Because that's what it feels like to someone who I get on people's nerves about consistently reading history. It feels a little 1870 with Reconstruction and getting back at people who don't do what you tell them to do, or it feels a little like McCarthyism why we're here today. And is that the reason why these Black congressional members are losing potentially, or should I say not losing, are their seats, are their positions to be able to speak out in jeopardy because they won't follow along with what the current administration is currently doing? Because it does feel like certain communities are being attacked because they won't submit.
The answer, I can only speak for Todd Hunter, is no.
Yeah, absolutely. One question. Representative Turner, recognize the
took a
question
vote.
author. One question. How about now?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Hunter, you had said in response to Dean Thompson that Adam Kincaid was not involved. I want to make sure I understood your answer clearly, but was that your statement, that Adam Kincaid was not involved in the drawing of this
Todd
map?
Hunter has no knowledge of Adam Kincaid involved in this.
Okay, because the reason I ask is in the Senate hearing earlier this week, Chairman Phil King said clearly on the record, unequivocally, Adam Kincaid is drawing a map.
And just so you know, so everybody knows, first time I talked to Phil King was yesterday, and he was just asking our procedural. So I haven't even talked to him prior to yesterday. And if the individual, Adam Kincaid, was involved on this side, I have no knowledge.
Okay.
Absolutely none.
So you have no knowledge. Is it possible then that as you were working with Butler Snow, that Adam Kincaid actually sent the map to Butler Snow to give to you? Is that
I
is that
have
what
no idea on that. I do not know.
happened? Okay. So you didn't ask Butler Snow where they got the map?
No, I sat down there with data like I've done in the past.
I'm sorry, say that again?
I've sat down them with data like I've done in the past and gone in to that. I generally do not go in to the specific.
Here for our court reporter. What I'd like to do is stand at ease for 5 minutes, and then you take a little break. Dean Thompson wanted me to remind all of you to hydrate, and also once we're done with that, I'd like to go to public testimony at that time. And so with that, the House Select Committee on Congressional Redistricting stands at ease for 5 minutes. 5 p.m., the House Select Committee on Congressional Redistricting will come back to order. If everybody can, oh, you bet. Our court reporter ready? I scared you. I'm sorry. I will do better. Everybody ready? Okay. If you all could make your way to your seats, we're going to go to public testimony at this time. The chair's going to call up our first panel, and then I'm going to read off what will be the second panel. So if I read off your name on the first panel, come up to these first 4 seats right here. If I read your name off on the second panel, we will just have you come into the room and be ready. First panel is going to be Al Green, Mark Veazey, Lloyd Doggett, and Greg Kassar. And panel 2 is going to be Jasmine Crockett, Sylvia Garcia, Colin Allred, and Chaplain Stoglin. So if the last 4 I mentioned, if you could just be ready. Bear with us one moment while we get our system uploaded here.
How you doing? All right.
Live.
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Green, we're going to have you go first. Chair shows you registered to testify as Al Green on behalf of yourself and CD9 against House Bill 4. Is that correct?
Entirely correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank all of the persons assembled. Mr. Chairman, it is no secret that the president is not enthralled with Al Green. And I would dare say that he considers me his chief nemesis in Congress. And well, he should, because I've laid the foundation for his impeachment, and I intend to lay the foundation for his impeachment again. This president has ordered that what we do today be done. He has demonstrated to us that he is not only going to manage the federal government, but he's also going to manage the government in the state of Texas. I believe Texans ought to take a stand against what President Trump is demanding of the people in the state of Texas. It's time for us to let the president know that Texans will take care of their business, that he can't demand that we do something that, quite frankly, is not only racial, but is racist. I speak truth to power, and I speak truth about power. It is not enough for things to be right, they must also look right. It does not look right for us to see CD9 and CD18 packed, and that's what's happened. You've packed 9 and 18, you have 18, but you no longer have the 9 that you had before. We are losing representation, and I'm going to stand against it. I want you to know that I can't say as much as I'd like to say in 2 minutes, and I trust that I'll have someone to ask questions so that I can deal with Petaway and how it's being applied today.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, we'll come to the questions of the panels at the end. Chair will show Representative Hinojosa on the dais. Okay. Next witness, Chair will call Mark Veazey. Show you registered to testify as Mark Veazey on behalf of yourself against House Bill 4. Is that correct?
Positively, absolutely correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Mark Veazey. I represent the 33rd Congressional District. I'm a resident of Fort Worth. And I wanted to remind everybody that the district that I represent, it was created by a federal court to ensure that communities of color, black and brown Texans, could finally have a voice in Congress. And for over a decade, those communities have used that voice to elect the leaders who reflect their values and fight for their future. And I've been honored to earn that trust. But now that voice is, again, under threat. This is a map that was drawn behind closed doors, as we've heard here today, to dismantle representation and weaken our power and turn back the clock. Donald Trump and Republican lawmakers want to erase this district, not because it's broken or there's anything wrong with it, because it empowers people they'd rather simply ignore. Just a few weeks ago, Governor Abbott and Republican lawmakers stood in the federal court and swore under oath that this map was legal because it was drawn, quote, race blind. Now those very Republican lawmakers claim that the map they drew is illegal because it was drawn with enough racial intent. And so let me be clear about this. This isn't about fairness or compliance. This is about control. It's about erasing the progress that communities of color have made through decades of organizing, voting, and sacrifice. And the numbers don't lie. 95% of Texas population growth came from these communities of color. And yet, those communities are targeted and sidelined, and that's not what democracy is about. That's discrimination, and it is illegal. And as John Lewis said, our former colleague, our vote is precious. It is almost sacred. It is the most powerful, nonviolent tool that we have in a democratic society. And so when you rig maps to silence that vote, you are not protecting democracy. You are burying it. So we're not going to go backwards, not now and not ever. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Lloyd Doggett. Shall you register to testify as Lloyd Doggett on behalf of yourself against House Bill 4? Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr.
Please,
Chairman.
please give us your testimony.
You know, in 30 years, I've never testified at a Texas legislative redistricting hearing because I have doubted whether a majority of those committees had an ear or an inclination to truly listen. If this is a genuine hearing and not a sham proceeding, ignoring thousands of people that have spoken out against this redistricting plan, then I believe you will vote promptly to reject this outrageous gerrymander. This is not a Texas map, it is a Trump map. It was not requested by any Republican or any Democrat in Texas. It was imposed by President Trump, who has a stranglehold on Congress, and the only question here is whether he also has a stranglehold on this Texas legislature. I am an unusual opponent of this plan. 2/3 of the people that I represent today in Congressional District 37, the district in which I've already filed for re-election, are included in the new 37. My concern is not so much about what happened to my district as what is happening to my neighbors, to my Texas colleagues, and most importantly, to American democracy. Now, conveniently forgotten here today so far has been the racial justification for what's happening here. The only public justification of this map is a Department of Justice directive to Governor Abbott saying specifically that there was unconstitutional racial-based gerrymandering in the past, that it must be abandoned, must be corrected, and then it reserves the right in the concluding sentence to bring legal action if you don't act to correct this race. So the objective may be to help President Trump, which is the sole objective, but the tool is race, just as President Trump has so often used race. If we have this kind of partisan gerrymandering in Texas, it will spread across the country, just as California has said they can eliminate 5 to 7 Republicans. That's bad for all of America. Put a stop to it today.
Thank you for your testimony. The chair calls, Chair will show Representative Raymond on the dais. Chair calls, I did. Okay. We'll bring Representative Kazar up on the next panel, actually. Okay, we'll do that. Thank you for that, Vice Chair. So with that, members, any questions for the members of this panel? Chair recognizes Vice Chair Rosenthal to question the panel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you all for taking the time to be here today. I want to direct my first question to Congressman Al Green. You alluded to a little bit about recent court case, and can you help us understand how that affects what we should be, how we should interpret these proceedings today?
Yes, I'm familiar with the Petaway case. And that case did not say that minorities cannot coalesce and vote for the candidate of their choice. It didn't say that. It said that if you want to use that to establish a protected class, you cannot. But it doesn't mean that minorities, you can't have a district that consists of minorities who are electing a minority person. That's what Petaway said. The Justice Department got it wrong. This is the same Justice Department, by the way, that would allow your daughters to be taken off the street by men with masks. The same Justice Department that defies court orders. The same Justice Department that seems to believe that in this country, the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution only applies when the president thinks that it does. So it's got it wrong. And in Petaway, which is out of Galveston County, there was an effort to acquire a seat for a commissioner, and they wanted it to have protected class. It dealt with that specific type of incident. And Mr. Spiller, I believe you'll agree with that. That's what it dealt with. It did not deal with the notion that you cannot have blacks and browns voting together to elect the candidate of their choice. And I would add one more thing to this. This is very important. When you do that now, as you're doing it, when you do what you're doing now, you're enforcing the racism that the president is imposing upon the state of Texas. Don't become the president's next arm in Texas. He already has some. I don't want you to become more. Don't do that. It's time to allow justice to prevail. This is a gross injustice to decide that you're going to simply take 9 and 18 crack and then pack, not compact, pack them and eliminate 9 as we know it. By the way, 9 has been moved. I still live in 18. 18 is more 9 than it is 18. It is. If you look at the numbers, you just chose 18 as the number for it. But you didn't move my constituents when you moved 9, the number 9. My constituents are still in Sunnyside, they're still in South Park, they're still in Hiram Clark, and they're still voting for me. I want you to remember this, dear brothers and sisters. People of Texas are not going to forget this. This is something that is permeating our society. This is not just black people who are angry. White people are angry too. I said white, not Anglo. White people are angry too. There is no need for you to do this when babies have died and we need to take care of those families. What are we doing? How can we ignore what happened with the Guadalupe? How can we put that off and decide that gerrymandering is more important than taking care of the lives of those people? The people of Texas are not going to forget this. They're not going to forget because I'm not going to let them. They're not going to forget. I welcome any other questions.
Thank you very much. I do have a question for Congressman Doggett. So Mr. Doggett, you brought up that that you notice that the overwhelming testimony in these hearings has been opposed to this whole process, right?
That's right.
Were you aware? So besides the fact that we heard from hundreds and hundreds of Texans, and maybe 1 or 2 said they were in favor of this out of hundreds and hundreds, my team scoured the online submissions. And so here's something you might not be aware of. Almost exactly 3,800 submissions, only 48 in support. That's less than, it's like 1.2%. So would you agree with me that, along with Congressman Green, the people of Texas will not forget what's happening here today?
Absolutely, and I think the numbers would be even greater if there were broader public understanding of the wrong that's being committed, of the way that communities are being divided, communities of interest, communities that have worked together, that have wanted an accessible member of Congress, whether Republican or Democrat, citizens that want to assure they have accountable representation, that if they have a town hall, their member is not afraid to come and visit with them. If they have a problem in their neighborhood, in their city, that there is an accessible member of Congress that will be there to respond. The needs of Texans of both parties seem to have been largely forgotten here in terms of having accessible, reliable representation instead of some kind of incredibly gerrymandered districts that deny them that accessible representation. But I have to come back and say, and I don't know if there was a division in the numbers you mentioned, that while giving President Trump control of the Congress, which he's about to lose without these kind of gerrymandering plans, that the tool that is being used is race. And that's at the heart of this, as Representative Green pointed out. Were it not for the Justice Department of President Trump sending a message to Governor Abbott on July the 7th saying, get this job done within a month, correct the racial gerrymandering that has occurred, I will admit, as a lifelong resident of this city, I never realized that Republicans discriminating against white people was a big problem in our state, but the Justice Department did. And they said there was racial gerrymandering, and that you need to correct it, and you need to correct it fast, or we're going to initiate a lawsuit against you under the Constitution. And so race was the tool that is being used to advance the Trump interest, but it is central in what's happening with this map.
Thank you very much.
Representative Turner is recognized to question the panel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got a few questions for Congressman Vesey about Congressional District 33. And because I wanted to walk through the history of Congressional District 33, and I've got some maps here of different iterations, and I'm wondering if, Mr. McQueenie, would you mind passing that to the congressman? And I've got an extra set here I'm going to provide to Chairman Hunter, just so he can see what we're talking about. All right. I've got it. All right. Congressman Vesey, thank you for being here. And I want to just talk about, you alluded to Congressional District 33 and how it was created. I kind of want to walk through the history of it for a few minutes with you, if I could, because there's a lot of problems with this map, this bill that we have before us right now.
Right. And I served on the redistricting committee.
Right. And for members' reference, Representative Nicole Collier succeeded you in the House, right?
That is correct.
Okay. So this map that I provided you and Chairman Hunter, this is the Plan C-185 adopted by the legislature in 2011. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And did you vote for this plan?
No, I did not vote for this plan.
Okay. From a Tarrant County perspective, as you were representing House District 95 at that time, did you feel that this map was harmful to your constituents?
Oh, yeah.
House District 95.
This map was absolutely harmful to the constituency that I represented. There was no question about that.
How so?
Basically, what this map did was split the black community and the brown communities in Fort Worth up into just a bunch of little pieces, so they would have no voting strength in being able to have influence in congressional races.
Right. So basically, it took the predominantly black and Hispanic neighborhoods in Fort Worth. I'm looking, just eyeballing this. Looks like the north side, the Hispanic north side of Fort Worth. Looks like Como, which I think is where you grew up.
Right. That is correct.
And then a big chunk of what was then your House district in southeast Fort Worth, and submerged those minority neighborhoods into Congressional District 26, which would be dominated by voters in Denton County.
In Denton County, that is correct.
Okay. And this map then was the subject of a lawsuit in a federal court in San Antonio later that year, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And what was the outcome of that litigation with respect to the configuration of the congressional districts in Tarrant and Dallas counties?
The court ruled that the district was unconstitutional and violated the voting rights of minorities, and as a result, the district was changed. The primaries were actually moved that year because of the changes to that map, and so instead of having a March the first Tuesday of March like we normally do in Texas, the primaries were moved until the end of May, and the runoffs were held July 31st.
Okay. And so as a result of that court decision, the map was reconfigured. I'll go to the second handout now. This is Plan C-2100, U.S. Congressional Districts 2013 to 2022, really 2012 to 2022. But this configuration of Congressional District 33 was ordered by the federal court to remedy what they found to be a discriminatory map adopted by the legislature.
Right, that is correct.
Right? Okay. And so then this court-ordered map that was then ratified by the legislature in 2013 unified north side of Fort Worth, southeast Fort Worth, basically House District 95 for the most part, and as unify that with parts of Arlington, Grand Prairie, areas that I represent here in the Texas House that are also heavily minority, along with minority neighborhoods on the west side of Dallas County.
Correct.
Okay. And so since that time period, Congressional District 33 has been a majority-minority district.
Correct.
In which minority voters in Tarrant and Dallas counties have repeatedly demonstrated the ability to elect the candidate of their choice.
Correct.
And
That's right.
that's been you.
Right.
In each election. And then in 2021, the last time we did redistricting under the bill Chairman Hunter authored or sponsored, technically, in 2021, Congressional District 33 was reconfigured and redrawn, but still remained a majority-minority congressional district. Is that right?
That is correct.
And voters in Congressional District 33 since 2021 and today maintain the ability to elect the candidate of their choice.
Right, that is absolutely correct.
Okay. So now we turn to the current map, which I didn't give you a handout of that, but I think you've been looking at it. So this is House Bill 4 that the committee has before it now. And CD 33 is shifted eastward totally into Dallas County, but with respect to Fort Worth and Tarrant County more broadly, the majority-minority neighborhoods that were subsumed in 2011 into that Denton County district.
Yeah.
What happens to those neighborhoods in Fort Worth under House Bill 4, under this current bill?
Yeah, those neighborhoods are split up and paired into rural districts. Looks like most of them are put into the district that Roger Williams currently represents, and District 33, of course, is entirely in Dallas County. Remains a coalition district. The Latino population has actually dropped, so it does remain a coalition district. I know the governor had said that he was getting rid of coalition districts, but that's not the case. It's still a coalition district. But the representation in Fort Worth is 100% for the black communities and brown communities in Fort Worth. Their representation and their ability to have influence in elections are gone. It's done.
Yeah, they're basically cracked into really between, looks like Congressional District 12, the north side, and part of the south side are going to go into CD 12, and then the balance of southeast Fort Worth is going to go, and along with Forest Hill and Everman, are going to go into CD 25.
Correct.
Which stretches out to Callahan County, a couple miles west of
Right.
Fort Worth.
Yeah. Nothing in common with those communities.
And that's, so basically, this map, House Bill 4, with respect to minority communities in Fort Worth, in Tarrant County, it achieves the same goal that the map in 2011 did in a different way, but it accomplishes the same goal, diluting and really destroying the voice of minority voters in Fort Worth. And that's what the federal court found to be unconstitutional.
Right, absolutely. That is why we have the delayed primaries, and that is why the map was redrawn the way that it was in 2011.
And do you have any, last question, do you have any idea why it would be a good idea for the legislature to adopt a map that commits the same mistake that a federal court ruled to be unconstitutional in 2011?
I think it makes no sense at all for the committee to adopt a map that was struck down for those very same reasons and, could possibly lead to Republicans destroying the opportunities for the Republicans in other states if it happens here in Texas. I mean, if I'm Darrell Issa, I'm thinking I'm calling the chairman of the Texas state legislature right now. If I'm Representative Calvert, if I am any of those Republicans, I'm like, dude, what are y'all doing to us? Y'all about to make us lose our seats too. And I don't think this is good for the country.
I agree. Thank you. Thank you, Congressman.
Members, any other questions for the members of this panel? Chair recognizes Representative Hicklin to question the panel.
Representative Doggett, thank you so much for being with us today, making the trip. Appreciate that. In your testimony and comments, I noticed that you focused a lot on race. Are you concerned at all that treating minority communities as monolithic voting blocks for one political party actually risks violating the spirit and letter of the Voting Rights Act, especially when we're looking at the political performance that you can see in the Valley?
My concern is that when you have maps that have gotten approval of a federal court that recognize voting rights districts that provide opportunities for people of color in our state to be represented, have the kind of effective advocates that we have at this table and that you will hear from shortly from other colleagues, that it's wrong to come in and begin to dismantle that. And I don't find any justification in the Department of Justice directive to the governor to call this special session on race, and don't believe that there was racial gerrymandering in any form that would justify either this map or the Justice Department taking any legal action.
Thank you. I would refer to Chairman Hunter's comments about that we're responding to the call and not necessarily the DOJ letter. But thank you again.
Thank you.
Members, any other questions for the members of this panel? Representative Manuel is recognized the question of panel.
Congressman Green, I promise I'll make this short. Can you explain let me ask it like this. Does this feel adversarial towards you as a black person, as a black man, and to your constituents who are, would say, a rainbow group of people, of black, Hispanic, gay, straight, everything? Does this feel like retaliation based on who you are and the past of what it has been for black people when they've spoken out against administrations in this country?
Thank you for the question. And I heard you bring it up earlier, and I'm pleased that you would ask again. It is without question, reservation, hesitation, or equivocation that I remind everyone that we have a history in this country of expecting black men to be subservient. I am not subservient. I will not kneel. I don't kiss rings or any part of anybody's anatomy. We have allowed ourselves to have the plutocrats dictate the policies for the state of Texas. The plutocrats, government of the rich, by the rich, for the rich. The plutocrats, they're the people who are dictating. We are pawns on a political chessboard. That's what we become. They have literally used the influence of the almighty dollar to cause what's happening today. And we've got to get money out of politics, because if we don't, there will be no politics for the average person. Baker versus Carr will mean nothing. That's one man, one vote for those who may not know. Yeah. It will mean nothing. The president assembled some of the richest people in the world, and they are telling us what to do. You and I should be on the same page, Mr. Spiller. We should be working together against those people in Washington, D.C., who are trying to tell us here in Texas how to run our business. Texans are strong. Texans don't allow themselves to be dictated to. And that's what we have in the White House now. An authoritarian who defies court orders, who doesn't recognize due process of the law, who will allow your daughters to be picked up by men with masks and taken away. This is not the America we've wanted to have. This is not the government of, by, and for the people that we've fought for. And if we are not very careful, we're going to let it slide too far. And it's going to be difficult to bring it back. We are normalizing hate and bigotry in this country. I thank you for the question.
Members, any other questions for the members of this panel? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. This panel is excused. Chair will call up Greg Kazar, Jasmine Crockett, Sylvia Garcia, and Chaplain Stoglin. If those four could make their way up to these tables. And And once you've testified, if you wouldn't mind freeing up space in the room for those to come in, I know you've done it before. I appreciate your courtesy for that. And the next panel after these four, if you could go ahead and make your way to the room, will be Gary Bledsoe, Anita Batiste, Colin Allred, and Dr. Frederick Haynes. If those four could make their way into the room. And we've got, I believe we've been working where we got some 4 chairs over here on this side. So if y'all make yourselves at home. We'll go ahead and get started with those here, and then we'll pick up Mr. Kazar last. Okay. All right. We're working on bringing the panel up in the system. Okay. All right, well, let's start with Ms. Crockett. I'll show you registered to testify as Jasmine Crockett on behalf of U.S. Rep. Jasmine Crockett and self against House Bill 4. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please give us your testimony.
So first of all, it is a sham that we sit here and y'all pretend as if you care about what the people have to say, but we are going to make y'all listen as long as you will. This map does nothing but divide, distract, and depress. There is this idea that was put out there during his opening remarks that this does so much for black folk. Well, let me tell you as a black person, it does not. Let me tell you that in this map, to be clear, y'all added you added 2 additional Anglo majority seats. Now, when we went through the 21 maps, you added 2 Anglo majority seats, and now you're adding 2 more Anglo majority seats, and then you've decided that you are going to pack and crack, and that is the language that I am going to use because that is the legal language. And I also just want to remind y'all really quickly that it does not look good when you take every economic engine out of my district and then tell me that I am supposed to sit here and be so happy because you added black folk from a whole other community. When you want to talk about monoliths and whether or not they exist, this idea that you just take people and move them around. I have 200,000 people who were never in my district, and my district is 766,000. Playing move minorities around so that you can somehow claim that this is nothing but partisanship. The only way that you get here is by making sure that you trample upon the rights and the liberties and the voices of minorities. So let me give you a few facts about the state of Texas. The state of Texas only has 39% Anglos, yet somehow under this map, we are going to have somewhere near 60-something, almost 70% of these seats are gonna be chosen by Anglos. If we were looking for fairness and to follow the Voting Rights Act, you'd have 15 Latino opportunity seats, 15 Anglo seats. You then have 4 African American opportunity seats. Then you'd have 2 Asian opportunity seats, and the other 2 seats would belong to coalitions because we are a majority minority state where over 60% of this population is people of color. So if you want to do what's fair and right under the Voting Rights Act, as well as if you say that this Fifth Circuit Court case matters and somehow changes everything, my question to you is, when are y'all gonna do y'all's maps? Because you did your maps in 2021 and then the case came out and I haven't seen y'all talk about the fact that you're gonna redistrict the House and the Senate.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Greg Kazar. I'll show you registered to testify as Greg Kazar on behalf of yourself against House Bill 4. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Please give us your testimony.
I want to start with the elephant in the room. No lawmaker here, Republican or Democratic, is actually making decisions about Texas's maps. No one, in fact, in this state is making decisions about Texas's maps. The Republican members on this dais have outsourced our state's democracy to Mar-a-Lago and to the Oval Office. You're saying to Texas voters that you don't get to pick who represents you. Donald Trump gets to pick who represents you. I see this as a betrayal of the people in our state in service of a corrupt president who only cares about maintaining his own power. Here's the result. In this proposed map, 10 million Texans would get thrown out of their district into another district for no good reason. And 2/3 of those who are getting moved around are Texans of color. This proposal illegally suppresses the votes of Black and Hispanic and working class Americans. Just like George Wallace did, just like Bull Connor did, just like Governor Alan Shivers of Texas did, just like every other Jim Crow era villain that you and I read about in our history classes did. And I want to say a word about how this affects my home city of Austin, Texas. To wring as much power out of this as possible, Trump is demanding that we create districts that make no sense. The southern part of the Austin metro area gets gerrymandered into Port Aransas. Northern parts of the city get gerrymandered into Midland, Odessa. The drive between Midland, Odessa, and Port Aransas, which I know some of us have made, is 8 hours long. That is tearing apart my home's community in order to preserve billionaires' power. Please do not tear apart our home for the benefit of Donald Trump. It's the same old story over and over, corrupt politicians trying to change the rules to drown out the voices of working class people and communities of color. Donald Trump is the most corrupt president in American history.
Amen.
Ken Paxton, the most corrupt politician in Texas history.
Amen.
Do not be in on their scheme. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Chair will show Representative Guerra is now present. Good to have you with us, Bobby. Chair calls Sylvia Garcia. Shall you register to testify on behalf of yourself against House Bill 4? Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Please give us your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And you'll recall, I am from District 29, one of the targets that was listed in the Department of Justice letter. District 29 was created in 1990. It was made to be a majority Latino district and has remained a majority Latino district for 35 years. As a Congresswoman for CD 29, I have focused on the needs of the working families in Houston to ensure that they have a voice in Congress. I am the lead sponsor of the American Dream and Promise Act to provide citizenship for dreamers who are brought here to the United States as children, and I sponsored the Keeping Families Together Act, prohibiting eviction of mixed-status families in HUD housing, directly benefiting working Latino families. I have had a long public service career in Houston at all levels of government, including being a judge and being here in the legislature as a state senator. And since 1990, Houston Latinos have always had representation in Congress of their preferred candidate. But this bill, if passed in its current form, will no longer make that true. This is significant and material. Harris County would no longer have a Latino Opportunity District. In the current plan, CD 29 has a Hispanic citizen voting age percentage of 63.5%. HB4 lowers this by 20 points, down to 43%, less than 50. By lowering the CVAC, Latino candidates have a diminished chance of winning nomination in primary elections. HB4 dismantles a protected Latino Opportunity District which has functioned to elect the Latino candidate of choice for 3 decades. As of the 2020 U.S. Census, Harris County Latino population was about 2,034,000 people. If this bill passes, there will no longer be a congressional district in Harris County that elects a candidate of choice for 2 million people. This is a shame, it's a disgrace, it violates federal law and potentially the United States and Texas constitutions. I urge you to stop this illegal redistricting and focus on the true needs of Texans. Texans know what to do. We don't need a con man from New York telling Texas what to do. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Chaplain Stoglin. Shall you register to testify on behalf of the Frederick Douglass Republicans of Tarrant County?
That is correct.
For House Bill 4, is that correct?
That is correct.
Please give us your testimony.
The renowned economist Dr. Thomas Sowell stated, when you want to help people, you tell them the truth. When you want to help yourself, you tell them what they want to hear. Thucydides, the Greek warrior commando general, who later became a classic writer and philosopher, wrote in the history of the Peloponnesian War, the society that separates its scholars from its warriors will have its thinking done by cowards and its fighting done by fools. While the founder of the Frederick Douglass Republicans of Tarrant County, the late Honorable Reby Carey, stated, especially to black and brown Americans, be an informed, intelligent voter. Make your vote count. Remember, freedom isn't free. Someone has to pay the price. Historically, Texas has elected 40 Democrats, 1 independent, 1 unionist, and 6 Republican governors. We must read and evaluate the prosperity of our great state under each party. On 4 through 6, 1867 in Houston, Texas, the Republican Party of Texas was created by 150 colored men and 20 white men. They did this in the name of justice then, and we are requesting redistricting in the name of justice now. I echo their clarion call to have Republican leadership in the great state of Texas. As a Black American, Afghanistan veteran, a retired department head of the U.S. Department of Justice, I strongly support the Republican redistricting. I do not want, nor does the great state of Texas or this magnificent nation deserve to continue seeing systemic gang and street violence, a plummeting educational system, communities deteriorating, men and women's sports, etc., while Democrats sit quietly and fail to condemn or acknowledge the systemic moral decay, screaming systemic racism for anything that does not fit their narrative. These acts of evil must stop. We need Republican leadership for such a time as this. Republicans have a larger story. The late General Colin Powell stated, "None of us can change our yesterdays, but we all can change our tomorrows." We need and must have increased Republican leadership in the great state of Texas to remain great. As president of the Frederick Douglass Republicans of Tarrant County, I stand behind this statement. Thank you. Simplify.
Mr. Stoglin, I heard you said "I" a few times in your testimony. I had you registered only on behalf of the Frederick Douglass Republicans of Tarrant County. Do I have your permission to
Yes.
modify your registration to be
Yes.
also on behalf of yourself?
Yes.
Okay, we're going to do that right now. Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions for the members of this panel? Chair calls Representative Mann. You have questions? Okay, Representative Turner. Recognize the question of the panel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Questions for Congresswoman Crockett.
Yes.
Thank you for being here. You mentioned in your testimony that this proposal, House Bill 4, removes economic engines from Congressional District 30.
Yes.
Could you elaborate on that?
Yes, so Dallas Love Airport has historically been in District 30 maybe since it was created, which was also in 1990. It is gone now. All of downtown Dallas, which has AT&T headquarters, Goldman Sachs is there, and a number of others, entirety of downtown has been removed as well. As well as right there, this isn't necessarily one of the economic engines, but right there at the airport is a historic freedmen's town. And so I do have a number of freedmen's towns in general that are in my district. They removed that one that is right there by the airport, and they also removed, no, that's the only one that they removed. From what I can tell, I've not had a great opportunity to review these maps. It's been slow. And then they also removed the medical center. And what is so heartbreaking specifically about them removing the medical center from this district is that one of the 3 ARPA-H facilities that was authorized under the previous administration, the state of Texas is the only Republican state to get one, and I got it to come to my district. We're talking about tons of jobs. We're talking about a lot of money overall for medical research, and they removed that as well. As of now, I am unclear as to what economic engines really do still exist within the current iteration of my district.
And you're right. I know that Love Field, downtown, those have historically been parts of Congressional District 30, dating back to Congresswoman Eddie Bernice Johnson's early years in Congress.
Yes.
So it is shocking to see them removed. You mentioned how the map brings you further into Tarrant County.
Yes.
And so you would represent a big chunk of Arlington under this proposal. But I noted in looking at the boundaries of the map in Arlington, it takes Congressional District 30 right up to the edge of UT Arlington.
Right.
But doesn't include UT Arlington.
Correct.
And it takes you right up to the edge of the General Motors plant, but does not include the General Motors plant.
Right.
So and it certainly doesn't include the entertainment district.
No.
And so those are 3 economic engines in Arlington, which you would represent a much larger portion of, but they would not be in your district either.
That is absolutely right. And it's interesting that you bring up the Tarrant County aspect. I do want to be clear, because we are talking about the Voting Rights Act. When we're talking about the Voting Rights Act, we're talking specifically about Section 2. Section 2 is about race. So we will continue to mention race because that is the law. Section 2 and the Voting Rights Act overall was codified to basically further explain the 15th Amendment of the Constitution, which again was about race. So that's why we're talking about it. So when you look at Dallas County and the way that they have sliced it up, Dallas County is one of the most diverse counties in the entire state of Texas. But unfortunately, what they've done is they've taken those minority communities and they've separated them out. They've either divided them into random districts that have nothing to do with the things that they need. They're not communities of common interest, or they've packed them into districts. And now they're claiming, oh, we created a new something for you, so be happy. And it's not true. So when it comes to Tarrant County, unfortunately, Congressional District 33 was pretty much anchored in Tarrant County. All of those historic Black areas, Stop 6 and others, they now are supposedly going to be represented by somebody who's probably never ever gonna walk those streets. I just wanna be honest about that. And so the Tarrant County portion, in my opinion, it is being failed right now because what it should be is it should be either majority in Tarrant County or linked with other people in Tarrant County that are more communities of interest, or there should just be a wholly contained Tarrant County district, and they could absolutely do that, and they're choosing not to.
Absolutely. And in my view of the Tarrant County portion of the map is that, tell me if you agree with this, the minority voting strength in Tarrant County is greatly diminished through classic cracking in the case of CD 33 and packing in the case of CD 30. Is
Absolutely.
that fair to say?
That's absolutely. They used CD 30 to pack it up with minorities that they felt like maybe wouldn't go along with the white supremacist agenda, but yes.
And the previous comment, I think from the bill author, maybe in response
Been a question. I mean that's not even been the position of the state. I am engaged in litigation from the 2021 maps where they used CD30 in a similar way. And actually at the time that the 2021 maps, well, as we were working on the maps and the numbers came out, CD30 had a naturally occurring population of 52% citizen voting age population being African American. This legislature in 21 decided to pull it down from being over 50%. And they were allowed to do so because federal law says that it's more so about will this still perform as an African American opportunity seat. So they did not do me a favor and somehow create an African American opportunity seat. And their position in this current litigation that has not been resolved has been that CD30 is protected under the Voting Rights Act as an African American opportunity seat.
Absolutely. And back to the last question, back to economic engines briefly. Federal courts have historically looked at redistricting plans, and when legislatures have removed key economic engines from majority minority districts and districts represented by minority members of Congress or minority legislators, they have, is it fair to say they have taken a dim view of legislatures doing that?
They have absolutely taken a dim view, which is one of the reasons that I brought that up. In addition to the fact that I know that this legislature did ask us as members of Congress to confirm our addresses. I don't know how many of us actually still reside in the districts that we represent. I do not currently reside in my district based upon the plan that has been drawn, which is another red flag, in addition to courts consistently looking at how many people have been moved. And when we do the math, our districts are approximately 766,000 people. All of a sudden randomly moving approximately 200,000 people out and another 200,000 people in, because Tarrant County, I only had about 50,000 people in the current iteration. Now I'm going to have 250,000 people from Tarrant County.
Right. That's information I didn't know. So the legislature, as Texas Legislative Council, asked you recently for your home address?
Prior to us actually, yeah, prior to the testimony actually beginning, the public testimony that took place, they asked us to certify that our addresses were still correct, as well as the census tract. And we confirmed that, and we emailed back, and I got confirmation that they received it. Yet I know I was removed from my district. I know Mark Vesey was removed from his district. I know Julie Johnson's not in her district, and I can't. Joaquin is not in his, so. Listen, they took all of us out. They basically left the numbers somewhere else and removed us, is all I know, which is yet another thing that the courts will look at. I will be clear that I have every intention of going to court as soon as possible to get an emergency action done, because I do feel as if there is a violation right now, if this map passes, of the Voting Rights Act for so many reasons.
Thank you very much, Congresswoman. Mr. Chairman, can I ask the chairman and the bill author if the committee or legislative council requested to verify home address information for members of Congress and that information was received, why was that information disregarded and members of Congress, particularly minority members of Congress representing majority minority districts, were seemingly intentionally drawn out of their districts?
Chair's not advised or aware of that, so we'll understood and we'll look into it.
Would the bill author be able to address that?
Bill author's not currently at this time. I mean, you can ask him at close. Yeah, but I don't know.
I'd be curious
because it's legislative council. I don't know what legislative council receives or not.
I'd be curious to know if the law firm Butler Snow that ostensibly drew the map had that information, and did they just choose to disregard it?
Understood. Let's see. Going back, Mr. Stogler, real quick before we go to our next question. Whenever we change you to register on behalf of yourself as well, we need to list your occupation. Would you mind telling me your occupation that we could list on your registration?
I'm retired.
Retired, okay.
Yes.
And we have your permission to put that on your registration?
Yes.
All right, we've done so.
Earned.
Thank you very much. Next questioner, we had Representative Spiller as recognized question panel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got a few questions for Congresswoman Crockett, if you don't mind. Thank you for being here today. You've referenced in your testimony a few things about the Voting Rights Act, Section 2 in particular. You talked about the Petaway case, talked about coalition districts, the subject of the Petaway case, and you sound like you're pretty involved in litigation relating to redistricting. Have you, you're an attorney, have you read the Petaway case?
I have not read the Petaway case, but I am familiar-ish with it.
Okay. You understand that, I mean, you don't dispute that it's the law currently in the state of Texas?
I won't dispute that the Fifth Circuit has entered the decision. I will dispute that the Supreme Court has affirmed that decision. And I also want to say that I was present while the bill author talked about his interpretation of Petaway, and I disagree with his interpretation. In fact, he basically said this means that we can tear apart coalition districts, and that's not what it said. The Petaway decision stands for the position that you don't necessarily have to create new districts that are coalition districts, but not that the current coalition districts should not enjoy the protections under the Voting Rights Act. And what we're seeing here is that you are intentionally destroying coalition districts because of a misinterpretation of a Fifth Circuit Court opinion that, in my opinion, is also going to lead, because of the amount of minorities that we've talked about that have been moved around, because the Voting Rights Act itself stands for minorities having a voice, and we are in a majority minority state. I think that just like every single time Texas has gone to court, they have lost for being intentionally racially discriminatory. I believe that there will be no difference this time. You will be found to be intentionally racially discriminatory. I will tell you that this administration could care less. This administration just doesn't want to check, especially if it means people that are loud and proud like me have the ability to do a check on this administration for their last 2 years.
And that's your analysis of the opinion that you've not yet read?
Correct. I've not read the opinion, but I've definitely read summaries of it.
When you do read the opinion, which I would encourage you to do, if you'll look to page 17, it talks about one of the reasons that the court ruled the way that it did had to do with statutory construction. And it strictly construed Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act and referenced the fact that Congress has been silent. Congress has not amended that or addressed that and addressed coalition districts under the Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. So my question to you as a member of Congress, since the ruling in Petaway a year ago, have you filed any amendment to the Voting Rights Act that would allow you and allow the Voting Rights Act to be amended to provide for coalition districts?
Well, let me tell you something. As it relates to the Voting Rights Act, I have always signed on to and believe that we should pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, which would replace the entirety of the Voting Rights Act, as well as the Freedom to Vote Act, which would actually make sure that we could get some of this money out that allowed a presidency to be bought. So to be clear, when we left the last time when I was serving in the State House, we left because we wanted Congress to pass those two bills then. And since I've been a member of Congress, I have signed on. So do I have a fix? Absolutely. We need to pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Act, Advancement Act, and you know who doesn't want to sign on? People from your party.
Right.
So, I mean, I can't do nothing in the minority, but if I could wave a magic wand, or if you'd like to call some of my Republican colleagues on the federal level and tell them that they should do right like historically Republicans have, because it has always been bipartisan to reauthorize the Voting Rights Act, and we know that a Republican governor from the state of Texas, it was a Bush that reauthorized it last time, and when I say bipartisan, I'm not talking about one or two. I'm talking about passing with like 99 people. So listen, we are ready. We just need people that believe in fairness and freedom in this country to sign up and agree with us, and we will get this done. We will fix all the problems.
And I think my question is after the Petaway ruling a year ago, have you, since that time, filed any legislation to amend Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act to address the coalition district concerns that you raise? And I think that your answer is no.
The answer is that I have signed on to the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, which would resolve all of these issues.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Barbara Gordon Hawkins to question the panel. Is that right?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Congresswoman Crockett, you know, you've been in these chairs, and now you're on the other side. In speaking to our colleagues and trying to solicit their support to do the right thing, what would you recommend to our colleagues?
Listen, it is so frustrating to be here, and regardless of differences, you know, in fact, going to DC was such an adjustment for me, because when we do everything in DC, it's left or right. That's how we enter rooms. That's how we sit. Everything is left or right. Even when we're on the floor, that's how we vote. But in the Texas House, your desk mate may be a Republican. In the Texas House, regardless of our differences, guess what? So long as your key was in your desk, one of your Republican colleagues may vote your desk and will vote it the right way. They know you were gonna be the opposite of them, and they would vote it the right way. So it was weird for everything to be so separated, because even though we obviously were not in the majority when I was here, there still was this kind of Texas pride that we always walked with. And it was always that, listen, we are Texas, we are not DC. And right now, y'all are being DC'd. And that is wild to me, because we always talked about how we were Texas and that we didn't do the DC stuff. And so now to get caught up in this and do harm to the constituents that trust us. You talk about the hearings that took place. There were Republicans that said at the end of the day, I may not agree with the Democrats, but I agree with fairness. So I am here to testify against this process because it's not fair. I'm just asking for the Texas legislature to do what the Texas legislature has always done, which is to be Texas and not be DC.
Thank you.
Representative Pearson, you recognize the question of the panel.
Thank you, Chairman. My question is for Congresswoman Crockett. Thank you so much for being here and sharing your thoughts on the map. I hear you, I understand. But you did mention something in your testimony that I think is worth drawing out a little bit on. You mentioned previously the 2 Anglo seats from before.
Yes.
Who are currently in those seats?
One of them is Lloyd Doggett, and the other one is Wesley Hunt.
And does that mean one is a Democrat seat and one is a Republican seat?
Correct.
Okay. So the Democrat seat elected a white man.
Yes.
And the Republican seat elected a black man.
Yes.
Okay. And then so today you're concerned about the new Anglo seats, and the assumption that you're making is that it's going to lead to more Anglo representation.
It is.
Okay.
Because so to be clear, because I may have not been clear, these seats are not about who gets elected. They're about who gets to choose who is elected. And so, my district, while it is an African American opportunity seat, it is an opportunity for African Americans to choose their representation. But they don't have to elect a black person. We have a similar seat in Memphis, Tennessee, that historically was always represented by the Ford family. Harold Ford Sr. and Harold Ford Jr. had it, but now it is a white man that is representing that black seat. So it's not about the faces of the seats. It's about who gets to choose who's in the seat. And that doesn't mean that they're going to choose their own race. As you see, 2 Anglo majority seats, one went for a white candidate, one went for a black candidate. It's not about us as candidates. It's about the people that get to do the choosing.
Well, I would argue that based on the testimony that we've heard over the last week or so, it's both. We're hearing racism all over the place. We're hearing, people want to choose people who look like them, which apparently has been happening. And I just wanted to make it clear that, something that has not been said yet is that there are minority Republicans. I mean, there is a black and Hispanic Republican on the dais. And so I just don't think it's fair to just assume that the Anglo districts are going to lead to more Anglo representation.
Again,
But those were your words, so I'm just
Again, I
bringing that up.
apologize if that is how it was interpreted, but my clarification is that when we're talking about the law and the Voting Rights Act, it's never been based upon who it is that gets elected. It's based upon who it is that gets to choose who is elected. And unfortunately, adding 2 more Anglo seats in a state that added, if we're going on the census that came out in 2021, there were only 180,000 new Anglos to this state. So the idea that we would take the bodies of Black, brown, and Asian, 95% of what allowed this state to garner 2 new seats, and basically use their bodies for the benefit of making sure that a shrinking majority continue to hold on to power is wild. Because when we look at the numbers, this is just to clarify. In the last 3 censuses, in 2000, Anglos were 52.43% of the state of Texas. In 2010, Anglos were 45.33% of the state of Texas. In 2020, Anglos ended up being found to be 39.75%. At the same time that Anglo percentages were going down, somehow their seats and their ability to elect more representation to DC goes up at the same time that Latinos back in 2000, 31.99% of the state. Then it went to 37.62 in 2010, and then it went to 39.26 in 2020. Yet somehow they still don't have the ability to elect representatives of their choice, whoever they elect. It may be, you know what, we can talk about Lloyd Doggett. Lloyd Doggett, for the longest, was representing a seat that was a Latino opportunity seat. They chose Lloyd Doggett. That's fine. We just want people of color to be able to choose their representation so that we can comply with the Voting Rights Act as well as the 15th Amendment of the Constitution. That is it. And who they decide to elect is who they decide to elect. And in addition to this state being in trouble in previous court litigation, they have found that when this state legislature has said, oh, well, we'll add these minorities over here. Well, again, when you start shifting people around, they found historically, I want to say it was around the 2010 redistricting, that what Texas did is they decided to add basically low propensity Latinos in one of the districts. So that again, that district would not be Latinos being able to elect their representation because they took people that they knew had a low propensity to show up.
And so on that note, with these new lines, political performance was taken in consideration.
That is what we've heard from the bill author, yes.
And in previous hearings, I mentioned specifically that in the state of Texas, President Trump did win a majority of the Hispanic voters in the state. And just to broaden that even further, I mean, those are the numbers. President Trump did win the majority of the Hispanic votes in the state. In fact, he flipped, I believe it was 10 counties in the state. So don't you think that is reflective of this map, this proposed map, that the minorities who are here with the new minority districts that have been created, it is reflective?
No, Representative, I don't. Again,
Okay.
it's just based upon, I mean, this is just pure math. Like, I'm not trying to pick who is going to vote for who, because as it was stated earlier, the idea that anybody is a monolith is wild anyway. Right? Because first of all, Latinos down at the border, they are not the same as Latinos, say, in the DFW or in Harris County. Like, so I don't want to pretend as if any minority group is a monolith, which is one of the reasons that we talk about communities of common interest, because we work together and we function together and we do things a little differently. I mean, I'm sure there are even black folk in Houston that will argue that they're not the same as Dallas black people, right? So it's an ongoing thing. But nevertheless, what I will say is that is why you shouldn't just be grabbing up people from wherever and saying, oh, well, they all the same race. It is bigger than that. It is trying to make sure, and you brought up compactness earlier. And so compactness is one of those things that you consider as well, because again, it is different. When you look at a state the size of Texas, you know how many states you can fit in our state, right? So thinking about it in that way, a reflective map would look like the fact that only 39% of this state is Anglo. So how in the heck do we have 60% of the seats that go to DC are going to be decided by Anglos? That's the math that doesn't work. We need to flip the numbers so that people of color, no matter who they vote for, if they decide they're voting for Trump, and you're right, because of the 13 democratically elected seats in the state of Texas, one of those seats was a majority white seat. That's it. Everybody else, it was people of color that sent us to DC. But when we look at the Republicans, of the 25 seats, 23 of those seats are Anglo majority seats. 2 of those seats, Latinos are the ones that chose. And I don't have a beef with that. Like, that's who they elected, and that is perfectly fine. So they have 2 Anglo seats that are Republican. 2 Latino opportunity seats that elected Republicans. That is perfectly fine. People vote for who they vote for, but don't divide our communities and dilute our voices. And that's why we're here, because we feel like we're being diluted because we're packing black folk, or the bill author mentioned that there's some district that went up to over 70-something% Latino. That is packing. You don't need almost 80% Latinos for that district to perform as a Latino opportunity seat.
And so you don't agree with the new minority Hispanic seats? Because
I don't agree with this map.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Mr. Mann, you'll recognize the question of the panel. As soon as we get the microphone going.
I don't know if it's, okay, I'm going to try to be really quick because I don't want to belabor the point. I have a question really for all of you. Congresswoman Garcia. Congresswoman Crockett brought us something very interesting, and she was saying, we are different. Southeast Texas is different from West Texas, East Texas. One thing that we know historically is always done is to pit minorities against each other and make them to fight over scraps. Can you explain what is happening with these congressional districts in Harris County are forcing communities of interest to fight one another? And any example that you can tell me of how that has been historically used against our communities in a racist context to dilute the vote or to stop people voting, whatever that is?
Well, certainly there was an attempt to dilute the vote. I mean, when here are the numbers again, that my Hispanic citizen voting age population went from 63.5 to 43. If 20% down isn't dilution, then what is dilution? And to argue that now there's the new 9, which diluted Congressman Green's district, went from 25.3 to 50.41. I mean, that's just a little bitty, tiny, as Gilda Radner used to say on Saturday Night Live. That's a itty bitty bump above 50%. So frankly, give me a break. You diluted it, whatever you did, because you diluted the vote, split it up, and then you raised the African American. So yes, that kind of, by default, might put us in opposition. But it depends on who the candidate is. You know, I've been blessed that I've run citywide. I've had support from the African American community, Asian community. You don't win in Houston citywide without that population. So I think it's unfortunate because they're using race to divide us. Mm-hmm. And for anyone to argue that this isn't about race, the letter itself picked on four minority districts. Is that just a coincidence? No. And then they went in and divided them the way they did. So I think it's just, as I said earlier, it's shameful. And I will hope that you all don't support the map and that we can or that we can change it in some way. Because it's never good when we put communities of interest against each other. Communities of interest should be about bringing people together, not dividing them.
Thank you. Congressman Cesar, I know that you had also brought this up, and I am still beyond perplexed. And this is nothing against anybody in the city. This is nothing against anybody in Austin. But can you, for the love of God, explain to me what Travis County has in common with San Jacinto County, Polk County, Trinity, or Houston County? Because I'm going to tell you, I've never seen anything Austin-like in any of those counties. And I go there to just eat dinner, and I'm back home, and I still got people like, we almost to Houston from Austin. So can you explain that? Because I don't understand how we're trying to make this map better, but Austin is obviously a target. Can you explain how these counties have anything in common with this part of Travis?
I mean, anybody who's not a politician should just look at these maps and thinks it's a joke. And to your point, it's clear to me that these maps aren't drawn by anybody from Texas. It is you all on the diocese's job to draw Texas's maps. It's clear that somebody in Mar-a-Lago drew these maps. The southern suburbs of Austin and Hays County that I currently proudly represent, they have drawn out to Port Aransas. There's northern parts of Austin drawn to northeast Texas, western parts of Austin drawn out to Midland, Odessa. The only reason you do that is because you currently have a president that accepted a $400 million gift from the Qatari government, the biggest bribe in presidential history. It just got put out that he's spending $200 million in taxpayer dollars for an addition to the White House so he can go hang out there and have his golden toilet there too, I guess. The only reason that you would have a map that looks this absurd is because you have an extremely unpopular president that knows nothing about Texas who's sending a map here. And at the end of the day, what it does very clearly is what the Voting Rights Act banned in 1965. It specifically moves 10 million Texans, 2/3 of whom are people of color, and tries to use them as the president's tool, when ultimately Texans of all races should be the ones picking their members of Congress. It's just that simple. You look at it, and it makes no sense to anybody in politics, and that's when you know that you could smell a rat. And so, look, at the end of the day, this is not about any of us as members of Congress. No politician owns these districts. No member of Congress owns these districts. No president can put their name in flashy lights to the top of these districts. These seats are owned by the people of Texas. And if the people of Texas saw these maps, they would hang their heads in shame.
Thank you so much. And lastly, Congresswoman Crockett, the one thing that I find just so asinine to me, and I hope that you can maybe help enlighten at least maybe me, why people think taking economic engines from Black people or Hispanic people and saying, well, at least we put you together, that has done something historically to help us, because unless I am reading all the wrong history books and I'm just completely dunce, that's called redlining. And that has historically been used to disenfranchise our communities. It's been historically used to stop us as we're in the process of taking care of ourselves. And it's been something historically used to, once that community starts to become dumbed down for people, and I brought this up last time, to say that we're lazy, we're ghetto, why can't they just do this? Why can't they behave this way? When you take every economic engine away from them. So maybe you can explain to me how is that gonna affect that part of Texas that has historically dealt with some severe forms of racism, that people whose families never lived through racism will never be able to tell you the experience of how bad it was for them, not what they saw on, the Lifetime movie that said, oh, it's okay, we still love you, and my family wasn't racist like that.
Yeah, no. You know what? One of the things I failed to mention is that this map is so terrible that the two new black seats that they telling us that they gave us, because they're like, be happy we gave you some scraps, because that's kind of how it sounded when they said it to me. The 18th and the 30th lost their airports. The 18th had IAH, and the 30th had Dallas Love Field. And not only did it have Dallas Love Field, Southwest Airlines is based at Dallas Love, which is right there, right? As well as JSX Airlines is based in my district right there at Dallas Love. As well as we also have two plane manufacturers, and we have one that does some finishing work. It's not the headquarters, but a lot of private jets. Gulfstream is based right there at Dallas Love Field. Now, let me tell you what a good representative does. I can't speak for anybody else, but one of the major parts of having these economic engines, and they are then tied to my district, is I make them not be able to ignore my district. So when I'm talking about, like, what are you gonna do when you're hiring, and does that hiring look representative of our district? I promise you, when I walk in, they know who I am and they know about CD30. And so then they give me all the numbers and they ask, well, what can we do to do better? So for instance, when we had the FAA reauthorization, while I did not serve on the transportation committee, I was able to take information that I got from some companies, I won't name specific ones, that were lacking in diversity because they had a diverse member and they were a part of this district. And so I said, I want to help you. I don't want to hurt you. And so we were able to talk and get legislation into FAA reauthorization that would increase the diversity numbers when it came down to pilots, that would increase people's abilities to actually ascertain what is normally a $30,000 pilot's license, which then limits so many people of color from being able to enter the field. I am able to talk to them and tell them the things that they can do to make sure that they're hiring locally, and locally looks like within our district. When you have a break like that, this means that the economic opportunities for my constituents may go away because now they are not tied to my constituency, a constituency that unfortunately has 20% of my district live at or below poverty. To then take my economic engines away. What was fair for the state of Texas was, let's say there was an overrepresentation of black folk, right? Like black people were picking too many districts. And so they had to get rid of one of them. And it ended up being mine. I would say that's fairness. Like that's just what it is, right? But unfortunately, this map is not reflective of our state. And that's the only thing that I wanted to do, is be reflective of our state and make sure that you are keeping communities of common interest together and you're not depriving those districts that are already struggling of their economic engines, which has been done to both the 30th as well as the 18th.
And and if I may mention someone as it relates to Latino districts representative, because it's been brought up quite a bit, I currently represent a district that is a Latino opportunity district upheld by the Supreme Court and its conservative justices in the last decade. And what I hope that this panel looks at closely is some of these districts that are supposedly new Hispanic opportunity districts, that since you'll be reviewing a map made in the White House and not here in Texas, that you check to make sure that they did not intentionally make sure that it was neighborhoods of Latinos that they saw that in the last few elections voted at a lower rate, so that it could ultimately be, in fact, not a Latino opportunity district, but a sham opportunity district. So the numbers show that under this proposed map, there are more Anglo opportunity districts. And the so-called new Latino opportunity districts, I would look at that very carefully, and I believe judges and lawyers and history may look at those quite unkindly, especially if you dismantle the actual Latino opportunity districts that Congresswoman Garcia and myself currently represent.
Let's see, Mr. Tepper, do you have questions for the panel? Yes. So recognized.
Congressman Sacer, this has been racially focused of late and even charged. I think you made some comments about Hispanic districts being broken up, et cetera. One of the issues I'm seeing as we go through this process is that Hispanics, and I mean, according to most of the exit polls we see, voted for President Trump, about 55% of the vote. Does that change your testimony about dividing that population?
I'm not, Hispanic voters should, of course, be able to vote for whomever they want. What this map does is it tells those Hispanic voters that President Trump is going to change the lines and change who your member of Congress is. What this map does is it breaks up many of those Hispanic voters, cracks them into multiple districts, draws their districts across the state. And that's wrong. I believe that those Latinos and white voters and black voters should be able to call their member of Congress about issues in their community. But a Latino voter that lives in the South Austin suburbs should not, for political purposes, in order to defend a corrupt president, all of a sudden have their district drawn out to Port Aransas. That just makes no sense. That has nothing to do with who they voted for president. They can vote for whoever they want for president, but they shouldn't have the current president screwing up their lives, changing the rules of their election because he's scared he's going to lose an election. If he's scared he's going to lose an election, then he should do popular things and win their votes.
But Hispanics make up, I think it's 30-something% of the population of Texas already. It would be impossible to draw a district that wasn't splitting Hispanic votes in some way. Isn't that just like it'd be impossible to draw one that isn't splitting up white votes in some way?
I think a 5-year-old could draw a more coherent map than what they sent you from Mar-a-Lago. It is very difficult to draw a map as convoluted as this one. Y'all know
But this
it.
one is much more, it looks much more like the octagons we were talking about earlier, the hexagons. It seems to be much more cohesive, the districts, than they were previously.
I believe the current map.
Put them up against each other.
I'll be clear. I believe the current map is illegal and gerrymandered and absurd.
Correct.
And I believe strongly that Texas should have an independent commission. And I think that could prevent, doing that could prevent other states from going down this path.
Isn't that naive, independent commission? I mean, they're all appointed by someone that's got some kind of bias.
Actually, here in the city of Austin, Texas, the government does not choose who sits on that independent commission. And I think that is really the
So
proper
who
step.
chooses?
Citizens get to submit their names, and then the independent city auditor that is independent of the city of Austin actually has those citizens in place.
Okay, Chaplain Stoglin, retired Marine, sir. Along that same thread, black men are reported to have voted for the great President Trump 20% of the time. which is a huge increase from previous years of any other Republican versus Democrat presidential election. Do you see that trend continuing, or was that just a blip of some sort?
No, sir, that's absolutely continuing. I think it seems to me that people think people of color can't read, or people can't think that they have to be in a certain geographical location for them to vote, or else if they move out of that vote, or if their district moves, gosh, they can't think, they can't read, they can't go to college. I was in Afghanistan for 330 days, boots on the ground.
Thank you, sir.
I was the number 2 on the enemy snipers list. I reported directly.
I think
to the
in here you're number 1, but go ahead.
Yeah, I reported directly to the number 2 guy in charge of the entire war. I was the command chaplain of 39 nations of the world. And I raided a full-time security team. My gear weighed 80 pounds. And because of all that intensive training, I'm a disabled vet. And my security team weighed 140 pounds per person. I was not allowed to ride an elevator for a year. I had to climb up 6 flights of steps in Afghanistan. It's 140 degrees now there, and going in a building. And I was the command chaplain. And you know what's interesting is I also was the senior military advisor to a senior general of the Afghan National Army, who controlled the brain trust of the Afghan National Army. And nobody said, you were located in Afghanistan, well, I guess I'm deluded, I guess I can't have the brain power, I guess I didn't, but the general who had a PhD that I worked for, a 3-star general, he never said, you're the black chaplain, he said, you're the command chaplain of 39 nations of the world. And by the way, I've knocked on 151 doors, and it was never good news. And they were all kinds of people. And there were some people, there was one of your colleagues who mentioned about UTA this Monday, but he never mentioned the fact that UTA is the most friendly military university in the country.
But Maureen, to circle back, do you see the trend, the voting trends changing?
I see the voting trends changing, representative for Donald Trump and the Republican Party, because the Republican Party was created by 150 colored men, as I said, and 20 white men. And the fact of the matter is that when you consider our history, the 13th, 14th, 15th, and the 19th Amendments were voted on by Republicans. The U.S. Department of Justice was created by Ulysses S. Grant administration. So when you look at this as a whole, we are now as a people, black people, brown people, and people talk about Hispanics, and you talk about Spanish, you talk about the Cubanos, the Dominicans, the Mexicanos, you're talking about the Castilian Spanish, so when the Filipino Spanish. So when you look at all of this, that's what you're looking at. And I see the trend, particularly as black males, increasing Republicans, because when you look at what happened in the Great Society of 1960s, that they thought they were doing black people a favor, when Moynihan said, you cannot do this, you'll make the black community, or the Negro community we'll call then, a matriarchal system. You had 80% of black males who were fathers in the home. Today you have 80% who are fatherless. Who's suffering now? Look at these districts, and the black males are looking at these districts that are horrible. Schools, gangs, and you talk about daughters being snatched off the streets. What about these smugglers and these coyotes and all these people that are taking these daughters off the street? So, and nobody cares. And human smuggling is a huge issue. Black males as a whole is looking at this and all of these issues because of these issues and problems that are here today.
Thank you, sir.
Any other member of the committee have a question? Okay, Representative Hickley, you recognize the question panel.
Thank you, Chair. Quickly, because I know we want to honor the great citizens, great Texans that have come here today, but Representative Kassar, I didn't want to pass up on the benefit that we have of you being here and we're discussing your district. And the reason that I wanted to talk to you was related to your comments about District 27 and the shape and the gerrymandering. But your current district is like a gerrymander's delight. Would you agree? The shape in the shape.
I think that the shapes of virtually all of the districts currently in Texas do not make good sense. And that's why I mentioned to Mr. Tepper that, frankly, whether you're progressive or conservative or libertarian, I actually find that I agree with the vast majority of Texans that we need to get politicians out of the map drawing process and have independent citizens do it, because if this is what we're calling octagons and hexagons, I think for the average voter, they say that these do not look like octagons and hexagons.
Well, I'll just speak to the way that the proposed map, it specifically with your district, where currently there's an area that Representative Pearson mentioned is half a mile wide. I mean, it dips down like it's got a tail. And now when we're looking at it, we see the lines drawn along county lines. Like, counties are made whole in that district with the exception of Bexar County. And
with the very significant exception of Bexar County intentionally.
Well, it looks visually.
Visually, but I actually know those streets, and what they are intentionally doing, and I'll let you know in case they haven't shot the email, they're intentionally taking those Latino voters in southern Bexar County, drawing them in with places like Karnes City, specifically in a way that dilutes their vote, which is, again, what the Voting Rights Act was drafted to prevent. So at the end of the day, throughout our history, people have come up with every excuse they can on the surface to mask what's ultimately being done, which is to sound nice, to sound like you're doing something for the right reason, but at the end of the day, move Latino voters and move Black voters where you want.
I want to specifically talk about your district. We heard a lot of testimony specifically about your district and how San Antonio was connected all the way up to Austin. And so that is fixed here in the compactness specifically of that district. And so I'm just talking compactness along the county lines and visually because of what we've been talking about here. But there's one more thing, last thing. You mentioned that the president is wildly unpopular, and I reject that. I disagree with that. The election supports that. That focusing on a person, and I'm sure we'll hear lots of testimony that focuses on Trump, is somewhat of a distraction because we're talking about policies. Voters came out specifically on the border in the Valley. We can see that they voted for secure borders. Texans that you and I both represent, they want secure elections. They want their kids to have a good education. They're not afraid to let a coach pray on a football field. And that's what we're looking at, is that political performance. And obviously I support this map, and I'm hopeful that that's what we're going to get to. Thank you.
Yes, I believe the president ran on lowering prices, and our prices continue to go up. He ran on lowering people's taxes, but in fact, he is giving the biggest tax break in American history and the biggest transfer of wealth in American history from working class people to the rich. I'll leave it to you all whether you want to draw a map around a president's order, but at the end of the day, I believe that merging East Austin with West Austin into one district, and then trying to say that you're creating a Latino Opportunity District by merging Karnes County with Southern Bexar County, I just don't think anybody here's children or grandchildren are going to be proud of that.
Mr. Chair?
Oh, hold on. Representative Wilson, you're recognized to question the panel.
My question is to Chaplain Stockman. You had something you wanted to say?
Yes, sir. I was going to say that in 2010, I had the assignment to be the task force chaplain. They call it MACTAP TAC 24, and I'll break that down. That's Marine Air Ground Task Force, 24th Infantry out of Kansas City, Missouri. We were there to train 26 Central American nations on anti-narco terrorism, including Mexico, so they wouldn't have these people snatched off the streets. And sir, it's now declassified. Hamas was there. And so we didn't know, we had to identify that. And so we were there to do anti-terrorism, and because we knew that the border was going to be threatened. And that, sir, was in 2010. And so to Representative Hicklin question and all of that, that's what was growing, because we don't know who's in this country. And the president is saying, we've got to get these people because you don't know. And I tell you, if people saw what, and I hope they don't, what I saw in Afghanistan when children and bodies were blown apart, And then the mullah said, we had a gentleman, sir, who his wife needed to go to the hospital. He borrowed 2,000 American equivalent dollars. He was unable to pay it back. So he was brought before the mullah, the religious leader. And they had a 7-year-old daughter. So the mullah said, did you borrow the money? Yes, mullah. Can you pay the dollars back? No, mullah. Then your 7-year-old daughter is going to that family, and she will belong to a 17-year-old male. And so people would say, well, why didn't America get involved? Why didn't America get involved? Because it's their country. And so if you think it doesn't happen, it does. And so my point of it is that that's what the president is trying to get this country to understand. You can't measure your great American, comparatively speaking, lifestyle compared to what these people will do, have done, and will do. And I'm a witness to that. And so we had to have somebody, I had to have 10 JAGs, military lawyers, to look into it. And an anonymous American paid the $2,000. So this 7-year-old girl would not go to this family. And by the way, she would not see her family for 10 years. That's what happens in places like Afghanistan. And I had 3 interpreters whose names I will not call, they were classified, who worked for me and spoke good English. This is what the president is trying to convey to this country. And by these maps, whether you agree or disagree, I think Mr. Hunt said it in his very good presentation, in my opinion, this is what's happening. Americans still can read and write. They can choose if they want to vote for black people, white people, brown people. But at the end of the day, when I was in Afghanistan and I wore a uniform 28 years and 2 days, we didn't have, and my security team, by the way, since people are so color struck, didn't look like me. And they took their jobs very seriously. The first day I was in Afghanistan, a sergeant first class talked to me and he said, sir, you Commander Stogland? I am. Sir, walk to me. I did. Sir, this is your security team. We are willing to give your lives we're willing to give our lives for you. They didn't know me. We wasn't in the same neighborhood. We had to move.
Let's come back though. Let's come back to the bill.
So anyway, I'm sorry.
No,
but anyway,
I can listen to you all day.
No, members, when you question a witness, make sure that
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
You tie it back, please. Just hey, don't leave that on the chair to do.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Gordon Hawkins, you recognize the question of the panel.
This is a yes or no answer. Did you talk to the president? He told you about the mullah and what he wanted to do?
I worked for 5 presidents.
But did this one tell you?
No,
what
he didn't tell me
okay,
what
so
to
that
do because I haven't talked
no.
to the president. Has he talked to you, ma'am?
The other question I asked is starving people in other countries. Did the president tell you that that's what he's going to stop the starving that he's doing across America?
Okay, let's bring it back just to the map, everybody. And I just want to be an admonishment to
the map.
All questions and witnesses that.
Thanks for your question.
The question before this body is whether or not to take action on HB4. Now, anything related to that, of course, we're going to allow. But let's just try to tie it in a little bit tighter here. I think we had Representative Garcia. You're recognized the question, members of the panel.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Commander Stodden?
Commander. I was a commander.
So nice to meet you, sir. Thank you for your time and thank you for your service. Do you know how many members of the Texas House of Representatives have ever served in the military of 150?
151.
No, of 150
How many?
members
How many?
that are on the House. Do you know how many
I
have
do
ever
not.
served?
How many?
Less than a dozen.
That's 1% of us total anyway in the country.
Right.
1%, and you know this.
Yes, sir, absolutely. I am the first and only woman veteran to ever serve in this body.
What, may I ask, branch?
Air Force. Yes, sir. Okay. So the point of the matter is that when we're talking about redistricting and talking about, state politics and of that sort, I understand that you and I and even Colonel Wilson here have a different view of racism, racial issues, because we did grow up and came up in our whole adult lives, every day, and Tepper as well. Also served. Yeah. But what we did is we were under a culture of rules, sir.
That's correct.
Where we we're not permitted to disparage one another, or there is something called the UCMJ,
That's right.
which we know that will be utilized, right? So with that being said, sir, when we're talking about the politics of redistricting and doing these maps in fairness,
Yes.
unfortunately, this process does not have the same care that we were given when it comes to being colorblind and getting the mission accomplished. And I think that's where we can kind of all agree here that this is a process that, like our service in the military, is mission focused and should be colorblind. However, what we are hearing, and again, not just from us here, but from the thousands of constituents that have come to give their testimony, and you even as well, we want that fairness. We don't want there to be a racial aspect to dividing us. However, that's what we are experiencing with this particular process. So I just wanted to recognize that and just kind of, talk to that, because I know there's a lot of civilians in the room that may not understand where
Check.
we're coming from, having those conversations and saying that we don't operate by color. But I think that's where kind of the disconnect is, and unfortunately, we need more veterans who serve in the process in government
Hoorah.
so that we're better to understand mission first.
But they may not
Thank you.
understand UCMJ, United States Code of Military Justice, what you're referencing. And thank you for your service. And Representative Garcia, you know we also took an oath against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And we are to protect all the people, right? And that is our oath. Right, Colonel? That is our oath. And we are Americans. We can disagree, and the chairman has been very lenient in the committee, but the fact of the matter is, our uniforms mean something. And thank you for your services, whoever you are.
Well, certainly the chair agrees, and we're going to, I appreciate everybody keeping it very civil. I know we're passionate about any particular bill that may come forward, and I appreciate everybody keeping it civil. So I think Representative Turner, or did you have another question? Chair recognizes Representative Turner to question the witnesses.
Mr. Chairman, just a quick follow-up question for Congressman Kassar. Representative Hicklin asked you about the shape of your current district versus the shape of some of the districts in this new proposal that we've got before us today. But more importantly than the shape of your current district, correct me if I'm wrong, but your current district is a Voting Rights Act protected Hispanic Opportunity District, is it not?
My understanding is that's the opinion of the U.S. Supreme Court as it currently stands.
And it's gone through a couple different iterations over the course of the last redistricting, but fundamentally that district was created because the courts found that it was a violation of the law to basically subsume heavily Latino areas in South Bexar County into a district that was functionally controlled by Anglo voters.
My initial look at this map, as Representative Hicklin said, was while there are some counties that are fully contained in what is labeled 35 under this map, very conspicuously, southern Bexar County suddenly gets carved in. And I believe that courts and lawyers and people on this dais should take the time to see if that is intentionally done.
Absolutely. And so, just to be clear for the record, the current district you represent, Congressional District 35, is currently configured as a Hispanic Opportunity District.
That is my understanding, sir.
And you are the candidate of choice of the voters in those districts. You've been elected now 2 times.
Thus far, they've elected me, but they can choose whoever
we
they
take
want.
it one election at a time, absolutely.
Just like everybody here.
In the last 2 elections, certainly you have been that candidate. But the way Congressional District 35 is reconfigured in this proposal in House Bill 4, it may very well be that those Hispanic voters, particularly in Bexar County, the ones in Travis County aren't even in it, the ones in Bexar County may not maintain that ability to elect the candidate of their choice.
The map, of course, was only recently posted, but from my initial look, it seems that the Latino voters and communities of color and the bulk of the geography of current 35 gets merged in to create a new Congressional District 37. That district is majority people of color now, but we very well may find that voters of color do not have block voting power in that district. And then what is now labeled Congressional District 35 that has virtually no overlap with the current 35 seems to me to be something very suspicious, given that it pulls in southern Bexar County into places like Karnes County.
And basically, your current district is cracked in this proposal.
Well,
between
yes, and that's
Travis
without
Travis and
mentioning
Bexar.
without mentioning without mentioning Hayes County now being run out to Port Aransas, and then other parts being run out west.
All right, so it's cracked at least 3 ways.
At least.
All right, thank you.
Any other member of the committee have a question for this panel? Representative Pearson, you recognize the question of the panel.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll be brief. I would be remiss, Chaplain, if I didn't thank you for being here, coming all the way from North Texas. And thank you again for your service. And I just wanted to put a little bow on your testimony when asked by my colleagues if you saw the trend of black voters moving Republican. And I just wanted to say I'm honored to be on the front end of that trend, helping President Trump get elected from the beginning and leading his coalitions. And I just wanted you to know that out of all of the coalitions that I ran for President Trump, the Black coalition was the largest by hundreds of thousands. So thank you for being here.
You're welcome. And Madam and Mr. Chair, some of you may have not seen this, and the representatives, you know what this is. For those who don't, I was presented this stole in front of 39 nations. This is the stole that I was awarded in Afghanistan.
Thank you for your service.
You're welcome.
Any members, any other questions for the panel? Okay, we're going to go to non-members. Start, Representative Jones, you recognize the question of the panel.
Yes, Mr. Chair. This question is for Congresswoman Crockett. Aren't these gerrymandered maps a modern method of methodically mutilating minority voting power, exactly what the 15th Amendment was meant to make illegal?
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't know where we're getting lost in this conversation, because there's been a lot of talk about black people or Latino people voting for Trump. People vote for whoever they want to vote for. Like, that's not what this ever was about when it came about the Voting Rights Act nor the Constitution. To be clear, when we talk about Latinos, specifically down at the border, when we talk about those Latinos, we have 3 congressional seats, basically, that sit down there. 1 is held by a Latina Republican. 2 are held by Latino men that are Democrats. And guess what? Their districts voted for them as Democrats and then also voted for Trump. So they decided to pack even more Latinos in there, hoping that maybe they can kick them out, but also to minimize their voices. And just to be clear about what we're talking about minimizing. We were always trying to make sure, and it seems like even today, as black people specifically, we just want to be whole people as it relates to this federal government. I'm sure you know about the 3/5 compromise. But let me tell you about our voting strength in this map. In this map, African Americans basically have 1/5 of the power of an Anglo voter, because we have 4 million black people in this state of 30 million people, right? They said, y'all get 2 opportunity seats. So black people have 1 representative for 2 million and another representative for another 2 million, all right? But when we talk about Anglos in this state, there's only 12 million Anglos in this state. Yet somehow they have so much more voting power. And when it comes to the Latinos, and I'll pass it along, the Latino vote is only 1/3, has only 1/3 of the power of an Anglo, and black people have 1/5 of the power of an Anglo. What we are trying to say is we want equity. I know that's a bad word nowadays, but we are all human. And last time I checked, only citizens are allowed to vote in these elections. So every citizen should have equal access to choose their representation, instead of crowding black people to the point that all the black people in the state only have 2 representatives, and all the Latinos in the state are crowded up to the extent that their voting power is diminished. That is why the vast majority of the people that have signed up to testify as relates to this bill are testifying against it. Now, they not gonna care, because I've been here before, but we literally have 400-something people that they are trying to testify against them. And the reason that their voices are being ignored is because even in our state maps, whether they're the state house or the state senate, our voices are not where they are supposed to be. If they were, our representatives would listen to us and we would get legislation that was reflective of the will of the people in this state.
U.S. Supreme Court or the Fifth Circuit?
Absolutely. They have never struck them down. There's no, and they can't cite a court case that struck them down.
And along those same lines, regarding the legal precedent, Petaway v. Galveston County, which we keep hearing about, the Fifth Circuit ruled that a Black and Latino coalition district wasn't protected under Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, but the United States Supreme Court did not affirm that decision. They simply denied cert in June of 2024. So isn't it true that a denial of cert is not an endorsement of the Fifth Circuit's reasoning? They just refused to review the case, since we both lawyers.
Absolutely.
Okay.
That's all that it means.
I want to make sure of that as well. Also, Congresswoman Crockett, you heard Chair Vasud admit on the record at the beginning when he was explaining the process that he's not informed about this 350-page bill, that he hadn't had time to fully read or understand it. So if even the chair isn't informed, how can everyday Texans with no legal training nor staff and only 48 hours to respond be expected to give meaningful and informed testimony on something as complicated as this in this hearing today?
That's $1 million question, but I assure you that this seems like it is part of the design and not a defect.
And my final question to you, Congresswoman, you attended the University of Houston Law Center, correct?
Yes, we're both Cougs.
We both go Cougs. So you're familiar with Congressional District 18.
I am.
You served alongside both Congresswoman Jackson Lee and former Congressman Sylvester Turner.
Yes.
Who happens to be from Acres Homes.
Yes.
Given that history, can you speak to the significance of stripping CD 18 of Acres Homes in Independence Heights, which, by the way, are both historic, in CD 18 and Intercontinental Airport, and moving them into CD 29? What message does this send to the 18th Congressional District?
Yeah, it is so unfortunate. The 18th has such a legacy, going all the way back to the incomparable Barbara Jordan, who also served on the state level as a state senator. And as we know, Barbara Jordan actually ran for the state house multiple times and was unable to be elected. And it was not until that fateful election, after we had opportunity seats created in the state of Texas, that in the state house, my late great predecessor, Eddie Bernice Johnson, was able to be sworn in 1972. That is also when the dean, who sits up here, the first two Black women that were ever elected to the state house, at the same time, Barbara Jordan was able to win and serve in the state senate because there had been a change in the law. And there was a recognition of the fact that minority voices have been diluted. Now just think about the fact that the dean, one of the first Black women, the first two Black women to ever swear into this body, is still serving today and serving honorably over 50 years later. But unfortunately, 50 years later, things don't seem to be looking up or looking better. They are trying to make sure that there are less Miss T's coming along than more. That is why we are here, because we know that there would not be a Miss T or a Eddie Bernice Johnson but for laws that made them do what was right, which means that certain communities had an opportunity to elect their representation. I don't know why we are pretending. I honestly would rather people just tell us what it is. We don't care about Black and brown. Just say it. Like, let's just be real about it. Because that's what they're going to do when you say Black folk. You have 4 million of y'all here, but you only get 2 seats amongst the 4 million. while 12 million Anglos end up with all these seats, 20-something seats. So, taking an economic engine out like IAH, one of the largest airports, not only in this state, but one of the larger ones in this country, that deprives this community that a lot of these historic communities need a little bit of economic kind of tie-in to help them thrive. When you start to talk about Acres Homes, listen, Acres Homes, and when you talk about the late, great Sylvester Turner, when I tell you he was so proud to be from Acres Homes that he never left. He made sure he was always going to stay there because he never wanted the people to believe that Acres Home ever left him. He could be the mayor of the city of Houston or be the congressman from Houston, but at the end of the day, he was born and bred in Acres Home, and he wanted those children to recognize that it's not where you come from that will determine where you are going. And so he stayed there, but this is a historic Black community. So again, they took one of my freedmen's towns away. There are certain things that I had to fight for that freedmen's town to even have their designation, and I had to fight for certain things from coming in there. When you throw them into another district that does not know their struggle or does not care about their struggle, then they won't have a representative, no matter who that representative looks like, that will protect their interests. That is what common interest looks like. And so taking those things out of the 18th, in my opinion, is downright evil. And it is wrong, and we will see what the courts ultimately have to say about it, because I don't think that we will engage in real legislation in this body. Real legislation looks like real debate where parties listen. Real legislation looks like actually taking up amendments. Real legislation looks like taking into account what these members who have traveled from all over the state have to say, and hearing them and taking that into account, and making sure that the legislation doesn't come from some random person whose name we cannot name right now, but a random law firm who none of us hired, and then saying that this is what y'all gonna get, instead of listening to the very people that put everybody that's sitting here into these seats.
And along those lines, this is what I say. People, let's just say the Republicans on the ones who've spoken are scrounging their faces up or chagrined because we keep using the word racism, right? Yeah. First of all, where I come from, in the 18th Congressional District, you call a spade, right? And everybody keeps saying, why are you talking about racism? And why are you pulling a race card, for the most part, which is what they try to do to get us to back off of speaking truth to power and telling the truth. I'm going to pull that race card from the bottom of the deck, the middle of the deck, the top of the deck, as long as they keep doing racist stuff, right?
Yeah.
So if you don't want me to call a race card when you're being racist, then stop being racist.
Yeah.
And all I'm going to say is this. The way that they have cracked and packed our districts, and again, when you talk to Congressman Cassar, when you talk to Congresswoman Garcia, when we talk to you, when we listen to Congressman Vesey, and we listen to Congressman Al Green, in the urban districts, which is where most Black and brown people are, by concentration, that is where they literally took away or designed 3 seats taken that are voted by either Black people or brown people. And they figured out a way to surgically, like precisely, crack us and pack us so that white folks would get more seats.
Yeah.
And you can sit up here and you can tell me that's not true, and we were just trying to get 5 Republican districts. That's like telling me it's raining when you peeing on me. We just not that stupid.
Yeah.
But thank you for your testimony. I appreciate you for coming.
No, and I think the last part of what you said is so important, because we continue to hear how well Trump was performing with Blacks and Latinos. Then why is it that we getting less Black and Latino seats? Give them to us, because we have the population. Give us the seats. If they vote for Trump, then God bless them. I mean, that's all I can say. God bless them who they vote for, but they get to vote for who they want to vote for. So give us the seats. Like, I mean, Katrina and I, Rep Pearson and I, we have talked about this before. Like, if we have a map that is reflective of the beautiful diversity of this state, then I am happy. You don't have to worry about me talking noise to you. And ultimately, again, as we have, Latinos are voting for Republicans in at least 2 seats in the current map. I don't care who you vote for. but give it to the people because they are the ones that get us the seats in the first place. It is our bodies that they keep using, and then they want to diminish our voices. Stop it. That is all I'm asking for. Stop it.
I appreciate you all.
Chair recognizes Representative Raymond to question the members of the panel.
Testing, mic check. Could you remind me of the chaplain's name? Because I want to ask, I really just want to ask the chaplain some questions.
Yes,
But I didn't get his name.
I have him registered as Chaplain Stoglin.
Chaplain Stocklin, yes.
What? What?
Stoglin.
Stoglin.
Yes, sir.
Stoglin.
German, they tell me.
Stoglin. Before I ask him, and I want to ask him because you know you're not a politician, and so I feel like we can get some really straight answers. That's a joke, kind of. But Chairman, I do want to correct for the record, Chairman.
Gentleman's only recognized the question of panel.
But no, it's not a question of you. It's
Okay.
just to correct the record. That, you know, I'm sorry she's not here, but Representative Hicklin said that she felt that Trump was wildly popular, even though some didn't agree. And I just want to, for the record, stipulate that wildly popular is now defined by 39% approval, according to Fox News. 39% approval in the country. Wildly popular, that's what that means. The other thing, though, I do want to mention, because I'm Hispanic and I have the most Hispanic state rep seat in the country, you know, we have a gentleman here who ran for the United States Senate, Colin Allred, who carried the Rio Grande Valley, which is largely Hispanic, carried my district, which is obviously very Hispanic, overwhelmingly carried it, and carried the Hispanic community against an Hispanic incumbent United States senator. Trump did not win the Hispanic vote in Texas. That's fake news. Anyway, let me ask the chaplain a couple of questions. Chaplain, you said you support House Bill 4, is that right?
Yes.
And,
Yes,
and
sir,
you,
I do.
And you support it because, just remind me, because I don't want to put words in your mouth.
I'm an American and I choose to like it.
No, I know, but you like it because?
I think it gives better representation to
Because-
what is being done in these districts.
I thought you had said, and if I'm not right, then correct me. I thought you had said you liked that this would create more Republican
Yes,
members. Is that
leadership.
right?
Yes. you are
So there would be more Republicans, in your view, more Republicans elected to Congress if this map is approved. Is that right?
That's correct.
And that makes you happy, right?
Yes, it does.
So you're glad that they're doing this map because it's guaranteeing more Republican congressmen get elected. Is that right?
It's guaranteed that people of America can choose to do that.
Well, no, only people in Texas. Only people in Texas.
No, that's what I'm talking about, the great state
All
of
right.
Texas.
Well, you said American, but people in
Well,
Texas.
we are Americans in
No,
Texas,
but you
are
said
we
people in Americans could, but
Americans
it's
in
only
Texas.
Texans, American
Texans.
Texans who are Americans.
The great
Or
state of
Americans who are
Texas.
All right. And so,
Members.
so I just want to clarify.
Hold yield for a second. The court reporter waved at me in panic.
Just like
So
exactly.
I want to make sure that we all understand. I think it was American Texan, Texan American, American Texan. Now she's panicking at me.
The great state of Texas.
All
I'm
right.
talking about citizens of the great state of
let's
Texas.
just make sure that we slowly don't talk over each other because the court reporter, it might catch on fire over
Exactly.
there. So with
Yeah.
that, Representative Raymond
Apologies to the.
is recognized for question of witness.
Thank you, Chairman. Chaplain Stoglin supports this bill because it would create more districts that would be represented by Republicans in the United States Congress. Did you get that? Okay, good. And so let me ask you, do you think, Chaplain, I know you're listening to a lot of legal stuff up here, but let me ask you, do you believe that race should be considered when we draw up these districts or not?
Let me answer in two parts. Race is always considered because people talk about race, and that's who we are. Secondly, when we continue to talk about we want in this state specifically, to your point, that we want people to represent us, then that doesn't mean that because we are black people, brown people, that we can only think because we're in a black community or we're in a brown community. People choose what they want.
So again,
and
I
I've
asked
been in those situations in other states, including
Right.
Mississippi, staying across the street from the Grand Dragon of the Ku Klux Klan of Itala County. So been there, done that. It's still what people choose to do. We are Texans We can choose to vote for black people,
No.
brown people, white people, Asian people.
That's not my
But
question.
the question is, are they going to represent that district?
That's not my question. You're starting to sound like a politician now.
No, sir, I'm sounding like who
No,
I am.
no, I'm asking you, I asked you very directly, Chaplain, do you believe that race should be considered when they're drawing up these congressional districts?
No,
They should not.
no,
But
because
know-
you can't have it both ways. You say
That's
one
right.
hand, you don't
that-
want to be protected.
That's right.
Then you want to be protected.
You can't have it both ways. You want more Republican seats guaranteed, that's what you testified to. And the only way you do that is by considering race. And you know how? You put more Anglos into those districts.
So
That's how
what I'm
you
saying.
do it.
I hear you questioning, but basically you're leading a question
No,
here
it's not a
by
lead. That's
saying
a
that
fact.
if all Republicans are going to be Anglo.
No.
That's an assumption.
No, I'm just telling you, when you look at this, the only way you can take districts represented by the 3 members who are sitting next to you and guaranteeing that they'll then be Republicans, which is what you want, the only way you do it is by considering race and that you take more Anglos and put them in there.
Maybe
and by
not.
the way, no, that's what you do.
No,
So
maybe they won't. No, sir.
You just said
maybe
you
they won't be Anglo.
You just said you can look at the maps. They are.
We
They
shall
are.
see.
For the record, they
What
are.
did they just say? You got to wait for the election time, right?
No, look
Okay.
at the map. They're more, all these districts that are being created. The only
My
way,
position is my position.
I know, and your position is that race should be considered. And to get to the race that you want is to put more white people in these
No,
districts.
sir, you don't put words in my mouth. That's not what I
That's what
said.
you said.
No, sir.
That's what you
You
said.
are
But
in
let me say
error.
this. You said
You
that
are
you
in
think,
error.
you think that black men, that some people think black men can't think for them, or what'd you say?
Yeah, because as if you're only in a black district, you can only think for black people. If you're in a brown district, based on what's been attested to.
Do you think that the 80% of black men in Texas that voted for Democrats can think for themselves?
They can think for themselves. They can
So
choose
80% of the black men in Texas can think for themselves, right?
I believe they can. I think 100% of them can.
But the other 20%?
I said 100. You said 80. I said 100.
Well, because you said something about the 20% that vote Republican can think for themselves. Well, what
I
about-
didn't say that, sir.
What'd you say?
I said that it's as if what's been inferred and indicated and talked elongated about, as if color, and as if nobody's going to vote for black people if they are out of these districts, or they're not going to vote for Hispanics if they're out of these districts, whatever these current designated districts are. That's not true.
Well, what I know is that by your own testimony, 80% of the black men that voted for Democrats, I guess they do know how to use their brain, right?
I never doubted it.
Okay, so 80% of black men in this state believe that Democrats should be representing them in the United States Congress. So they're pretty smart, right?
That's their choice.
That's their choice. They're pretty smart, right?
I didn't say that.
They're pretty dumb?
I didn't say that
Can they
either.
think for themselves?
I hope they can.
Can they? Can they think for
I
themselves?
have no idea.
Last question, can they think for themselves? The 80% that vote for Democrat, can they? Yes, it is, Chairman, yes, it is.
I think that people.
Can
those
they think
people
for
who
themselves?
Vote if they vote their choice. End of story.
So they can think for themselves, right? Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Stoglin, I had called you to testify as Chaplain Stoglin, but I looked at your registration. Your first name was listed as Chaplain. Is that your first name?
No.
Okay, what's your first name?
Rich, R-I-C-H.
Rich,
I'm sorry.
R-I-C-H?
Yes.
Do I have your permission to change your your
Yes,
registration?
you do.
First name of Rich, last name Stoglin?
Yes.
Okay, and we'll make that correction right now.
Good to go.
All right. With that, members of the panel, thank you for your testimony. This panel is excused.
Mr. Chairman, if you'll indulge me, I do have a letter that was given to me after my testimony from the Congressional Hispanic Caucus of the United States Congress. Could I submit that for the record? Or do I need
Please
to-
hand that to the clerk, absolutely.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Congresswoman. Members, we're going to now take a little break. The House Select Committee on Congressional Redistricting will stand at ease for 5 minutes. The time is 2:47 p.m. The House Select Committee on Congressional Redistricting will come back to order. If the members of the gallery would please take their seats. Chair's going to call up our next panel. They'll make their way to the front here. I have Gary Bledsoe, Nita Batiste, Colin Allred, and Dr. Frederick Haynes.
No, ma'am.
Okay. Trying to take you guys from right to left here. Ma'am, I'll show you registered to testify as Nita Batiste.
That is correct.
On behalf of the Alabama Coshada Tribe of Texas against House Bill 4. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please
Mr.
give us your
Chairman.
testimony.
Thank you. Chikma Hachikano Bana, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Nita Batiste. I serve my people, the Alabama Coshada Tribe, on Tribal Council. We are one of 3 federally recognized tribes in Texas with over 1,400 enrolled members. Our tribal land is located primarily in Polk County. I'm here to testify in opposition to House Bill 4. Since 2023, we have been part of Congressional District 8, represented by Congressman Morgan Luttrell. Anchored in East Texas, Congressional District 8 is comprised of rural and suburban counties with similar demographics, common interests, and values to our home county of Polk. In addition, Congressman Luttrell has represented the tribe with respect, passion, and conviction. He has taken the time to learn about our history, our people, and the issues and concerns we have. His committed representation of the tribe is necessary to us due to the many issues the tribe faces on a continued basis. Congressman Luttrell has been a true champion for us. House Bill 4 proposes to now place Polk County in Congressional District 10. The new district runs from Polk County in East Texas all the way to western Travis County. The population center will now be Austin. The Alabama Coshada Tribe strongly encourages the committee to reconsider the placement of Polk County in Congressional District 10 and would respectfully ask that you place Polk County in Congressional District 36, which is more reflective of the tribe's values and daily priorities. Under the proposed map, Congressional District 36 is centered in East Texas. In addition, Congressman Brian Babin represents Congressional District 36. He represented the tribe from 2015 to 2022, of which the tribe holds in sincere gratitude. Alila Molo, thank you for your consideration of this request.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Colin Allred. I show you registered to testify as Colin Allred on behalf of yourself against House Bill 4. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Colin Allred. I'm here as the former representative for a district that you're trying to rip apart. I'm also here as a voting rights lawyer who has spent his career helping his community deal with the consequences of this body's actions. I'm here as a product of our public schools, the YMCA, and the working class neighborhoods that you seem to want to ignore. The people who made it possible for me to go to the NFL, to become a civil rights lawyer, and to serve in Congress. Most of all, I'm here as a Texan, and Texans know BS when we see it. When you pass the toughest voter ID laws in the country, it was my job to help folks deal with the chaos that you created, to answer their questions, to help them gather their documents. When you made it harder for seniors to vote by mail, I helped them jump through your hoops. And when you gerrymandered the last time, the place where I grew up, we beat you anyway. We flipped the 32nd district back in 2018. I spent my life fighting against the harm that this body keeps doing to Texans. But I have to be honest, I've never seen anything this brazen, this broken, or this spineless. Let's not sugarcoat it. This is not redistricting. This is rigging. For decades, black and brown communities have fought for representation in this state. There's a long legacy, stretching back to abolition, that I and so many others have to honor by speaking out now. It's because of them that I had a chance to serve in Congress. It's their shoulders that we stand on. They're why I became a voting rights lawyer in the first place, to show up for my community, the same communities that you're abandoning here today. I have to say, how dare you sit here and talk about constitutional concerns when we all know what this is? It's a power grab by one man, for one man. If you do this, we will see you in court, and we'll see you at the ballot box. And I promise you this, Texans won't forget. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Chair calls Gary Bledsoe.
Mr. Chairman, let me, some written testimony.
You bet. Absolutely. Clerk will gladly accept that from you. I show you registered to testify as Gary Bledsoe on behalf of the TX NAACP and self against House Bill 4. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, Mr. Chair, members of the Redistricting Committee and legislators. This highly unusual mid-decade redistricting, like everyone before it, reminds me of the long, unbroken history of efforts to silence and diminish the political power of black Texans. C-2308 accomplishes this illegal and unconstitutional goal, despite what's been said, eliminating 2 districts where African Americans were able to elect their candidates of choice. We need to remember that this is not just about political parties. It is about systematic efforts to restrict the influence of people of color in this state. At this nation's founding, the Constitution enshrined the 3/5 compromise, counting black people as only 3/5 of a human being. The purpose of legislative representation was behind this. This is where our state is moving again. Out of 38 congressional seats, currently, white voters control or dominate 28 of them, which is 73%. Under the proposed map, because we've had little time to examine it, we can determine that there are at least 3 additional seats that will be dominated by white voters. So white voters are 40% of the population, as you heard Congresswoman Crockett talk about earlier. Yet they will now control 81% of the congressional seats. I think that's an abomination. The bill eliminates the 33rd as an African American Opportunity District drawn by courts, and that also violates the Constitution. And I guess that may be my beep there, so I will forego the rest of my testimony.
Thank you, sir. Chair calls Dr. Frederick D. Haynes III. Show you registered to testify on behalf of the Friendship West Baptist Church senior pastor and self against House Bill 4. Is that correct?
Yes, thank you.
Please give us your testimony.
Yes, my name is Frederick Douglass Haynes. It was my hope that the outcome of the hearings would reflect that we were actually heard. Instead, it feels that in light of the proposed maps, that some people are just tone deaf to what Texans want. Tone deaf to justice, tone deaf to the spirit of the Voting Rights Act of 65, 70 years ago, but their ears are wide open to the wannabe king in D.C. Our Justice Ministry has almost 3,000 signatures attached to a rejection of the racist redistricting because we want to be heard. With racist surgical precision, these maps reflect gerrymandering with a scalpel dipped in injustice which amounts to legislative sin. The Bible, often quoted by many here, has a prophet by the name of Isaiah who warns, "Woe to those who legislate evil." It's an announcement of judgment on those who are in positions of power and legislate evil. We had hearings, but we weren't heard. So I remixed the old commercial, "Can you hear us now?" We the people have not been told, and we need to know every analysis or assessment that was done for districts 9, 18, 29, 30, and 33 when this map was drawn by the law firm. The Texas I live in is growing more diverse, more vibrant, more engaged, but this map sends a chilling message that some Texans count more than others, that some voices can be amplified while others are muted or moved out of sight. Can you hear us now? The proposed redistricting maps are not simply technical adjustments, they are a moral failing. They silence the voices of black and brown communities, including mine, by redrawing lines to remove us from districts where we have built coalitions, cast ballots, and claim representation. Because of these new lines, Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett, an unrelenting voice for justice, will no longer represent me. That ain't a coincidence. She was targeted by the wannabe king who weaponizes his power. This redistricting is not about fairness, it's a calculated attempt to dilute our power. These maps are not just unjust, but they are immoral.
Please
So I
complete your
simply
testimony.
call on this House to reject gerrymandering, resist injustice, and to remember that democracy is not the privilege of the powerful, but the promise to the people. Can you hear me now?
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions for the members of this panel? Representative Barbara Griffin Hawkins, you recognize the question of the panel.
Pastor, you have any additional comments?
Without question. I want us to keep in mind, this is 70 years post-1965 when the Voting Rights Bill was passed, signed by a Texan in D.C. named Lyndon Baines Johnson. One of the sad things about that Voting Rights Bill, not only has it been gutted, but a part of the gutting had to do with certain states that had an ugly track record of gerrymandering, voter suppression, and one of those states is this one. And what this committee is doing is basically what the Voting Rights Bill 70 years ago warned against. And so the question becomes, are we going to be honest to the spirit of what it means to live in a democracy where every vote counts, every person has a voice who is eligible to vote? Are we serious about that? I'm real concerned that we've had hearings, and I want to thank the chair because according to Mr. Hunt, you didn't have to do it, but you did, and I thank you for that. Because for me, when you say we're having hearings, it's because you want to represent the voices and the will of the people. And so I thank you for that. But since you didn't have to do it, my question is Jasmine Crockett right? Is this a sham or were we heard? Because the vast majority of Texans reject outright what is being placed before us. Jasmine Crockett right now is my congressperson. But the way this thing has been, I'm gonna use the language, you don't like it, cracked and packed. In the racist redistricting, she's no longer my congressperson. I want her voice as my congressperson. I want Al Green to not be targeted by the wannabe king. So much is being done here to hurt so many people when all we have to do is understand we are Texans. Well, let's be proud of being Texans and not get trumped in the process.
So Pastor Haynes, your request to this committee is that your district is restored.
I want my district restored. I want this redistricting proposal rejected, thrown out, and I want an independent group of persons in this state to draw the line so that we get delivered from gerrymandering.
So you're offended that these decisions are made outside of Texas?
It's no question. It's no question. I'm quite offended by the fact that, again, a wannabe king who wants to run everything, including this state, has decided who gets to pick their voters as opposed to their voters selecting their representatives. And so for me, that's super problematic.
So Pastor Haynes, if this committee continues, you're committed to mobilize your people, which I know there's thousands, to address this issue. Is that correct?
without a doubt. And there are a whole lot in this room right now and a whole lot outside this room. And they are ready because, again, our voices deserve to be heard. We paid too high a price for our voices not to be heard and to be wiped out by the new water hoses, which is gerrymandered lines.
And would you agree that you have members in all of these people's district and people who know people in these districts, and they're very serious about what needs to happen?
They're very serious about what needs to happen and are committed and determined to invest whatever they need to do to make sure that we have true justice and not gerrymandering.
And this will be a movement that have ever been seen before.
Such as has never been seen before. I was just speaking to one of my beloved members and leaders, and he basically talked about, well, we may need a freedom summer right here in Texas.
Thank you, Pastor. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Gilbert Hawkins. Members, or for the public, the next panel, if you can go ahead and start making your way in here as we go. I'm not excusing this panel. I'm just making sure that the next four know to come over here. The only reason I'm doing it is because I forgot to do it earlier, and I want to make sure, since there are in other overflow rooms, that we're not having to wait for them. So if Ricardo Samaniego, Brian Carter, Matilda Miller, and Carmen Maria Montiel, if you could make your way into the room right over here onto the left, I'd appreciate it. Let's go back to questions of this panel. Dean Thompson, do you have questions for the panel?
I just want to make a comment. I know we've been talking about black and brown, but we also have Native Americans. We have proud Native Americans within our state, and I want us to also acknowledge that they have rights and privileges that should be addressed as well when we do redistricting. Thank you.
Understood, Dean. Representative Turner, you recognize the question of members of the panel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A question of Congressman Allred. Congressman, so your background, before you were a member of Congress, you were a civil rights lawyer, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And given your experience and expertise in that area of the law, do you think this map that this committee is considering today puts Texas at risk of violating the Voting Rights Act of 1965?
To me, this is a clear-cut case of a diminution of minority voting power at a time, and also with the totality of circumstances considered, which is the test the Supreme Court requires, that makes this a very clear-cut case. Now, I recognize, and part of the reason why I ran for Congress instead of continuing my civil rights work was that sometimes we have some courts that don't seem to recognize or try and misapply the Voting Rights Act, and that's something we do have to fix. But even under the current circumstances, and even with a hostile Fifth Circuit and a hostile Supreme Court, I believe that this map will be in violation of the Voting Rights Act.
Okay. Let me talk to you for a minute about Congressional District 32, which you represented for several years in the U.S. Congress. So Congressional District 32, as it's currently configured, and I believe as you were elected to it in 2022, is, in terms of just voting age population, is 63.8% non-Anglos. That sound about right?
That's right.
Okay. And in this proposed plan, Plan 2308, Congressional District 32, which previously was just confined, I believe, in Dallas, and a little bit of Collin and Denton counties. Is that right? In the current plan?
Yeah, the current plan.
Yeah.
Right.
So this new plan would take CD 32 from northern Dallas County out through Rockwall County, through Hunt County, and then capture Rains, Wood, Upshur, and Kemp counties out in East Texas. And my question is, currently in Congressional District 32, given those numbers, obviously it's a majority-minority district. Minority voters there have the ability to elect the candidate of their choice. That was you at one time. It's Representative Julie Johnson now. Will those voters have that ability if this map is passed?
The 32nd District has been destroyed in this map. It is a majority-minority district that has been removed from the list, and that would be one factor that you would point towards, that this map having a discriminatory intent. And so to me, you know, from what I've seen of this current version of the map, the 32nd district is gone. It's been drawn to create an Anglo district.
Okay. And in fact, I'm trying to look at the numbers here on my phone. It actually drops down to a 47% non-Anglo population. So from 64 down to 47.
Yeah.
Lastly, Congressman, I've heard you and I have known each other a long time, and I've heard you speak several times in private and in public about your friendship and the mentorship you received from the late, great Congressman John Lewis. Do you have any idea what John Lewis would say if he saw what was going on here today?
Well, Mr. Lewis was the closest thing I've met to a saint on earth. He had time for everybody. He was incredibly kind. He also had a moral clarity that I've never seen. I think we may never see again. And he would say that when you see something that's not right, that's wrong, you have to stand up, say something, do something, get in some good trouble, some necessary trouble. And I also would say that, to speak to some of the Republican members of this committee, Mr. Lewis was very popular with the Republican members of Congress when I served with him. They knew what he'd been through. They knew that when he said something, he meant it. And I want to say to you, you don't have to do this. You don't have to. I've been in your seats in Congress when I think my party is in the wrong, and I've said something. It's possible. You don't have to just be given a map by the president and told to pass it. Since when do Texans do that? And I think Mr. Lewis would tell you that when he walked across the Edmund Pettus Bridge and had his skull cracked and was attacked for trying to register African Americans in the South, and that then led to Lyndon Johnson saying, "We shall overcome," and the passage of the Voting Rights Act of 1965, that meant something. There was blood spilt for this. People died. It's not just politics. It's not just who sits in a seat. What calls do you get to your office? I know what I got. It was the VA. It was IRS. It was SBA. It was people who were hoping that we could help them with a small problem. That's what you're doing. You're public servants. These districts, the way they're drawn, they're not even cohesive. How can you represent some of these communities? How can you represent parts of Dallas, Representative Turner, and Upshur County? You can't. Where's your district office even going to be? How are they going to come to you and say, "I need help with this"? Because that's all they really want. After the election is over, after all the negative ads and all the politics, they're going to call you. And they're going to have some very simple questions, which is, "I need help. Can you help me?" And this gerrymandering prevents that. That's before you even get to the fact that it produces more extreme politicians. And so I think Mr. Lewis would be horrified by this. I think he would say to us, "We're better than this." And I think he would say, if you do this, then we have to mobilize in a way we've never seen before.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Dean Thompson, you recognize the question panel.
Congressman, if this map passes, it's more than likely it's going to get challenged in court. But the people will be running under this map, right? And
Yes,
that's
ma'am.
going to create a big problem.
Yes, ma'am. There's a doctrine called the Purcell Doctrine. It's from a case that basically says the closer to an election, the less likely for the court to step in. We know what the process will be, that it'll be slow, and that there will likely not be any kind of justice delivered before the election because of that. And so I also think we'll have an illegitimate set of members of Congress elected from this state under these district lines as drawn.
And they want somebody who's going to help them with their problem.
That's right.
And it might be a small problem, but to them it's a big one.
That's right. Yes, ma'am.
And the move today is to give them an 800 number or an email address.
Mm-hmm.
But they like to see a body, a real person. I call sometime, and they says, the machine comes on and they ask you a bunch of questions, and they say, what do you want? I say, I want to talk to a real person. And I just keep repeating that until they give me a real person. And that's what people want. They want a real person who's going to be able to address their issues, because to them, those issues are real. Thank you.
And I'll just add that my grandfather worked for the Customs Department in Brownsville, Texas. My uncle worked for FDA. My mom and my aunt were both public school teachers. And I believe in public service. I served in government as well. And I agree with you. Nobody ever called me or asked me a question when I was at the Department of Housing and Urban Development and said, well, I'm a Democrat, I need this. Or I'm a Republican, I need that. It was just, we need help. And I do think we have to remember that.
Thank you, Dean. Representative Mann, you'll recognize the question, members of the panel.
Yes, a few questions. First, Congressman Allred, thank you for being here. You touched on something. How do you think this is going to affect Texas's ability to recruit Black and Latino people from different states who are not necessarily dealing with the type of gerrymandering that we're dealing with? How do we continue to get the best and the brightest if we already know we're losing doctors because of abortion bills? We're losing immigrants coming in here because they feel like it's a violent state or it's against them. How do you feel that's going to help this economy when a big thing is, Texas is open for business?
Well, I think this body's had, 2 hearings on flooding and disaster relief? Is this your 8th hearing now on redistricting? Somewhere around there?
Not here, but yeah, they've had some, yes, but not that many. And the first time I think people talked was yesterday.
Yeah. And, one thing as I'm a 4th-generation Texan, one thing I can't stand is when I'm outside of Texas and somebody says, well, what the hell is happening in Texas? I said, what do you mean? And I say, it's so extreme. And to me, that extremism is putting at risk the Texas miracle, whatever you want to call it, all the things that we have to offer, from space to cost of living to diverse communities. It's all put at risk by this political extremism that we're engaging in. The fact that it's just, if you can get away with it, you're going to do it. And we see this already with, as you mentioned, doctors and physicians, and particularly OBGYNs, fleeing our state or saying that they don't want to practice in our state. That is a cliff that we're approaching. But we also see it in higher education with professors saying they don't want to come here, or with research not being done here. This is a huge problem for our state. We should be leading in these areas. But instead, people are saying, no, I don't think I want to do that in Texas. And this will double down on it. The entire country is watching this. And they're seeing that it's openly being said, we're going to take 5 seats. And y'all are just filling in the gaps.
Do you think members in Congress would be open to having a nonpartisan committee on redistricting where we're not having to play these games?
So I helped write a bill called the For the People Act. That was later the John Lewis Voting Rights Act and the Freedom of the Vote Act, split into different components that put in place for congressional districts independent, nonpartisan redistricting requirements for every state. And I hear folks talking about California doing this or other states doing this in response. I don't want it done anywhere. If you want to know what's broken, I do think it's important to note that they're trying to gerrymander the country so that we can prevent gerrymandering, so we can't prevent gerrymandering.
Right.
Given the ability, members of Congress will pass legislation, I will be a part of that, to ban this kind of gerrymandering. to put this out of the hands of folks who honestly have a self-interest in it. Voters should pick their representatives, not the other way around. And that capacity is there, and I think there's an interest in that. I think there's a hunger for that. But the problem is that we have a system that's so broken. And I'm telling y'all that if you were to reject this plan from the White House and say, you know what, we just drew our lines, what, 3 years ago, 4 years ago? The author of this bill, Representative Hunter, didn't you just do this 4 years ago? Or was it 3, 4? And you're doing it again? On what basis? And I've seen that we've changed our position in court. As a lawyer, I'm kind of interested in that. But you could also say no. You could also say, we've already done our maps. Come to us next time. And I think that would be the right thing to do. The last map was also a gerrymander. So we're gerrymandering a gerrymander. And I'm telling you, if you want to know what's broken in DC, if you want to know why we pass a handful of bills a year, or they pass a handful of bills a year, and why they have these massive packages they put together where it's 30 bills all crammed into one, it's this kind of stuff. It's broken the House. The House can't function. And then the Senate is broken because of the filibuster. And so then we end up with people feeling cynical, like it won't work. That's why I think it's important that we elect folks who believe in reforming these fundamental things and putting the power back in the hands of the people.
Thank you. And then lastly, Pastor Haynes, I'm going to call you what I would say pastor, because that's what I call my pastor, pastor. We know that when you plant your harvest, the weeds will come up with the wheat. And what will happen will happen. But I think something is very important that people touch on and they don't realize. There are 2 congressional black districts that have historically been held by African American women for a very long time.
Yeah.
And those districts are suffering. One seat is vacant. The other one, yes, we have a great Congresswoman and Congresswoman Crockett, but people are still mourning the death, especially because it was so untimely, of Congresswoman Eddie Bernice Johnson.
Yeah.
And I don't think people understand how important these congressional seats and these state representative seats are to black people, because I think a lot of times think, oh, we're not intelligent enough to decide who we're going to vote for and all this other stuff. Can you explain the history of violence and how black people were consistently separated in your congressional district right now?
Yeah.
The fact, people missing buses, nurses not getting, whatever it is, because I think people need to understand what they are taking away from a community, because they don't want to call it racist, because I always say everybody wants to help black and brown people, but they don't want to listen to black and brown people tell them how to make their lives better, because it almost seems like we're not intelligent enough to make that decision. Can you explain what we're going to lose by breaking up that congressional district?
Yeah, and I appreciate that question so much, because, again, when you look at, and I want to go back to what you said about the history of those districts and the fact that because Barbara Jordan, because Sheila Jackson Lee, because Mickey Leland, because of, Sylvester Turner, services came to a community that had not only been ignored, but in so many instances had been victimized by violence. Be it economic violence, be it political violence, but the bottom line was these communities were not being heard. These communities were being harmed. And then they had representation. Then they had someone who not only listened to them, but responded to them. I think about the legendary Eddie Bernice Johnson and what she's thinking about what's happening right now in a body she once served in. And so it has to hurt her knowing that the services you talk about a servant leader. She was a servant leader there in District 30 in Dallas, and so much came to that community that had been ignored, that had been disrespected for so long, but because Eddie Bernice Johnson had a district. And here's the beautiful thing about Eddie Bernice Johnson, and I think it's very important that we don't forget what Congresswoman Crockett said earlier. It's really not about the person who gets elected, but the fact that the people actually have a voice. And because they have a voice, then they have a responsive person who is elected to serve them. And so now you have a marriage, as it were, between representation and those they represent, and their needs are met. That history that had been so ugly was solved once we saw the need to not crack and pack, but instead create opportunities for our communities to elect representatives. And again, here's the beautiful thing about this state and about this nation. It's not even about color so much as it is about your character and your competence. We love to misquote King, judged by the color of your skin, content of character, not color of skin, to use it as justification to do what King was not talking about. And so again, I get back to what you said. There's an ugly history that has been overcome by redistricting that actually gave the voice back to the people. And so for us to go against that right now is a violation of a legacy of fighting for justice. And I can just imagine LBJ, I can just imagine EBJ upset right now because of what we are doing to a people who were saying, well, not only do we want to suppress your vote, but we want to ensure that your vote doesn't count when you do vote. Say that.
Representative Pearson, you recognize the question of the panel.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you all for being here. Good to see you again. My question is for Congressman Allred. You know, I don't know if you were here earlier when we talked about states like Illinois, New York, California, who've already done these types of maps. But you're not disputing that it's legal to draw political performance maps, correct?
Unfortunately, and I think this should be changed, the Supreme Court has allowed for political gerrymandering, but this, I think, crosses over that line, the Section 2 line of being a diminution of the voting power for minorities in this state. So it's not just a political gerrymander. This is considering race in a way that is negative, has negative impact on communities of color in Texas.
Okay, so on that point of political performance, Texas has elected a majority of Republicans to the Texas House. So my question for you is, if those tables were turned and Democrats were in control, is it your testimony that Democrats wouldn't use political performance to draw maps?
The last time I was in the majority in Congress, I voted to end gerrymandering, and it got the majority of the vote in the House of Representatives. It was entirely Democrats. And so I would say that my goal, and I think the goal of the folks who I would help lead and that I know, is that we would put an end to this nonsense. And so, yes, I think my testimony is that I believe that we would put in place an independent system. I'm not a member of the Texas House, but that would be the goal, yes.
I appreciate your answer, and I'm just going to set you aside and just focus on political party for a moment. Do you believe Democrats would not use political performance in drawing maps had they been in charge?
The last time we had the majority in the House of Representatives, almost every Democrat voted to end gerrymandering. That's the best answer I can give you.
Okay, so then I will take that as you don't believe Democrats would use political performance in drawing maps.
What we're talking about is something that's already happened. We had a chance to say, should we change this? And we said yes. Unfortunately, we could not get past the filibuster in the Senate, or otherwise it would have become law.
Okay. I would assume that the Democrats, at least my friends that I know, would use political performance in drawing their maps. But I was just curious to hear your point with the gerrymandering.
Here's the thing. I think we disagree about who should be drawing the maps.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that politicians should draw the maps. I don't think that You cannot be a neutral arbiter in this. You cannot also know every part of a state. Part of having independent commissions is that you'd have commissions in part of leaders in communities who could help you understand how you could have cohesive maps that best represented those communities. And listen, you know, it's not to say that Democrats would do better under that. It's just that it would be fairer. And that's what I want to see. I'm not trying to say that this should result in one thing or the other. I think we should have more fairness and let the chips fall where they may. From my football background, that's what I come from, is that if we lose, okay, but let's have a fair fight.
No, and I take your point, but I'm just pointing out that this was already done in Democrat states, so this is not new. And I just wanted to know, in your opinion, if Democrats today would use political performance in drawing maps today.
If Democrats today have the majority in the Congress and the presidency, we would
here in
ban,
the Texas
ban
House,
gerrymandering.
if Democrats here in Texas had the majority, would they use political performance?
You should ask your colleagues about that.
I'm asking you. You're in the witness
chair. You want me to peer into their...
well, you're a Democrat, are you not?
Listen, I think there's a lot of difference among different parties, but...
There are, but for the purposes of our discussion in redistricting, which is what you're testifying on today, you were a Democrat congressman. I think you're well equipped to speak to the issue. You ran for statewide office here in Texas. I would hope you would know where Democrats stand today.
If I was in court, I'd object and say you're asking me to speculate. But let's just say that Democrats control Texas, then I think that we would put in place an independent system of drawing the maps.
So then your answer is no, you don't believe Democrats would use political performance.
Again, I think you're confusing who I think should be drawing the maps.
No, I'm asking
It wouldn't be
specifically about who
Democrats.
today, who does
Here's
draw
what
the
I want
maps,
you to
not
understand,
who might
Representative
draw
Pearson.
the maps or who should draw the
Here's
maps
the thing.
today.
What people like me want is that Democrats or Republicans wouldn't be drawing the maps. Experts would be. And that's the difference.
I understand
You put
that.
in place a system where it's not up to you, right? Then you take yourself out of it.
I understand, but you're not dealing with the context that we have today with redistricting
Okay.
on this bill under the
But you
current
asked me
rules.
to speculate what we would do.
Yeah, I'm absolutely
Right,
asking
that's
you
my
what
answer.
you believe Democrats would do had they been in the majority. Would they or would they
I
not use
believe that
political
we would put in
performance?
place the system that I'm talking about.
Okay,
I would help
thank you.
lead that
Thank you for your
system.
answer.
Yeah, thank you.
Members, any other questions for the members of this panel? Anyone else? Chair is none. Thank you for your testimony. This panel is excused.
Thank you.
Chair calls our next panel. Ricardo Samaniego, Brian Carter, Matilda Miller, Carmen Maria Montiel. That'll be our next panel. If you'll make your way up to these first front row seats here, or I guess there's a table in front. Our next panel, if these four could go ahead and make their way into the room. If you may find yourself in an overflow room, please make your way over here. Amanda Edwards, Ryan Davenport, Melinda Preston, and Lisa Dyer. If you'll make your way up to these seats we have reserved for you right up front here.
Thank you. A little cramped in here.
Chair will also show Representatives Plesa and Flores are on the dais. Okay. Appreciate y'all hanging with us. We had to bring up those registrations here. Let's see. I'll try to start. You know what? I'm just going to call them in order they appear here. Chair calls Matilda Miller, and I show you registered to testify on behalf of yourself against House Bill 4. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please give us your testimony.
So I'd like to open with a joke. A convicted felon, a rapist, and a pedophile walk into the Texas Capitol. Then he says, just a simple redrawing, we pick up 5 seats. Actual quote, by the way. We are here today to peacefully protest this blatantly illegal power grab. And I think that this government needs to be reminded what a peaceful protest actually is, because so far, y'all have been treating it like a nuisance that you can just afford to ignore. Representative Hunter earlier was acting like allowing us to testify as some kind of favor that he's doing for us, that we should be grateful for the opportunity for him to ignore us and lie to our faces. To the contrary, you should be grateful to us because we are your lifeline here. You see, a peaceful protest is a warning, the tide going out before the tsunami, an opportunity for you to change course, to stop this redistricting, to respect the law, to respect your constituents, to oppose authoritarianism, before you show this entire country that you are complicit with a system that is not just failing them, but is actively harming them, and that the rules don't apply anymore, that the social contract has been broken. MLK Jr. once said that a riot is the language of the unheard. I know that you don't care about us, but I have seen thousands of people plead with you to give a damn about their safety, their children's safety, and those pleas fell on deaf ears. Y'all only seem to care what Trump says. He says jump, you say how high. I'm not expecting my words to make your hearts grow 3 sizes today. My purpose here is not to appeal to your morals, because I know that that's futile. I am informing you of the situation that you have put yourselves in, and I am hoping that you are smart enough to act in your own self-interest. Make no mistake, if you do not listen to and work with those of us who come here to voice our anger and opposition within the law, then you will be forced to reckon with those who will do so outside of it. Describing sociological phenomenons is not a threat. I'm sorry, Mr. Miller? Do I need to show you my ID?
All right,
The legally issued one
The
from the
witness
state
will
of Texas?
yield. Witness will yield. Okay. Go on, finish the testimony of the panel. Chair calls Carmen Maria Montiel. Show you registered to testify on behalf of yourself for House Bill 4, is that correct?
That's correct. For the bill, but against the map.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. The witness sits here and continues to stare at me.
I'm sorry, do you feel bad that I'm looking at you while you're working?
It's just that you're unruly, and that is against the rules.
Sitting here with my arms crossed is unruly.
All
Okay,
right.
so if I sit
The
like
House
this,
Select
is that
Committee on
better?
Congressional Redistricting will stand at
Is that
ease
better?
for 2 minutes.
Interesting. Oh, I'll probably see you at Stand Down later this year.
Now 3:37 p.m. The House Select Committee on Congressional Redistricting will come back to order. The chair will just admonish everyone that let's just remain respectful, kind, and courteous, even when we have very, very passionate disagreements about the issue. If all would refrain from any type of statements that appear or have as an iteration a threat of any type of bodily harm or anything like that, of course, political retribution or what your position is on any political issue, that's a free speech. So, but the chair would just, let's all be cool. Ms. Montiel, we hadn't come to your testimony. Now, I showed you registered to testify as Carmen Maria Montiel on behalf of yourself for House Bill 4. Is that correct?
Yeah, I want redistricting, but not this map.
Okay. Well, in that case, because you're against this map and that's all the bill is, I need to update your registration to be against House Bill 4. Is that okay?
That's okay.
We're going to update your registration at this time. In 1 sec, we're going to do that. Okay, we're gonna get that done, but while he's doing that, I'm gonna show you registered to testify as Carmen Maria Montiel on behalf of yourself against House Bill 4. Is that correct?
Yes.
Please give us your testimony.
Good afternoon, committee. Houston, we have a problem. If our cities stay blue, they will take Texas as they took California. Our cities are dying as people are fleeing them, fed up with the crime, damaged roads, floods, lack of electricity, gas, etc., etc., etc. Houston looks like a third world country. I'm telling you because I come from the future. I come from Venezuela. Our districts should represent the reality and values of each area and our people. The point is that new districts should not be coalition districts. This is the purpose for this mid-decade redistricting. Harris County and Houston demographics are 45% Latino, whites are 27%, blacks or African Americans are 21%, Asians are 7%, and the rest a little bit of everything. We have experienced that voters do not necessarily vote for a candidate that represents the majority or their color, as we saw with Wesley Hunt and Jean Green. The new proposed District 18 will be a coalition district, as it puts blacks, the third demographic group in our area, into the majority with over 51%, then Latinos, and push whites for the third demographic group when they're the second. We want our voters to elect the right person. Conservative Latinos need to be represented and not neglected anymore in Houston. Democrats have a grip in Houston. They use our problems as political talking points, but never solve them. Where are the billions of federal money allocated for Harris County to solve our problems? Where? We need to take back our cities for the people. Please consider the cities in these maps. This is not about black, white, Latinos, or yellow. This is about the true representation of America, the true representation of Texas, and we the people. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Bear with us one moment. Okay, Chair calls Brian Carter. I'll show you registered to testify as Brian Carter on behalf of yourself against House Bill 4. Is that correct?
Correct.
Please give us your testimony.
My name is Brian Carter, pastor of Concord Church of Dallas, Texas, a resident of 30th Congressional District. Thank you for this opportunity to speak before you today. I come as a concerned pastor and community leader, and more importantly, a descendant of a generation who fought, marched, and bled for the right to vote and for the right to be counted. Today, I speak in opposition to the proposed redistricting plan, not because it's merely political, but because it is profoundly unjust. Let us not pretend that this is simply a technical adjustment. This proposal is part of a long familiar pattern, one that we in the black community know all too well. It is the latest chapter of a long history of voter suppression, gerrymandering, and political manipulation designed to silence the voice of marginalized people under the guise of legality. We've seen this before. We saw it with the literacy test of Jim Crow. We saw it with poll taxes. We've seen it as gerrymandering has happened throughout history, that has cracked and packed black and brown neighborhoods to dilute our influence. And now in 2025, we see a plan that would strategically shift district lines to benefit one party, and not to reflect the growing and diverse voices in our community, but to drown them out. This is not democracy, this is not equity, and this cannot be allowed to stand. The right to vote is not just about casting a vote, it's about having the ballot matter. It's about ensuring that every community, regardless of race or political affiliation, has a fair and equitable voice in shaping the laws that govern their lives. If this map is approved, it will send a chilling message that progress is punishable, and that the political power, when it comes from black and brown communities, is something to be managed, not to be respected. I urge this committee to remember the eyes of history are upon you. Will you side with justice, or will you bend to partisan pressure? Will you protect the people's voice or participate in silencing it? Because our ancestors crossed rivers, broke chains, and faced dogs and horses just so that we could have a voice, we will not allow the voice to be withdrawn out of existence. The redistricting proposal is not about representation, it's about regression. It's about turning the clock back to a time when the system worked against us instead of for us. And so I'm here today because we are seeking justice for our community. The proposed plan is a vicious attack on our community. The Bible says this: do not pervert justice. Do not show partiality to the poor or favoritism to the great, but judge your neighbor fairly. We're here to stand for justice, to stand for the marginalized, the righteous, to stand for righteousness and equity, for truth and freedom, and to stand for our children. But we urge you to oppose this redistricting plan to suppress our communities. Thank you for your time.
Chair calls Ricardo A. Samaniego. Show you registered to testify on behalf of El Paso County and yourself against House Bill 4. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Mr. Chair, committees, Speaker Moody, we showed some political impact, and I hope today I'll be able to show the impact it's going to have on our economy in El Paso. And so I'd like to start off by saying, to clarify, my testimony is not about any concerns I may have about Representative Gonzalez, but rather about the ineffectiveness and impracticability of the proposed redistricting plan. Adding more responsibility to District 23, one of the largest congressional districts in the county, will only dilute our representation for El Paso County. As the county judge on my second term, I have personally witnessed and experienced a stark contrast between District 16 and District 23 in terms of addressing challenges and opportunities. Our unique status as part of 3 states, 2 countries, and 1 region makes us universally distinct. In the past 5 years, working closely with the Texas Economic Development Office, El Paso County has significantly contributed to the Texas economy. We attribute the success to the strong partnership we have cultivated with Fort Bliss, the Army Medical Center, and the synergism of our entire community. Our motto since the beginning of the last century has been, Fort Bliss is El Paso, and El Paso is Fort Bliss. These were the exact words of General Taylor, the acting commander at Fort Bliss during his state of the military. As the veteran capital of the USA, we have solemn responsibility to meet the needs of our veterans. Having 2 representatives in a very united community would only lead to disparities in services. Congresswoman Escobar presently represents Fort Bliss, the Army Medical Center, and the airport. Born and raised in El Paso, she has been instrumental in securing immense funds for these 3 El Paso assets. Case in point, she secured $700 million for the Army Medical Center that might now be represented by Congressman Gonzalez, that lives 500 miles from El Paso. With all due respect, as a public servant, I make every effort to make decisions based on facts and not on political alignment. Unfortunately, it is evident that the proposed redistricting plan is a subjective and a politically motivated strategy that has not considered the unique
churches are going to be mobilizing and getting ready for this fight? Because as you stated earlier, would you agree it's a fight that our forefathers and mothers died for?
Most definitely. This is a time that we are serious about. We understand this is a significant moment that we are prepared to organize, strategize, and mobilize so that we can make sure our voices and our communities are protected in an incredible time like this. There's no time like now, and it is crucial that we play our role like the Black church has and other churches have in the history in helping to shape justice for our communities.
And it is our belief, too, that we have allies out there.
100%. It's not just a black and brown issue. This is a justice issue. And so we fully understand and have partnerships across the race, across the demographics that are ready to help us move this work forward because they understand that true Christianity does not align with just a party, but it aligns with what's right and it aligns with justice. And that's where we stand together.
Thank you, Pastor, for being here.
Thank you.
Speaker Moody, you recognize a question from members of the panel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Judge Samaniego, sorry, way back here. Okay. First of all, I want to thank you for coming here. I know that a lot of people from around the state traveled very quickly as soon as they knew this hearing was posted 48 hours ago. I know you probably weren't planning on being in Austin this week, and so I thank you for taking the time to be here. I'm very familiar with that travel schedule, and so I know that it's not easy. And I do want to kind of crystallize what you highlighted in your testimony, because what you're referring to is under the current maps that we're operating under, Congressional District 16, which is represented by an El Paso-based member, Veronica Escobar, includes the El Paso International Airport, Fort Bliss, the Army Medical Center, I think the newly under construction facility that you referenced. And under the proposed map that we've just seen this week, all of those assets, and I think Congresswoman Crockett talked about this earlier, talking about economic drivers and economic engines, right? All of those assets I just listed would no longer be in Congressional District 16. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and that's what you're really drilling down to in your testimony. I do want to talk about this, and I appreciate everybody's indulgence here. Now, my good friend and colleague Josie Garcia is sitting in front of me. Always refers to her hometown of San Antonio as Military City, USA. You referenced in your testimony that, and under your leadership, El Paso is now known as the Veterans Capital of the USA.
That is correct.
And I want you to tell the committee why. What does it mean for our community to be Veterans Capital of the USA, and how is that threatened by the proposed map that we have in front of us?
Well, first of all, as you see in our logo, you've got the woman right in the middle. We had been a little dismissive of all their contributions. But being the Veterans Capital of the USA has put a lot of pressure on us and accountability, because if we do anything less than perfect for our veterans, trying to close the gaps, trying to recognize our veterans, that means that other communities will feel that that's what they have to do. So we have become pretty much the benchmark. I cannot tell you the number of national organizations that have decided to start their campaign in El Paso because we are the Veterans Capital of the USA, including Elizabeth Dole for caretakers, so many of them. So we have this opportunity to really do to veterans what we should have done a long time ago. And by this disruption, you're going to have individuals that are working in Fort Bliss and their families working at a different district. The ability to be able to focus properly and do the benefits properly, it really means that you have to understand our community, our culture, and the distance. And I think more than anyone, Representative Moody, that you understand that distance has been very, very difficult for us. I was in a meeting one time with for economic development from Texas, and no one had been to El Paso. And so we're very independent. We got pounded. We get pounded by unfunded mandates. We get pounded by carrying the burden of the federal government on immigration issues. And now we're going to get pounded on an economic that we have worked so hard for. And one of the reasons that we're very successful is that we have 50,000 veterans in El Paso. And they're leaders, they're individuals that contribute to the economy. And so this kind of reputation that we have about treating veterans. One of the best things I heard from General Taylor is that before we started the Veterans Capital of the United States, recruitment in El Paso was down. After that, they started feeling good about the fact that there were veterans. They started feeling good about going into the military because it's now respectable and seen as something important. Our recruitment is the highest in the entire military bases in the country. So we have to show this unity, and our unity and the sort of the legitimacy is Fort Bliss. This idea that Fort Bliss is El Paso and El Paso is Fort Bliss is, remember, they take care of their soldiers.
Yeah, and I think that, and just historically speaking, I think when you say El Paso is Fort Bliss and Fort Bliss is El Paso, not that anybody was looking for a history lesson today, but Fort Bliss was established in 1848 and El Paso County was established in 1850. So they were born together.
Exactly.
They've always been together. Now, you mentioned that, people live off base, work off base. We have a number of personnel that don't live physically at Fort Bliss, but their lives are inextricably intertwined with those assets. And can you kind of touched on it, but can you discuss the importance of keeping those communities together?
Well, we've gone through a lot. This very weekend is the 6th anniversary of the Walmart tragedy, the 6th anniversary. And so this unity, this is what everybody talks about El Paso, talks about the unity, about collaboration, about working together. And so having to deal with two representatives in such an area, I mean, can you imagine the airport, the Fort Bliss, the Veterans Medical Center, taken away and then addressed by someone that's 500, like I said, it's not a slam on Congressman Gonzalez. He has contributed funding and has been supportive. But it's just the idea of this ability to understand such a complicated community. I mean, very few people will understand historically how we're so close to Mexico, how we live as a community, how our culture comes together. And so I just want to maintain this uniqueness that we have, and we're huge contributors. Because of this uniqueness, we're huge contributors. We've got Meta coming in, and why did they come in? They respected our workforce. They can't believe how dedicated they are. So we're very, very homogeneous community that I feel that has to be seen as not trying to get into the economic impact that these we call them these sort of boosters of the energy of the economy that is so important to us. So I'm just I just worry that people don't quite understand what it really means to get someone 500 miles away to represent El Paso, and especially those industries that we have that we're talking about. If we go with the mapping as it is, our economy stands to be hit quite hard.
Well, and so I think all of us can see the maps in front of us, right? That Congressional District 23 is a wide swath of land. I think it's one of the largest geographic districts in the entire country. It's historically had some population from El Paso County. Has that district ever been represented by someone from El Paso?
In recent history, I think there's been five that I know of in the past, including Hurd and now Gonzalez. Not one single one has been from El Paso.
And just to kind of wrap up and tie up your testimony, I certainly appreciate you laying this out for everybody. And it may seem like a small piece of the map, and I know that we feel geographically isolated at times from the rest of Texas. This is an important thing for us, and I think that's why you're here. Is it your opinion that the map as it's proposed today would disenfranchise voters in El Paso County?
Absolutely, absolutely. We work so hard to get the voter turnout because we have a lot of challenges. This would just create more of a challenge for us. It's very important that we do get the voters to go out and feel good about and have credibility. And I think right now they've lost credibility because of the administration. There's a lot of concerns about that. So if they see something as obvious and as disruptive as this mapping, their credibility of voting is just going to be another extra challenge for us because that's how it's being perceived. There's a strategy to get more, more representatives that are Republicans, and I think El Paso is held steadfast to really believing in our country. I think that if you see the patriotism for the government, for the president, it's just incredible, the resilience that they've had to continue to believe in our country, to believe in the Constitution. And these things become so obvious that we lose. Remember, we get a lot of individuals coming from Mexico who become residents and citizens that come in with really high hopes about the United States. And we want it to continue to be like that. But when you do something as obvious as what is happening today, and right in front of yourself, I mean, you see the map. I mean, if I said nothing but show you the map and show you a little square of Congresswoman Escobar, an incredible congresswoman, her district being shrunk, and one of the largest districts in the country growing, what does that say? What kind of hope or what kind of confidence can our constituents have on our Constitution and in our government? So I urge you, I encourage you to do the right thing, not only for all the things that we've discussed, but for the credibility of our Constitution and the credibility of our country and the basis of why we're here and why we're free.
Judge, thank you very much. I really appreciate you taking the time to be here.
Thank you.
Members, any other questions to this panel? Chair will show Representative Simmons on the dais with us. Thank you for your testimony. This panel is excused. At this time, we need to change out our court reporters. We thank her for her service. The House Select Committee on Congressional Redistricting will stand at ease for 10 minutes. Time is 3:59 p.m. The time is 4:15 p.m. The House Select Committee on Congressional Redistricting will come to order. I appreciate everybody hanging in there. We're going to call our next panel, and we're going to endeavor, as I've told all the overflow rooms that I've gone to, we're going to try and move a little faster. So that's what we're going to endeavor to do. All right. Chair's going to call up our next panel. We had Amanda Edwards, Ryan Davenport, Melinda Preston, and Lisa Dyer. If you'll take these 4 seats up here at the front. Okay, and then the next panel to have on deck will be Savant Moore, Key West, Gerard Hudspeth, and Scott Felton. If you will make your way into this room and take these 4 seats right here, make sure that we get to you. Okay. With that, show you registered. Good to see you again. Show you registered to testify as Amanda Edwards on behalf of yourself against House Bill 4. Is that correct?
Correct.
And we have you registered twice. Is it okay if we delete your duplicate registration?
Yes, it is.
We will do so. I'm going to make a note of that. Please give us your testimony.
Good afternoon. My name is Amanda Edwards, and I'm a former at-large Houston City Council member, now running to be the next Congresswoman for the 18th Congressional District. I was here before, a week ago, to testify about keeping our Black and brown voices elevated instead of silencing them. I'm here today to testify against the redistricting again. It is critically important that we keep our community strong and together. And I used to be able to say, and I can say now, but after the maps are approved, if they are approved, I used to be able to tout that I was born, raised, and still live in the 18th Congressional District. And while I still live in the 18th Congressional District, large swaths of the 18th Congressional District's fabric have been ripped away. In the 18th Congressional District, we come from a rich legacy of service. The strong leadership of Barbara Jordan, Mickey Leland, Craig Washington, Sheila Jackson Lee, Sylvester Turner, all of whom fought for people and fought for justice and instilled pride in the community. Now people are not going to be a part of this rich legacy of service and of history. And so I encourage you to think of us not as widgets, not as cogs in a machine, but instead think of us as the wonderful community fabric that we are. Having a cohesive community will also enhance and continue to support more political engagement and civic engagement in our community so that we can all thrive. So I encourage you all to reconsider the redistricting, and I say no to the redistricting in the lines proposed today.
Thank you for your testimony. Next up, Ryan Davenport. Chair calls Ryan Davenport. Show you registered to testify on behalf of yourself against House Bill 4. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Hey, everybody. My name is Ryan Davenport. Quick recap, former field director for the Republican Party of Texas, staffer for Dan Patrick on the Education Committee in the 83rd, two-time elected member of the Texas delegation of the National Convention. I joined you in Arlington when there were no maps on Monday, and now here 4 days later, and 268,000 square miles of Texas has been redistricted almost overnight. And I want to commend the very honest Republican members of this committee on their ability to redistrict 186 square miles of Texas per minute between Monday and Wednesday. I have to reiterate my opposition to this effort. Donald Trump is demanding additional congressional seats so he doesn't have to pay the natural consequences of his assault on free trade, free markets, democratic institutions, his departure from ethical leadership. You are positioned to be his enablers. Not only is he keeping minority voters from having fair representation, but he's systematically removing them, even saying he'd be open to deporting United States citizens and naturalized citizens. Don't you see what is happening? He's reducing the voting population to ensure he can continue his reign of tangerine tyranny. When I was a Republican, it meant protecting unalienable rights, the Constitution, our liberties. We understood that any power you gave a good government today could be used, abused, and weaponized by a bad government tomorrow. And so we reserved those powers for states and the people. There was respect for the proper role of government. What you're doing will create a runaway government hell-bent on imposing an incoherent political dogma on our country. What you are proving is that there is no bounds to the power that you will steal. Individuals who believe in individual liberty and small government, that respect the rights of every American, whether they're black, Hispanic, white, Asian, gay, straight, trans, Christian, Muslim, or Jewish. We can't vote for Republicans anymore because you will abuse every ounce of power that you are given. And the only option that we have left is to join the Democrats to safeguard the ultimate experiment of representative government with checks and balances.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Melinda Preston. Show you registered to testify on behalf of the Denton County Republican Party and yourself for House Bill 4. Is that correct?
Yes, I am the chair of the Denton County Republican Party.
All right, please give us your testimony.
Good afternoon. I want to take a moment to talk about something that's been in the headlines lately, redistricting. To me, this isn't just about lines on a map. It's about making sure every Texan in every corner of the state has a fair shot at being heard. Texas has changed a lot in the last decade. Families are moving in, towns are growing, and communities that used to be small are now booming. Redistricting is how we keep up with that change. The Constitution requires that each district have roughly equal population to ensure fair representation. At the same time, we must follow the Voting Rights Act of 1965, which protects against discrimination and ensures the minority communities have a fair opportunity to elect representatives of their choice. This means growing communities don't get left behind, and rural voices, which have always been about the backbone of Texas, still carry weight in our government. This isn't about one party or another. It's about being fair, being smart, and being true to our Texas values. It's about responsibility, accountability, and standing up for what's right. We have a responsibility to get this process right, not just for political reasons, but for the people we represent. When districts are drawn fairly and thoughtfully, everyone benefits. So let's approach redistricting the way we approach most things here in Texas, with common sense, with honesty, and with a long-term view. I am for HB4. One of the things that I did want to bring up is I felt like it was appalling that we had 5 people that talked about violence if they didn't get their way. Yes, I am a Republican, but I would never resort to violence. The Democratic Party would, 5 Democrats said they will resort to violence. Guys, violence is not okay, ever. It's never okay. We all work together as a team, as a party, each come together, work as a team, not against each other. So I want to thank you guys for all you're doing.
Thank you for testimony. Chair calls Lisa Dyer. I'll show you registered to testify on behalf of yourself for House Bill 4. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Good evening, or good afternoon. Thank you for all that you do for the state of Texas and for the citizens. Last year, in the summer of 2024, I served at the Republican National Convention as a delegate representing our great state. I just wanted to take a moment to talk about redistricting. Every 10 years, as you know, after the census, we have the responsibility to redraw our political maps. That's not just a technical exercise, it's a key part of making sure our government works for everyone. As Texans, we should absolutely support redistricting, not to gain advantage, but to make sure every Texan is fairly and equally represented. Texas is one of, if not the fastest growing state in the country. People are moving here for our strong economy, our freedoms, and our way of life. The 2020 census showed the growth of Texas by 9 million people. With Texas growing by 1,000 people a day, how many more have we grown in the past 5 years? That growth deserves to be reflected in the way we draw our districts, prompting the need for redistricting in 2025. When done right, redistricting keeps communities together. It allows us to protect the voice of rural Texans, strengthen representation in fast-growing suburbs, and ensure that our elected officials truly reflect the values and needs of the people they serve. Supporting redistricting is about fairness, accountability, and respect for our Constitution. It's not just about lines on a map. It's about making sure that each voter carries equal weight. that each vote carries equal weight, and that every Texan, no matter where they live, has a voice. Some will argue that redistricting is about partisanship, but let's be clear, this process is rooted in the law, based on data, and grounded in principles that Texans hold dear: local control, limited government, and representation that reflects the will of the people. We believe in following the rules, standing up for rural values, and respecting the voices of growing communities. Redistricting helps us do all of that. It's not just good policy, it's smart planning for our future.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions for the members of this panel? Chair is none. Thank you for your testimony. This panel is excused. Chair is going to call up our next 4 witnesses. If they will come up to the front 4 seats here: Savant Moore, Key West, Gerard Hudspeth, and Scott Felton. The next panel after that, if you could make your way into the room, will be Carl Jones, Brian Anthony Chase, John Carr, and Christopher DeCloit. Chair is going to call Gerard Hudspeth. Show you registered to testify on behalf of yourself for House Bill 4. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, first, I know that see in the records here you have a duplicate registration. Is it okay if we delete your second registration?
Unless I can have 4 minutes, yes.
All right, that's a clever one. Trying to hack the system. Chair will delete the second registration. Mr. Hudspeth, you recognize. Please give us your testimony.
Thank you, Chair. I am Gerard Hudspeth, Mayor of the City of Denton, and I am here to speak in favor of this House redistricting legislation in my personal capacity. It has been my personal experience that the citizens in my area vote Republican and want representatives who reflect Republican values. We support increasing opportunities for electing Republican representatives to Congress. This plan gives voters in and around our area an opportunity to elect another Republican member of Congress. The entire plan offers voters an opportunity to elect up to 5 more Republicans to Congress if they so choose. And that's what I support. Give the voters the choice. I can see that this plan creates more compact districts, keeps communities together, and increases the number of majority-minority districts, specifically adding 1 Hispanic majority district and 2 Black majority districts, bringing the total to 8 and 2, respectively. I stand with Governor Abbott that we must do more. The last election showed stronger support by Black and Hispanic Texans for Republicans. Black support more than doubled. A majority of Texas Hispanics voted Republican for president, but historic lines did not allow for that to translate into the congressional districts and their representation. And that is at this important time in history, Texas must do everything we can, and this bill is an important step. And I'll say that as the first Black mayor elected to the city of Denton. So if I just went on and said, hey, it's never been done, it can't be done, then that wouldn't be the case. You get out, you connect with people, and you tell your story, they connect, and it resonates with people. That's been my lived experience there in the city of Denton.
Thank you for your testimony, Mayor. Chair calls Savant Moore. Shall you register to testify as Savant Moore on behalf of yourself against House Bill 4? Is that correct?
Yes.
Please give us your testimony.
Chairman and members of the committee, my name is Savant Moore. I'm a father, a community leader, a preacher, and a proud Texan who's watched his district get turned too much. This new proposed map doesn't just redraw lines, it erases lives, connections, and representation. For a year and a half, my community has no congressperson. Now, instead of restoring what was taken, you're giving us a completely different district. Turn too much. How did we go from Congressional District 18, where I live 1 block from Sheila Jackson Lee's office, to CD 29? That's not representation, that's manipulation. Chairman, you sponsored the 10 Commandments being put in our schools. So let me ask you plainly, preacher to preacher, how does this committee justify breaking one of those very commandments? Thou shalt not steal. Because what you've done is steal. You've stolen my district. You already stole my school district. You've stolen our congressional voice. You've stolen the community's connection to his own future. And just like the rich man who looked up and saw Lazarus in the bosom of Abraham, I pray you don't have to look back on this and wish you had warned your brothers. You have an opportunity right now to tell them this is wrong. It's not just about lines on a map. It's about the people who live within them. And we're not invisible. We vote, we pray, we serve, and we demand to be seen and respected. My congressional district should not be different. And as an 11 Bravo former Ranger, I should not come back to America and have to fight for representation in Texas. And if you are truly a Christian, today, don't stop at 10 hours. Let all the hundreds of people that are waiting stay to 3 o'clock. Yes, you only make $13 an hour, but we are privileged to be here. And happy birthday to my mother. She turned 79 today, and I'm missing it because I came here to talk to you. God bless you, and God bless Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. We wish your mother a happy birthday. Chair calls Judge Scott Felton. Shall you register to testify as Judge Scott Felton on behalf of yourself for House Bill 4? Is that correct?
That is correct. Thank you.
And we had on your registration here, I've never seen something like this before. It says self and self, but you're not testifying twice. Can we modify that to make it to where it's just one self?
Please.
Okay. All right, Judge, you're recognized. Please give us your testimony.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Scott Felton. I'm the McLennan County Judge. In McLennan County, Waco is our county seat. I'm not sure whether we're a large, small county or a large, small county, but we, county judge in a county my size has to do many things, and one of them is work for the betterment of economic development. We have a partnership between the City of Waco, McLennan County, and Waco Industrial Foundation to create an environment for good industries to come into our community that pay high wages and provide good jobs and a good tax base growth. We put in a lot of key things to give us a competitive advantage, including water and workforce development being a couple of them. The third advantage we have is the popularity of Texas being a great place to work and live. We take that and we work and try to make McLennan County even better than that. And so in our efforts to call on industry to come into our community, we go to where the best source of folks that want to leave where they are to come here, which is West Coast and East Coast. I've made numerous trips to California and met with companies there that were either wanting to move out of California or expand. They did not want to expand in areas of a more liberal state or liberal communities. And so we provide a good place for them in that regard. So appreciate the time that you all have here. I encourage you to expand the amount of conservative living in our community and take every advantage to jump on that when you can. Thank you very much.
For your testimony, Judge. Chair calls Key West. Is Key West here? Chair calls Key West. Chair will show Key West register to testify on behalf of himself against House Bill 4, herself, thank you for the correction, herself, but not testifying against House Bill 4. Okay. Members, any questions for the members of this panel? Here none. Thank you all for coming here today. Mr. Moore, go call your mom, tell her happy birthday. Panel's excused. Chair's going to call up our next panel, Carl Jones, Brian Anthony Chase, John Carr, and Christopher DeCloit. If you could make your way up to those first 4 seats there. The next panel after that, if you hear your name, please make your way to the room. Amanda McLaughlin, Rachel Preston, Julie Greenewalt, and Brian Mueckett. M-U-E-C-K-E.
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Chase, I'm going to call you first. Under our rules, in Rule 4, Section 20F, the committee shall inform a witness who is visually impaired which members of the committee are present. The chair will inform you that Chair Vasut is present, Representative Hefner is present, Representative Metcalf, Representative Guerra, Representative Hunter, Vice Chair Rosenthal, Representative Thompson, Representative Barbara Gervin-Hawkins, Representative Hicklin, Representative McQueenie, Representative Tepper, Representative Spiller, Representative Wilson, and Representative Pearson. Those members of the committee are present. While not required by the rules, I'm going to let you know that on the dais as well are Representative Curry, Representative Simmons, Representative Hinojosa, and Representative Flores. Members of the committee, have I missed anyone? Thank you. Mr. Chase, I'm going to call you to testify first. And members, if I could have you just stay in your seats. If you get up, I need to let Mr. Chase know, and I will do so. I show you registered to testify as Brian Anthony Chase, Jr. on behalf of yourself against House Bill 4. Is that correct, sir?
That is correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Well, thank you. First of all, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to be informed of who is all in the room and taking sensitivity for me being a blind individual. All right, going forward, I'm going to go and testify. My name is Brian Anthony Chase, Jr. I am a resident of Austin, Texas, and overall 27-year resident of the state of Texas, living in Amarillo, San Antonio, and Austin, Texas. I testify against this measure because the sheer fact that this redistricting goes against the spirit of Texas individualism. This was not organically called upon from the direct constituents of the state of Texas, but from the administration of President Donald Trump, as sent from a letter from the Department of Justice, relayed from the governor, from the lieutenant governor, to the House of Representatives and the state Senate. With that, I would have to say this measure is disingenuous, as the majority of constituents did not call for this redistricting, as well as the fact that this redistricting measure goes against both the 10th, 14th, and 15th Amendment, as well as the way the 5 districts are targeted against minority districts is clear violations of Civil Rights Act of 1965. With that, I state for the record, I am against this measure. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Chase. I'm going to go to the other members of the panel if you'll stay right there, and I will, of course, inform you throughout the course of this panel if anyone else comes into the room. Chair calls Christopher DeCloit. I apologize if I pronounced that right. Is it DeCloit?
DeCloit.
DeCloit. Show you registered to testify as Christopher DeCloit on behalf of the McLennan County Republican Party and yourself for House Bill 4. Is that correct, sir?
That is correct, Chairman. Thank you very much.
Please give us your testimony.
Members of the panel, thank you very much. On this day, the 216th anniversary of the birth of William Barrett Travis, I'm glad to be here today to see that we can talk about this redistricting. The maps in HB4 move away from identity politics and towards voting patterns and political performances within the state. It compacts the areas together and brings together areas of communities of common interest. And so I will be brief and just say, I hope that you will vote for HB4 and bring about a better maps than we have today. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Colonel John Carr. Show you registered to testify as Colonel John Carr on behalf of yourself for House Bill 4. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please give us your testimony.
And thank you, Chairman, for pronouncing my last name correctly, because it's spelled K-E-R.
The chair may have been tipped off. Thank you. Please give us your testimony.
Thank you. Since most of what I had planned on saying has already been covered, I'd like to take a different approach. When I joined the Army as a buck private, I retired as a full colonel 39 years and 7 months later. I'm a combat veteran of Vietnam, and I'm a combat veteran of Iraq. I was part of the initial invasion in Iraq, and I'm proud to serve our nation. I'm proud to serve this state in a capacity on the SREC, although I'm here in my individual capacity. But I've heard from those opposed to this House bill some assumptions that I think need to be corrected. In the Army, we learned several sayings to guide us, one of which was, assumptions make an ass out of you and me. Some of the assumptions that were made today fall into that category. The first one being that if we adopt this map, that it's going to disenfranchise anybody. It's not going to disenfranchise a soul. Everybody has a right to vote. They can vote or they can choose not to vote. Simply because the lines have been amended and drawn in a different direction does not mean that someone can't vote. The second assumption that is that if we follow or adopt this plan, that minorities can't run or that minorities won't win. Both of those assumptions are false. Anybody can run to a position. And if they run, they can win.
You still got 15 seconds. That first beep, don't let it scare you. That second beep, think about it. Third beep, stop.
I'm going to sum up with this. The arguments that I've heard today are assumptions which are false. Please pass this bill.
Thank you for your testimony. Finally, Chair calls Carl Jones. Show you registered to testify on behalf of yourself against House Bill 4. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, thank you.
Please give us your testimony.
Can you hear me? Okay. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I want to start out by saying this. He was caught cheating on video on the golf course. He cheated on his taxes. He cheated on his business loans. He cheated on his wives. He cheated on the business contractors that he stiffed through 40 years of business. And he tried to cheat in the 2020 election. Now he's trying to cheat and win this 2026 midterm election because he knows he can't win. He has ordered Governor Greg Abbott to obey his command and cheat on a Texas redistricting scam to gerrymander 5 new, grossly and illegally drawn House districts. We are here because Texas is the first state under assault. If Texas House Republicans bow down to Trump like Abbott did, the other red states will follow. And if they do that, then America will be under assault. To me, House Republicans, in this case, are like a bunch of buzzards on the fence, waiting to swoop down on a dying carcass of democracy and feed on that. America is a democratic republic, and it's being dismantled daily by Donald Trump. Every single House Republican is under assault by Trump and Abbott. They are telling you that your integrity, your honor, and your duty is for sale, and he is the buyer. And if you obey, you will be rewarded by not being primaried. And if you stand up to him and say no, you will be punished and primaried. And it's that diabolical, it's that simple. In other words, and I don't say this lightly, in other words, he's asking each of you to be one, pardon this word, I mean it in a philosophical way, not a sexual way, but he's asking every one of the Republican representatives in this room to be one of his prostitutes. And I believe that. And if we let him do that, you're going to pay for that with your honor, your integrity, and your duty. We already have a governor and a lieutenant governor and an attorney general who are eager to be one of those kind of people.
Please complete your testimony.
And the last word I want to make is this. We have an attorney general who's such a fan of Donald Trump as he's even emulated by cheating on his wife. So I want to stop right there and make this message. Please do not pass this diabolical redistricting bill. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Jones. Mr. Chase, I want to inform you that Representative Josie Garcia arrived in the room on the dais halfway through Mr. Jones's testimony. Members, have I missed anyone that's present? Okay. Members, any questions for the members of this panel? The chair hears none. Thank you all for your testimony. This panel is excused.
Thank you.
Chair will call our next panel. Amanda McLaughlin, Rachel Preston, Julie Greenewalt, and Brian M-U-E-C-K-E, Mook. Apologize if I mispronounced that. Our next panel after that will be Benjamin Flores, Felicia Martin, Ken Moore, and George Vachnis, V-A-C-H-N-I-S. If those last four will make their way into the room and be ready so that when we call them, they'll be present. Okay. All right. Chair will call Rachel Preston. Show you registered to testify on behalf of yourself against House Bill 4. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Please give us your testimony.
My name is Rachel Preston. I'm a public school teacher in the Austin area, testifying on my own behalf against HB4. The changes in this map target communities of color and representatives of color, all in the guise of taking action against racism while furthering race-based voter disenfranchisement. I'm against any changes at this current time and request that redistricting wait until data is received from the 2030 census. I urge you to stop considering redistricting in light of the nominal 100% opposition to redistricting. I also urge you to establish an independent redistricting commission to safeguard against political gerrymandering. I ask you to please spend the resources allocated for this special session to help with disaster relief and prevention, and if there's time after, other priorities should be taken up. To the Democrats in our legislature, you have my full support to use any and all tools to stop the enactment of this or other harmful legislation. Please keep questioning, keep listening, keep resisting, and when that doesn't work, please break quorum. To the Republicans here and elsewhere, I thank you for providing a masterclass for students on what not to do. I hope my students learn that being a citizen doesn't mean following along in blind allegiance, that it means being informed and engaging. Truly plural society. I hope our children learn that being a patriot doesn't mean grabbing power just because you can. It means standing up against injustices, even when it is your country that is in the wrong. I hope that my students are successfully equipped to distinguish between these non-examples and the positive examples. I thank the committee for your time and attention. I want to thank also Representative Hinojosa and Representative Flores, who is my representative, for being present, and I will be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Amanda McLaughlin. I'll show you registered to testify as Amanda McLaughlin on behalf of yourself against House Bill 4. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Okay. I'm Amanda McLaughlin and I'm representing myself. For years, any bias in the last redistricting was denied, but it is now the basis for this redistricting. The purpose of this redistricting is not to correct any past bias, just the opposite. It is an attempt to seize more power that does not represent the people. There have been hearings in Houston, Austin, and Arlington. People in those hearings were strongly opposed to redistricting. Over 96% voiced their opposition to redistricting. How can you ignore that? On Monday, in the Arlington hearings, we were told that there were no maps and it was unknown as to how the maps would be drawn. But in less than 2 days, the maps were released. We were lied to. The maps just released are drawn to serve a corrupt president who is bullying Texas legislators for 5 more Republican seats. The needs of the people in Texas are secondary to the president's needs to influence the election because his presidency has been a failure and he is worried about midterm elections. These maps will hurt all people of Texas in an effort to dilute Democratic votes, but have also weakened the votes of Republicans. People in the city have different needs in rural areas. The maps are an attempt to help the president at the expense of the people they are meant to serve. This is a government that rules by fear and hate. We are told to hate our neighbor if they are different. This fear and hate divides people. Good leaders unite people. This administration has dehumanized and demonized anyone that is not white, male, and conservative. We should be embracing and celebrating diversity. Even diversity of ideas is not allowed. Anyone disagreeing will be bullied until they conform. What happened to walking in another person's shoes? This is not democracy. I don't want more of this. Is it worth destroying Texas to give the president 5 more seats? Thanks for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Dr. Julie Greenawalt. Shall you register to testify as Dr. Julie Greenawalt on behalf of the Denton County Republican Party and yourself for House Bill 4? Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Thank you. I'm Dr. Julie Greenawalt from Texas, from SD 12, from Denton. I'm a nurse, a veteran of the United States Air Force, and an educator. I want to thank the panel and the public for hearing about the current issue that we have on redistricting. I now live in Denton, where I've lived for only 2 years, as I've retired from Pennsylvania, where I was teaching. I was a conservative faculty member, which is rather an oxymoron, being able to have a voice. So I appreciate coming and having my voice heard. Your job is to be the voice for the people, to give voice to those that do not have it. So I want to thank you for being visionary, representative, and constitutional. Redistricting makes the electoral process fairer. It gives voice to the vulnerable. I do recognize its legality and its messiness, and I appreciate you sitting on that side to have to do it and not I. Our census has increased dramatically from 2000 here in Texas to 2010 to 2020. Denton County alone is rising in residents by 90 people per day. Tarrant County by 120 a day. And in Texas, from July 1st, 2023 to 2024, Texas increased its population by 563,000 residents to where we now show over 31 million residents in Texas. I support recognizing the Texas boom by supporting redistricting. Redistricting gives fairness, voice, representation, accountability, and transparency to the people. I hypothesize to you that this was not a hurry-up measure. I suggest that this may in fact be an unforeseeable consequence to actions that were taken during COVID. So no, I don't believe this is a rapid response to actions that were initiated well over 3 years ago. This is a response to all those relocating to the sanctuary of Texas where we can live out our values. I leave you with my voice that supports redistricting for the Texas Congress. I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Brian Muecke. M-U-E-C-K-A-E calls Brian Muecke. Shall you him register to testify on behalf of himself for House Bill 4, but not testifying? Okay, members, any questions for the members of this panel? Dean Thompson, you're so recognized.
I want to thank you for having a teacher. And you found your way to Texas.
I did. I got here as soon as I could.
Good. I heard you say that your area increases about 90 persons per day?
Correct.
Okay. We know what the census were in 2021. Do you know what they are today?
I looked at the statistics, but I don't recall them off the top of my head.
So statewide, you don't have an idea of what the census may have been since 2021?
I believe it went from like 2000 to 2010. I want to say possibly by about 3,000 it increased, and then it
statewide,
3 million.
I'm talking about statewide.
Million. And then it increased again by 9 million. So it is increasing dramatically every time. And my concern is that if we wait until 2030 to redistrict, as is protocol, that you are disenfranchising a lot of people that are relocating here and not addressing their voice to be heard to you all.
You know, you may have a point. We probably ought to redistrict every year.
Well, if y'all would be up to it, that would probably be the fairest thing to do, but I do believe that it is messy and uncomfortable.
Members, any other questions for the members of this panel? The chair hears none. Thank you for your testimony. This panel is excused. Chair is going to call up our next panel. Benjamin Flores, Felicia Martin, Ken Moore, and George Vacris. If you could come up to these first 4 seats. Our next panel after that will be David Yakubian, Danielle Ayes, A-Y-E-S, Melinda Akowski, and Raymond Hamden. If you could make your way into this room and be ready. All right. I show you registered. Chair calls Benjamin Flores. Show you registered testifies Benjamin Flores on behalf of the City of Bay City and yourself against House Bill 4. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Buenas tardes, Chair, committee members. I'm Benjamin Flores of Bay City, and I speak for working Texans when I say we're tired of solutions being hijacked by Republicans playing their political games. While families in Central Texas are burying their dead, the governor is playing politics. More than 130 Texans died, families lost everything, and communities are still underwater. And what is Greg Abbott's priority? Rigging the vote. So while legal, we shouldn't be here today. 18 items are on this special session's agenda, and flood relief should be items 1 through 17. The Republican majority is focused on redistricting and hemp. Republicans can't win fair elections in Austin, Dallas, Houston, and the Valley. So what do? Reshape those districts to create a 5-seat advantage for their party. And this isn't politics as usual. This is democracy being assaulted to serve a president who demands the protection of a Republican-controlled Congress. 5 new seats. I thought he was super popular, though. This tyranny of the Republican majority is showing everyone why Texas can't fix problems, because you all put politics ahead of people. This is why we have a power grid that fails in bad weather, public schools without enough money to properly educate children, difficult paying for groceries, rent, and medicine, and maternal health care denied, letting women die in hospital parking lots because you all made it illegal for doctors to treat problems during pregnancy. Can we fix those things first? This isn't the Texas I and others moved 2 years ago. In that Texas, we worked together and thrived. Personal liberty was protected, democracy flourished, and opportunity was our calling card. Texas didn't become great by rigging the system. Texans did that with hard work, fair play, and everyone having an opportunity. It became great because Texans thrived together. So I ask, please reject this proposition.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Felicia Martin. Show you registered testifies Felicia Martin on behalf of yourself against House Bill 4. Is that correct?
That's correct. Thank you.
Please give us your testimony.
Hello, everyone. My name is Felicia Martin. I'm a proud product of public schools in the Aldine Independent School District that is represented by U.S. Congressional Districts 18 and 29. I'm also a Rice alumna, a voter, a taxpayer, a Latina, a proud Texan, and part of a 2-mom family raising a daughter now here in Austin. I'm also the newest president of the Texas Freedom Network, an organization that has spent over 30 years fighting for public education, religious freedom, and the fundamental rights of every Texan. I'm here today on behalf of Texans who believe in real democracy, not the version being manipulated behind closed doors. I'm here to ask each of you, what does democracy mean to you? Because from where I sit, and what I was taught by my parents and in my public schools, is that it means people, not politicians, pick their leaders. It means our government serves the public good, not self-interest and self-preservation. It means prioritizing funding to address the devastating floods we just experienced instead of calling a special session out of fear to cling to power. It means transparency, public input, fair representation. It means showing up for the people of this state, not just for your own party's survival. Are you so terrified of Black, brown, and young voters that you feel compelled to shut us up?
because this mid-decade redistricting is unjust and yet another disgusting example of this state's history of silencing and discriminating against voters like me. And you know it. It's not about data. It's not about fairness. It's about Donald Trump, a corrupt Department of Justice, and a power grab in Texas, pure and simple. So ask yourselves, legislators, what does democracy mean to you? Because we're watching, we're organizing, and we will not be erased.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Martin, you had referenced the Texas Freedom Network. I saw in your occupation of your registration, you listed self and Texas Freedom Network. Are you testifying here today only on behalf of yourself, or are you testifying here on behalf of the Texas Freedom Network as well?
Both.
Okay. Do we have your permission to update your registration to list you as testifying on behalf of the Texas Freedom Network and self?
Absolutely.
Okay, we're going to make that change momentarily. All right. We've got that change made. Thank you for your testimony. The vice chair is correct. This is way better than paper. The chair calls Ken Moore. Show you register to testify as Ken Moore on behalf of yourself for House Bill 4. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Okay. Texas is indeed a hard red state, and it's getting redder with time. These congressional maps are being withdrawn in part to reflect this change. But make no mistake, this shift is not being driven by congressional maps or manipulation by some nefarious force. The state is changing because people are changing. The hard fact is, more and more people, including minorities, are voting Republican. The old promise of raising people out of poverty by continually raising taxes on the rich and redistributing that wealth to everyone only creates more poor people. If you starve the chicken that lays the eggs, the chicken will stop laying the eggs. And if you create an environment where the investor cannot make a profit, they will invest somewhere else. And if people see their poverty getting worse and not better, they will vote for someone else. In 2016, then candidate Donald Trump offered this challenge to American minorities, primarily to blacks. What do you have to lose by trying something different? After generation after generation after generation of poverty and things not getting better, what do you have to lose by trying something different? And a lot of people took him up on that, and they rolled the dice, and they were happy with the changes, and so they never looked back. And that's what's driving the change here. HB4 helps facilitate that change, and it's a good thing. Please report it favorably to the full body.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Chair calls George Vacris. Shall you register to testify as George Vacris on behalf of yourself for House Bill 4? Is that correct?
George Brian Vacris. Yes, I'm testifying for myself.
Okay. Do you want us to? We don't have a middle name button, I think, on there. So is it just George Vacris? Okay.
That's fine.
Oh, okay. Please give us your testimony.
Okay. So I was at the public hearing Saturday at the University of Houston, and you had stated that over 700 people had registered to speak, so I didn't get a chance to speak. So I made sure I came here. But before I came here, for the Arlington hearing, I submitted testimony, written testimony online. And I did discuss there some of the comments about racism and racial gerrymandering. So I'm not going to readdress that. I'm just going to talk about a couple of things. I am the party chairman, Republican Party chairman, Harris County Precinct 885. You took my precinct and you actually divided it, which is fine because you divided it along the mud district boundaries. And you gave the Republican part of my precinct, the more Republican part, to the new Congressional District 9. The new Congressional District 9, unlike what someone said here was testifying, is actually a very majority Hispanic district. And last night I was talking to a Spanish surnamed Republican who said he would run for that office. So much for racial gerrymandering or ethnic gerrymandering or whatever you want to call it. And I'm very familiar with a lot of the new CD9. I used to teach school there at the poorest high school in Houston ISD. Now, that was a retirement career because actually I was an engineer working on the design of nuclear submarines for the U.S. Navy. So, but I gave back 9 years. And as far as the border goes, Officially, my high school was listed as 8% immigrant. Want to try 40%? Because I used to poll the students in Espanol, because thank God I could speak enough Spanish to teach them in Spanish, because so many were coming across. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions for the members of this panel? The chair has done. Thank you for your testimony. The panel is excused. The chair will call up our next panel. Chair calls David Yakubian, Danielle Ays, Melinda Akowski, and Raymond Hamden. If you will come up to the front 4 seats at the table. The next 4, if you can make your way to this room, Bill Crane, Jan McDowell, Angela Raven Anderson, and Bruce McAllister. Those 4 could make their way to the room. And everybody's been doing a great job, I think, of transitioning here, so I appreciate your cooperation on that. And everyone's been doing a great job of, once you're done testifying, leaving the room so we can open this up for more people to come in. I want to thank the gallery for their assistance. Okay. All right. The chair is going to call David Yakubian. Show you registered to testify on behalf of yourself against House Bill 4. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Hello, I'm David Yakubian, and I live in a very well-represented District 30. You know, my friends, they tell me I'm looking mafioso today. But, yeah, for real. But the real mafia is the Republican Party today. The top boss is Trump, and his top lieutenants are Abbott, Patrick, and Paxton. And the mafia boss has dictated that y'all are going to steal 5 seats, proper representation from the people, violating the Constitution, the 10th, 14th, and 15th Amendment, and the Voting Rights Act. Man, it's truly criminal. Now, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate how respectful, attentive, and cordial you were in Arlington. I could be totally wrong. I haven't really looked into you, but you seem even-tempered, respectful, and maybe even reasonable. I can only imagine the pressure you and your other Republican colleagues are by the top Republican leadership. And you know what? That's what the mafia does. They layer on the pressure and get you to break the law for them. If you pass this bill, you must ask yourself, can you look people in the eyes with a straight face and honestly say to friends, family, and neighbors, I did the right thing? Now, to the Democrats here, you got to break a few eggs to make an omelet. I think y'all can handle breaking quorum. 99% of testimony so far, if you include all the other cities, is against this. Constituents expect you to defend them, and that's what you were hired to do. Represent and defend their interests and their rights. Now back to Republicans. Republicanism is about representative government, okay? You represent us, you do not rule over us. We are citizens, not subjects. And 99% of the people are against this bill. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Reverend Dr. Danielle Ayers.
Ayers, yes.
Ayers, okay. I knew there was something off with that. So I'm glad I looked at the registration. We got you right here. And I show you registered to testify on behalf of the Friendship West Baptist Church and yourself against House Bill 4. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Please give us your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am here today out of conviction and as a witness of injustice, not imagined, but real, not accidental, but intentional, compelled not only by the facts, but by faith. This map is not just flawed and racist, it is unconstitutional. It is a weapon drawn not with ink, but with intent to suppress predominantly non-white voices. And more than that, it is immoral. Micah 6:8 asks us, what does the Lord require of you but to do justice, love mercy, and walk humbly with your God? This map does none of those things. It does not do justice. It divides, diminishes, and dismantles districts and communities of color. It does not show mercy. It erases hard-fought battles and hard-earned voices. And there is no humility in a map that is drawn to protect power instead of people. Whenever Black people and other communities of color claim our share of power, there is a swift and coordinated attempt to snatch it back. This map, with its surgically precise lines, dilutes black and brown voting strength and uses old political tactics of pitting non-white groups against each other. It is gerrymandering under the guise of governance. This mid-decade redistricting is a clear strategy to cheat and steal the 2026 midterm election in plain sight. Moving forward with this map betrays democracy. To justify it is to be complicit in its corruption. Proverbs 11:1 reminds us a false balance is an abomination to the Lord. This map is a false balance, and it tips the scales. But I am here to say, we will not be erased, we will not be silenced, and we will not let this map stand without a fight. Reject it, redraw it, and remember, justice is a nonpartisan issue. It is a moral one. And everything that may be legal is not necessarily just. So I urge us not to go forward with HB4. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Melinda Akowski. I show you registered to testify as Melinda Akowski on behalf of yourself for House Bill 4. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Please give us your testimony.
My name is Melinda Akowski, and I'm a resident of Tarrant County. I am here today to express my support for the newly proposed congressional district map. I believe the proposed map is a fair and accurate reflection of Texas's current growing population and current voter trends. The proposed map will establish districts that are nearly equal in population and well within legal deviation limits. This map improves voter representation while maintaining local cohesion, which is necessary for effective governance. I urge the committee to resist the rhetoric labeling the proposed map as racist. That word is too often used to generate fear and division. The reality is, this map is based on data, on population numbers and voter trends, and numbers don't lie. I hope today that there would have been more focus on the political makeup of the redrawn districts. Instead, we have heard nothing but the makeup of a district, that the district is based on race, assuming that we can know how someone will vote based on their race. I reject the idea that the proposed map is racist. It is my strong opinion that these new districts have been drawn based on population growth and voter data. With that perspective in mind, I believe this map aligns with the principles of transparency and fairness that Texans expect. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Raymond Hamden. Is it Raymond Hamden here? Chair calls Raymond Hamden. Show him registered to testify on behalf of himself for House Bill 4, but not testifying. Members, Dean Thompson, you recognize the question panel.
I want to talk to the gentleman here.
Hello, ma'am. Thank you.
You were mentioning a moment ago our responsibility as legislators.
Yes, ma'am.
And may I share some information with you, please?
Absolutely.
According to the Texas Constitution,
Mm-hmm.
the duties of a state representative is to make the laws. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
We are not obligated. We're not, there's nothing in the Constitution that say we have to break quorum. Absolutely no, let me finish.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely no responsibilities.
Mm-hmm.
We make $13.97 a day, and we try to earn every penny.
Yes, ma'am. I don't disagree.
Every one of us.
Especially you.
We try, yeah, especially me, because I'm my sole supporter.
Yes, ma'am.
We look out for the marginalized.
Yes,
We
ma'am.
look out for everybody,
Mhm.
because that's what we want to do within the state.
Mhm.
Texas is over 60% minorities.
Yes, ma'am.
And when this map passes, the minority group of this state will represent 83% of the districts.
Mhm.
Not the minority, not the 60%. The minority group would have the bulk of the congressional districts. We do it according to population and some other factors when we
Yes,
do
ma'am.
this.
Mhm.
And the last time we had a census was in 2021.
Correct.
We don't have a census. We're doing it. They're doing it by
This
other
midday
other methods and means at this particular time.
Right.
And I want to share that information not as a matter of criticism to you or anybody on the panel, but I want to just let you know that the minority of the state is getting a lion's share of the congressional districts,
I understand.
while the
Mhm.
people who are in the majority in numbers are getting the brunt end of it. Thank you so much. Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you, Dean. Members, any other questions? Representative Garcia, did you want to question the panel? Okay, understood. Representative Gerben Hawkins, you recognize the question of the panel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, thank you. My question is to Melinda, how you pronounce it,
Akowski.
Akowski. You know, one thing you mentioned, which, you know, you mentioned the standard deviation, which tells me you looked at it very closely. And you say it's within the standard deviation. The standard deviation is about 2.5%. Have you really looked at these numbers?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
No. From what I was saying in there, the standard deviation being what it would normally represent, sorry. However, no, I'm in no way an expert, and if you're going to quiz me on any of that, I'm not going to be able to answer you.
Did someone tell you that number?
No,
Or that we
ma'am.
were within the standard? Because one of the things I think is so important is that we espouse accurate information.
Yes, ma'am.
So when we look at changing districts, some at anywhere from 20 to 50%,
Yes, ma'am.
it's way above the standard deviation. So I just really wanted to share with you so you can have accurate information as the people here. When we change in districts at such a high percentage level, it creates a lot of challenges. So
Yes, yes. I think, and I agree with what you're saying. I think I could have had better information with the deviation. However, I will say that I strongly disagree that any of this is race-driven. And I think that it's really difficult for me to sit in here all day long and hear consistently over and over and over about how we could possibly assume that these are going to disenfranchise any race or ethnic group
So what
based
do you
on how
think
they vote.
What do you think it was driven by?
By
do you think
voter
it-
trends.
By
Because
voter trends?
Yes, ma'am. I do believe that population growth and voter trends. I believe that we have had a number, I think it's been 2.7 million that has come into Texas since 2020. And since that time, I believe they were coming because they were escaping states that were more blue. And I'm talking only political. I'm not talking anything about race or anything like that. But I believe because of COVID, that started the trend to move to Texas. In fact, I moved here in November of 2021.
So
And-
you don't think that the changing districts by such a large number, particularly picking up Anglo seats versus other groups is not race related? That's your belief?
That's my belief, because I don't know that how you could assume how someone is voting based on if they're Anglo or Hispanic or African American or whatever their race may be. I don't know that you would know how I vote based on my skin color or my ethnic background.
Oh, well,
And if-
I wouldn't want to guess about
Well, I
someone-
wouldn't want anyone to guess that, and I think that's the entire purpose and point, and I 100% submit to you, I do not have any of the data on deviations.
Right.
And I apologize for that, but
No.
when it comes to the race, I absolutely believe that that has been said over and over and over today and throughout the committees that have been heard throughout. In fact, I heard this morning that most of the committee members were talking about not seeing the maps while they were at the Houston and Arlington meetings. However, they were declaring that they were racist during those meetings. How can you declare that they're racist if you haven't seen the map?
Wow, you
That
make
was
a good point. So would you agree those maps should have been available at those meetings?
I have
so
no
that people
problem.
could
I
have
do
seen
not
them?
disagree. I
Oh,
don't
man,
disagree.
you made
I
a
don't-
great point for
Well, I
us.
don't think that's a gotcha moment, because no, I don't disagree with you on that. I don't disagree at all. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying
Maps and
Yes,
study
ma'am.
the maps?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you believe that the maps really lay out a fair and balanced based on?
Ma'am, I believe that based on the data that I've seen, that it was based on population growth and the way that they are outlined based on the population, yes, ma'am, and
So-
on voter trends.
So my final question then.
Yes, ma'am.
Is population growth, if 95% of the population growth is minorities, then how could minorities be losing seats?
Ma'am,
if
I
you
can't
use that
answer
logic?
any questions about minority or majority because I actually don't look at the world within that.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much, Melinda.
You're welcome.
And all I would ask is, look at it a little bit more closely, so as you're making your decision
I
and
see you as a
supporting-
person, as I would hope that you would see me. I love you, and
We're all
that's-
God's children, I agree
that's
wholeheartedly.
absolutely,
We're
and
all
I don't
God's
think
children.
that there's
But
any reason as
all
to
I
why
would
we need
say-
to call that out.
Yeah, all I would say is, you know, when we're making decisions,
Yes,
we
ma'am.
want to make sure we have accurate information, so, and our representatives
Yes,
are
ma'am.
giving us accurate information, so it's going to take a little time to look at that data. But I would really implore you, again, thank you for being here, I really
Yeah,
appreciate it.
absolutely.
But implore you to really look at it very closely so that you're not giving lies and untruths
Oh,
in
okay.
terms of the
Well,
data.
Wait,
Thank
wait.
you so
I
much.
don't think I lied. I don't think I lied.
I didn't say you lied.
No, I
said
think you
don't
said.
look at lies. I didn't say you lied.
Oh,
I
okay,
said you
okay.
don't
I'm sorry, I
look
misunderstood.
At lies and
Yeah, because I
untruth.
didn't lie.
No, I wouldn't call you a liar. I don't even know you that well
Okay,
to call
good.
you a liar.
Because I don't lie. Just so we're clear.
You know, and I appreciate the questions and occasional laughter, a little response. That's fine. I just wanted a little bit of a gentle admonishment. Just let's try to minimize any type of, you know, audience reaction to the testimony, and I'll give some grace. So, with that, Representative Garcia, you recognize the question, members of the panel.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. Ms. Akowski,
Yes, ma'am.
I do have a question. Do you know what spurred off this whole redistricting?
Yes. Well, not what started it. My opinion would be, and what I've heard, is that we have an opportunity to pick up hopefully pick up 5 conservative seats. I would hope, based on the political makeup of Texas and the new growth that we've seen, I would hope that that would be true. Now, however, that does not mean that we necessarily all of those would go conservative. There's obviously, based on the makeup, anyone can run for those seats and you can vote for whoever you want. We've created 5 new districts is what I think was the intention of that.
So you're not aware of the letter from the Department of
No, ma'am.
Justice
No, ma'am.
identifying the 4
Ma'am, I'm
districts?
just a citizen. I don't really have any kind of understanding of
Okay,
that.
well, and because you made the statement that there was absolutely no, that we're making up, or there was no indication of race, I just wanted to just share some facts with you real quick. What spurred everything off here
Yes,
for us
ma'am.
to be here today was a letter of the Department of Justice that identified 4 congressional districts in the state of Texas that were to be dismantled and redistricted. Of those 4 districts, 3 of them were historically black seats. 1 of them is a Latino seat. Do you know how many black seats there are in Congress for the entire state of Texas, ma'am?
No, ma'am, I don't. I
There
do
are
not know
5.
if there is a black seat or a
There are
Hispanic seat.
historically black serving seats, ma'am, and if you know, we look at the major parts and major metropolitan areas of Houston and Dallas, and a lot of the testimony that was given here today, they've given wonderful historic indications and names of the people who ran in those districts, and yes, they are historically black seats. And of the 5 that there are that represent the entire state of Texas, of the 30 and plus, 3 of them were set to be dismantled. So I'm just curious. Of the 4 seats that were identified, 3 of them were historically black seats. 1 of them is a historically Latino seat. You don't see the race in there.
No, ma'am, because I don't think a seat belongs to any race.
Okay, interesting. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Chair recognizes Mr. Tepper to question the members of the panel.
So, Ms. Kowski, on that same thread, you're not aware of any black or Hispanic or white seats that are delegated to the United States Congress.
I don't believe so.
And so there has been.
Is there a way I'm misunderstanding the question?
No, I think
Okay.
you, because I'm not aware of
Okay.
those. I'm not aware of those either.
All right, thank you.
The seats in Congress are delegated by states, by population, and are distributed, but not, as far as I know, and I think you would agree, or the panel here would agree, they are not labeled black or Hispanic or
Correct.
or white seats
That's my
or
guess.
Asian seats or anything. Okay, thank you. Is it frustrating to hear that so much racial discussion about how the seats are distributed? You've sat for hours and then
Yeah.
you gave your testimony as a citizen, and you're essentially belittled and attacked for having those opinions. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Because you live here in Texas and you want all of us to, live the dream.
Yeah, I don't understand why we have to talk about race in order to talk about political motivations. I mean,
Is it possible for someone of color to vote Republican?
Absolutely.
We had a mayor here that
Yes,
testified that, but I
absolutely.
think he was black and is the mayor of
Absolutely.
Denton.
Yes.
So it's frustrating to hear hours of testimony about how racist everyone is if they want to look at maps or districts or seats
Yes.
and call you racist for something that is not necessarily a racial issue.
That's correct. I shared my testimony earlier today about how I grew up in poverty and homelessness and many things, and I was still told that I still had white privilege. So it was a little shocking
Well,
coming from where I've come from in my life. And
congratulations to you for your success, and thank you for coming here to testify today.
thank you.
Thank you. Just remind everybody, let's keep any side remarks. Only the member that's recognized to ask questions and the witnesses are recognized at this time. Chair calls Representative Manuel to question the panel.
Yes, I just want to clarify something, and I don't want you to think I'm trying to attack you or
I
anything
am
like
not,
that.
and I'm fine with all
I
the
do think
questions.
sometimes we say it's a black seat, and it's not really what we mean. It's one of those words, like things that we say. The purpose of those seats are not for them to be black seats or Hispanic seats. The point of them is if you have enough people who have a certain ethnicity, then it gives them an opportunity to have representation because they haven't historically always been able to have representation. If you're in West Texas, you're not going to probably have 50% African American or maybe even 30% African American. But like for instance, where I am, I have a black Republican Party chair, but where my seat is, it was created so that black people who historically have not always had the right to vote, always had a way to participate. It was a way so that they wouldn't be gerrymandered. It was to make sure that we were able to speak for ourselves. Just like, no offense when I say this, you would never want me to walk into your doctor's office and say, oh, I can speak for her. Let me tell you what's wrong with her, mansplaining or talking about what I think about what you need as a person because you should be able to do that for yourself. There are minority opportunity districts where someone is not black. They could be Hispanic representing it. But again, sometimes we misphrase that. And I know sometimes people say we hate talking about race. And I do understand that, but I think what people have to understand is if a majority of minorities are telling you that they feel consistently that the race conversation is brought up without people even realizing that they're doing it. Like one thing that I'm going to speak for me that's offensive is when people say, oh my gosh, you're so tall. Do you play basketball? Because that's them saying, oh, well, because you're tall and you're black, you must want to play basketball. I hate sports. Hate them. I'll go. It's fun. I like fashion, shopping, different things like that. That's me. But when you say those kinds of things, it generalizes us into a pocket. Or when you say, oh, wow, your hair is so nice. Where did you get it from? My head. Those are the kind of things, or can I take those things that seem innocuous to a lot of people are deeply hurtful because there's a whole past of why that became horrible for us. I don't think there's anything wrong with people who are, I love Representative Pearson. She's a black Republican. I have nothing against her being a Republican. But those seats are not necessarily for a black person or a Hispanic person only to represent them. Again, it's for us to be able to have a voice because we have not often been able to have a voice. And if there wasn't someone like me here in a district like this, I wouldn't be able to explain to you why those seats are so important to us and why, and it's not the seats, why that ability to have that representation is so important to us. And lastly, in short, because tell you this, the beach that I swim on, the beach that I go to a barbecue on, That beach is where one of my great-grandmothers on my grandmother's side was sold as a slave in Sabine Pass, and I live 24 minutes from there. She was sold from that beach to Marksville, Louisiana, and by the grace of God, somehow we came back, and here I am in this seat in East Texas.
Yeah.
So it's important for us because it gives me the ability to say my grandmother was a slave, and you can't say your grandmother was sold on the shores of Sabine Pass during slavery because they didn't
have
have
other stories that could also
but
share.
that's no. But see, that's the point is we can't conflate them and make them the same because that's not the reality.
Okay.
An indentured servant is not someone who was stolen from a different place and then sold into slavery.
Yeah.
Both of them are bad,
And-
but
and
one
I
of them is
apologize,
very
yes.
no. And I know you're not trying to be
The
offensive.
reason that I'm saying that is because I also believe, because of my upbringing, that if we sit in that victimhood of being that, you can be a victim or a victor. You can pull yourself up. I understand there's hurts, past hurts, things like that, and I would never
I know
assume
that.
that I could understand what your family went through in that. Neither could you assume
Exactly.
that my life experiences are what
And I'm
make
glad
up
you said
me.
that one part because I want to say this. This is something really important for people to understand when black people talk about slavery.
Mm-hmm.
And people say, we don't know why we have to keep talking about it, this or that. A Jewish person, when they talk of the Holocaust or they talk of slavery and bondage in Egypt, they say, when it happened to us, because it's supposed to be a collective memory that we are remembering the pain of our ancestors so that we are not detached from what could happen to us. When we talk about it as black people, African Americans, we're often told, well, that was 200 years ago. That's effectively true, or 300 years ago, however you want to look at it. What we're trying to say and remember is we don't want to forget the fact that we are descendants of people who were taken from a different land, had multiple tribes mixed. When people say, if you don't want to be here, go back to where you came from. The point of the problem is some of us literally come from so many different parts, we don't know where we could ever come from. So when people say we don't know why we have to talk about race, the problem is we were taken from a place, and we want to remember the fact that we are a bunch of different cultures within the continent of Africa. So it's not the same. We do need to have a real conversation about what we're feeling, and it would be very helpful if people would choose to listen to our experiences rather than to tell us how we feel, because the thing is, when you say, I don't know why we have to talk about race, I don't know why I have to go to a beach and
I just want
watch.
to interject one thing. I don't think I said I don't know why we have to talk about race. I think what my comments were is I don't believe that the map is driven by race. That's what I believe I said.
And I'm
I
telling
believe
you,
that
no.
the entire day was full of comments about race, and it was
Right,
directed.
and I was clarifying that for you. Is,
that's
yes,
what I was trying to say.
It's
Yes.
common. It's a black seat. No, what we're saying is it's an opportunity for us. It is not guaranteed that we will have that ability to just have a black person in that seat, because black people at one point had the right to vote, and then they didn't have the right to vote, and then they sporadically in some places had the right to vote, and then we got the right to vote again. And the same thing for women in the 1800s. Massachusetts, you could vote, but because men were dressing up as women to do it nefariously, they punished women, and then you couldn't get the right to vote again for over 100 years. So I'm saying is, I would never tell you as a woman, oh, get over that. That was 50 years ago. You can vote now. But what I'm saying, I wouldn't say it.
Yes, I understand, and I apologize if you think that I was demeaning or anything
it's not an
about
apology.
that. I was
just
directing it all direct on the map,
and
that
I'm
I
going to
don't
be
think the
quiet
map
after
is
this.
racist.
I just want you to say is, I don't think this conversation was. I think sometimes people think when we're talking about this, we're saying you need to have white guilt. That's not what we're saying.
I don't.
What we're saying is, can you just listen to us without interruption and just listen to our experiences?
That there's been some implications
and you're not doing that now.
on me.
Listen to our experiences of being Americans, because they are vastly different. And my best friend, who's my roommate, who's my grandmother, is 95, and she's been alive longer than she's been able to ever vote.
Wow.
And she knows what that felt like, just like she knows what it felt like to be called a negress by people when she went to Louisiana and Texas. So it is a painful memory. And it is something that we would just prefer people to listen to and not ask why we have to interject race. We haven't always been treated fairly, and it hasn't been 100 years that we've been treated fairly. It's been less than 100 years.
Yes, I think there was some misunderstanding in my testimony, if that is what you had heard from what I was saying. What I was saying is I don't believe that the map itself is racist, and which I meant from that, in my opinion, I didn't think that that needed to be directed toward a race. The entire day focused on that. That was my entire point on that. It's not negating what you have gone through and what your family has gone through in that. That's not anything of what I was trying to say. And if I did portray that to you, I apologize, because that was not what I was saying.
I was simply trying to let you know that what the point of it is. We should be able to talk about race whenever we choose to, if it's a whole day of it, or if it's for 5 minutes of it, because of the fact
I still think we just aren't not like communicating well, because I'm not saying what you're thinking I'm saying.
If
I
I
get
may
your point,
interject,
and I appreciate it.
Please do.
If I may interject, I think no. I think we got it.
Okay.
No, and then I think that's great. This is what America is all about, having these robust conversations. So, you bet, Representative Manuel. Members, any other questions for the members of this panel? The chair actually heard a no.
I'm hurt.
And on that basis, thank you all for your testimony, for your words, and you are excused. The chair is going to call up our next panel: Bill Crane, Jan McDowell, Angela Raven Anderson, and Bruce McAllister. If you'll come up to these first 4 seats. The next panel after that is going to be Louis Minor, Robert Hsiao, or HSIAO. I apologize if I mispronounced that. And Michael Garrett Neves. I remember Mr. Neves. And Zoe Kador. If you could make your way into the room. All right. I got my other panel. Yeah, sorry, we're just working on doing a little housekeeping. Get this organized. Chair's going to go ahead and get started. I'm going to call Bruce McAllister. Shall you register to testify as Bruce McAllister on behalf of yourself against House Bill 4? Is that correct?
Correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Thank you for letting me have this time to provide my testimony. Texas, the once proud Lone Star State, has been reduced to a whimper by the state Republicans in the last 20 years. The Texas GOP rallied in the Texas GOP rallied in the independent electrical power grid that failed in disaster. It was all for independent energy, profits, and political contributions. They did not want to afford the protection of the national power grid. Texas is alone in the continental U.S. on this. It remains the same today, lives lost, and zero apologies. I have to amend that a little bit. I just found out today that El Paso is part of the national grid. Now we are here for a redistricting of voting districts mid-census. Redistricting normally follows a census which examines populations and trends. This is not that. Texas Republicans have decided that our Texas pride can be sold to Donald Trump. Donald Trump has been convicted on 34 counts of felony falsification business practices and has been convicted of sexual misconduct. Yet Texas Republicans are all for him. It seems that the Texas Republican Party wants to learn more from his illegal practices to hone their own skills. As in any crime, the facts are slow to develop. In this case, the crime is in the redistricting map given to the Texas Republicans by Donald Trump. As with any criminal enterprise, hiding intent is key. They finally released the redistricting map. Is there a Texas Republican with pride and dignity of character anymore? I've not seen one in decades. How will the state of Texas regain respect as the Republican Party continues to sell our state to the least respectable bidder? Shame has been earned and escalated by the Texas Republican Party. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Reverend Dr. Angela Raven Anderson. Show you registered to testify on behalf of Wheeler Avenue Baptist Church and yourself against House Bill 4. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. I am Reverend Dr. Angela Raven Anderson, leader of the Social Justice Ministry of the historic Wheeler Avenue Baptist Church, located in Houston's 3rd Ward and in Congressional District 18. Today, I come as a faith leader representing the thousands who are part of our congregation, 15,000. Just yesterday, approximately 25 letters were delivered to your office, Chair, from the members of the congregation, each one voicing deep concerns and strong opposition to the current redistricting process. In addition to the hard copies, each of you, as members of the committee, also have received a digital version of those letters in your mailbox. These letters are not mere formalities. They are the collective voice of a community that refuses to be silenced. I do rise today as a faith leader to offer a moral and biblical perspective on the redistricting efforts currently underway. As a people of faith, we believe those who govern are accountable to higher laws, both civic and sacred. Proverbs 31, 8-9 instructs us to speak for those who cannot speak for themselves. For the rights of all who are destitute, speak up and judge fairly, defend the rights of the poor and the needy. This is a call for those who govern as you do to do so with moral courage, especially when the vulnerable are at risk of being silenced. In Isaiah 10, verse 1-2, offers this prophetic warning. Woe to those who make unjust laws, to those who issue oppressive decrees to deprive the poor of their rights and withhold justice from the oppressed of my people. These verses speak directly to what is unfolding before us. The current redistricting maps threaten to undermine the voices of Black, brown, and marginalized communities across Texas. They do not reflect justice. They reflect power manipulated for political gain. So let me be clear, gerrymandering is not just a political issue, it is a moral one. When lines are drawn to suppress voices, scriptures call it oppression. When lines are written to diminish representation, God calls it injustice.
Please complete your testimony.
So today, I urge you to lead with integrity, draw fair maps, protect every voice, honor both democracy and divine, because the eyes of the people, and more importantly, the eyes of God are watching. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Bill Crane. Show you registered to testify as Bill Crane on behalf of yourself against House Bill 4. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Bill Crane, and I'm from Dallas, speaking in opposition to HB4. Dallas County has 875 voting precincts. I'm going to tell you about a small portion of them, just 23. I'm a precinct chair of 1142 in Dallas, which is part of a larger group of precincts known as LH Blue in Lake Highlands. Of the 23 precincts in the confined area of Dallas, 21 will be in a new congressional district, and only 2 remain in the same district. But that district that with the 2 unchanged precincts is transforming from a district almost entirely within Dallas County to one being combined with 6 rural East Texas counties that almost reaches the Louisiana border. That is not the definition of compact. That is 6 contiguous counties running straight east from Dallas. 14 of our precincts in District 5 are now combined with the 4 large East Texas counties. And 5 of our precincts are now in 33, which is a combination of a leg that goes down to the southeast part of Dallas, another leg that goes into southwest Dallas, and another leg that goes into northwest Dallas, which makes it look like a big, ugly X in Dallas County. Our tiny portion of Dallas County looks like the epicenter of an explosion you caused to break up our voting interests to be diluted in the areas that would be of best suited to your interests. The entire congressional representation of LH Blue covered Dallas and Tarrant counties only. Now we will be spread out over 11 counties. That's one neighborhood that is only the size of a small portion of one high school attendance district. This is a massive change that is completely unnecessary. There is no new census. The same numbers that must be used that were used to draw the current map. You should not do what is not right. When someone asks you to do something that is wrong, you should say no. When someone orders you to do something that is wrong, you should say hell no. There have been a few statistics that were cited at the beginning before testimony came on that's made up of some voodoo math. It was stated to make it look like gloss over the ugliness of this map. To use some popular terminology lately, District 32 has been completely obliterated. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Jan McDowell. Shall you register to testify on behalf of yourself against House Bill 4? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Please give us your testimony.
I'm Jan McDowell. I live in Carrollton in Congressional District 32. You've heard from legal experts today about why the proposed map is illegal. You've heard that the current maps are racially discriminatory and that the proposed map will put that on steroids. I'd like to focus on the fact that it's just wrong. Yes, even in 2025, when facts apparently don't matter and science is just woke and whatever comes from the puppet masters in Washington is gospel, there still is a difference between right and wrong. America is a proud nation approaching our 250th birthday. We have a constitution written by our founding fathers' steadfast work to create a document that would withstand every potential attack that they could foresee. They did not foresee that politicians would one day throw it all away just to curry favor with a convicted felon. Today, our national leaders work against any attempts to head off climate change, oblivious of the dangers we can see every day with extreme flooding, fires, turbulence racking commercial flights, and extreme heat and cold. They endanger public health when they take health care away from millions. They alienate us from our international allies. They deport people from our streets who are clearly not the worst of the worst. Yes, I said national leaders are doing these things. These are disasters being fueled in DC. But now that you are planning to manipulate upcoming elections to send more stooges to Congress to enable all those things, everything that will happen to America and to Americans will be on your hands. I feel certain that many of you know that this is wrong. I'm asking you to please act on what you know is right. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions for the members of this panel? Dean Thompson is recognized to question the panel.
Dr. Anderson, I want to thank you for the generosity and the kindness of Wheeler Avenue Baptist Church, allowing us to use your gymnasium and hearing the rest of the witnesses who were unable to testify when we had the hearing in Houston.
You're
Would you
welcome.
please extend my deep thanks to your church. I did call Reverend Alexander Johnson, and I texted him and told him, but I wanted you to know we are most grateful.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dean. Members, any other questions for the members of this panel? Chair Hassan, thank you for your testimony. This panel is excused. Chair calls Louis Minor, Robert Hischau, Michael Garrett Neves, Zoe Cador. If you'll make your way up to these front four. The next panel after that, if I call your name, if you could make your way into the room, James Halamek, Susan McNeil, Jonathan McCullough, and Alexandria Butler. See, we might be missing two on this panel. If Deborah Chin could make her way in, I'm going to put you on this panel we got here. Deborah Chin, make your way in. Go ahead and come sit down at the front here. We'll take you as the third witness on this panel. Okay. Mr. Neves, good to see you again. Chair calls Michael Garrett Neves. Show you register to testify on behalf of yourself against House Bill 4. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Yes. I'd particularly like to please have the attention of the Democratic members, please. Regular people see that oligarchs and elites have corrupting power in the United States. Just one example, a YouGov poll in January said 80% of Americans see corruption in the U.S. Congress as being a serious or somewhat serious problem, and 72% see corruption oligarchs and elites, including within their own party, and propose changes to greatly reduce corruption. This would produce general election candidates with the credibility to run effectively in the general election against the corruption of elites and for the well-being of regular people. A Democratic Party which does this has a good chance to actually increase the number of Democratic representatives. The corrupt mid-decade redistricting necessarily, and forget that part. But see, Democrats can start right now, by acknowledging that the $1.7 million that AIPAC has given Hakeem Jeffries and $1.7 million that AIPAC has given Chuck Schumer, they paid off in their leadership in supplying billions of dollars in bombs for the ongoing genocide in Gaza and violating international law and U.S. law to support and protect the genocide. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Zoe Kador. Show you registered to testify as Zoe Kador on behalf of yourself against House Bill 4. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please give us your testimony.
Hi again, everyone. My name is Zoe Kador. I'm here again, not only as a concerned citizen, but as a candidate for Texas's 18th Congressional District, one of the very districts being redrawn to serve a felon in the White House. This redistricting process is unconstitutional, and it's a direct betrayal of the people of Texas. There's been no new census, no significant population shifts, no legitimate reason to redraw the lines mid-cycle, and these maps aren't being crafted to reflect the will of the people. They're being engineered to suppress it. District 18 is being merged with District 9, dismantling two historically black districts with the stroke of a pen. That's radical packing meant to dilute black political power and silence diverse communities across the region. And you're not just redrawing the lines, you're targeting leadership. Congressman Al Green, the Congressional Black Caucus, the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, leaders who've stood firm in opposition to Donald Trump's harmful, dangerous policies. And you're trying to redraw them out of existence. And in the process, you're punishing the very people who elected them. Also, it's a privilege to not see the racial discrimination that is happening here. That privilege includes being ignorant about the fact that minorities are not a monolith. And our communities are very nuanced. The needs of my neighborhood of 3rd Ward is not the same as Acres Homes, Missouri City, or Humble. But your map is saying we only deserve one voice. That's not representation, that's erasure, and that isn't democracy, it's discrimination. Lastly, we cannot allow partisan power grabs to become the new norm. If we don't draw the line here, we open the door to a gerrymandering war where every party redraws the map just to punish the other side. That is not leadership. That is a race to the bottom. And Texas should not be the place where democracy goes to die. It should be the place where it's fiercely defended. So if you go through with this, we will fight in court, we will organize in the streets, and while we may not have great voter turnout right now, I will personally ensure that we beat you at the ballot box. I am lastly a 5th-generation Texan, and I love the slogan, "Do not mess with Texas." I wish more of you all here would tell President Trump to stop messing with Texas. Our communities are here to stay, and we are here to tell you to vote no on HB4. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Louis Minor. Louis Minor. Chair will show Louis Minor registered to testify on behalf of Bell County Precinct 4 and self against House Bill 4, but not testifying. Chair calls Robert HSAIAO Show. Robert Show. Show him registered to testify on behalf of himself against House Bill 4, but not testifying. Chair calls Deborah Chin. I show you registered to testify as Deborah Chin on behalf of the OCA, Greater Houston, and self against House Bill 4. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please give us your testimony.
Thank you. Good evening, committee members. I'm Deborah Chen, and I submit this comment in my personal capacity and as a representative of OCA Greater Houston. I oppose HB4 and the plan to increase inequality in Texas, where 60% of the population are people of color. Voters of color in Texas are already dramatically underrepresented, and HB4's map would make the problem significantly worse by intentionally targeting Asian, Latino, and Black communities, reducing the number of districts representing the candidate of choice for voters of color from an already deflated 13 to an unacceptable 8 out of 38 districts. Asian Texans in the greater Houston area already face barriers accessing representation and resources because their communities are splintered across several districts. HB4 would further dilute Asian voting power in this area, further separate Asian communities, and make it harder for people to get the resources they need to live their lives in dignity and security. The district with the current largest percentage of Asian voters in the area, District 7 in the Southwest Houston, is being twisted to remove Asian neighborhoods and reduce the number of Asians in the district below 20%. This will make it even more difficult for the Asian community there to secure influence in the political process and get the resources they need. Representation is so important, especially for the disadvantaged members of our community. Congress just stripped 400,000 Texans of health care and knocked 700,000 Texans off of food benefits. Because these marginalized groups did not have representation to fight for them, people suffer when they lose representation, and targeting the representatives of Asian communities and other communities of color in an attempt to force that suffering onto the racial groups of this state. Texas's maps have been found to violate the Voting Rights Act every single decade since the passage of the Voting Rights Act in 1965. And while the current already illegal maps are being challenged, the state is asking us to swallow more racist illegal redistricting. This is racially discriminatory redistricting and the height of hypocrisy. After spending years swearing up and down that Texas's congressional map was created completely race neutrally and in compliance with federal law, now the governor, attorney general, and GOP leaders are telling us that the map needs to be redrawn because it has several majority-minority districts that were supposedly drawn with unconstitutional racial bias. They expect us to believe that it was one way yesterday and is now the complete opposite today. That's insulting to the intelligence of the people of this state. This special session has not yet passed anything to help those devastated by the floods in our state, yet spends time trying to cheat people of their ability to have a candidate of their choice. It is unconscionable, and I urge you all to have the courage to be on the right side of history and not pass HB4.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Jen, on your registration for OCA Greater Houston, I think there's an M we see on here at the end instead of an N. Can we change that?
Yes, sir.
So we're going to make that N as in Nancy at the end of Houston. No worries. Just want to make sure we got that clear. Members, any questions for the members of this panel? Vice Chair Rosenthal, you recognize the question of panel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you all for taking the time out to come. Ms. Jen, my first question is, what is OCA Greater Houston? OCA.
We are a community of community. I'm so sorry. We are an organization of community advocates, originally founded in 1973 nationally. In 1979, the local chapter, originally as the Organization of Chinese Americans. We are now just OCA, Asian Pacific American Advocates.
Excellent. So I'm actually particularly grateful that you're in the room tonight, because I don't think we've heard very much from the AAPI community. So just from that particular perspective, and since you're in Houston, can you just briefly talk about the impact on AAPI communities in Houston that this bill would have if it passed?
Yes. You know, these maps are really going to impact our community. Our offices are actually in Representative Al Green's office. If you look back at every time there has been some kind of disaster, the most recent being, you know, at the height of anti-Asian hate, Representative Green was one of the first to come out and say, this is wrong. This type of anti-Asian hate is simply wrong, right? He was, and he's always been there to speak for our community. Our community is already split across different districts, right? At the state level, at the federal, congressional level, at the county level, at the city level, our community is already split. This map would further split us even more. And I've heard a lot of talk today about how we don't want to talk about race, or we want to be race neutral, and how this doesn't impact different communities, or that the Supreme Court has now ruled that these coalition really communities of opportunity right? Opportunity districts that, we don't have to do that anymore. But the reality is, if you were to go back a few decades and just look at, Los Angeles in the middle of the LA riots, right? After the LA riots, the Korean American community there had to go door to door to different offices to ask for help in rebuilding the community. Who do they contact to just get SBA help, for instance? Their community had been cracked across 5 or 6 different districts, and each representative said, oh, well, this isn't our problem. Go next door, right? Our community potentially faces a problem similar to that. This map exacerbates these types of real-life problems, not just for the AAPI community, but for all communities, where it's easy to be kicked around to the next door because, hey, we're not a majority in your district. We're not even close to a majority. And so if you are just a small little portion, we don't have to worry about you so much because you can't impact us when it's time to come get voted. In the Chinese, there's a proverb like, here it's like, the squeaky wheel that gets the grease, right? Well, there's a phrase in Chinese where it's like, whose rice bowl are you impacting, right? If you can't impact someone's job, right? Everyone who's elected, it's a job. If you can't impact their job, their rice bowl, how they feed themselves and their families, why do they listen to you? That's very common sense.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Thank you all today.
Chair recognizes Dean Thompson, question witness.
Mr. Chen, let me ask you a question. I was listening to your testimony. Did I hear correctly, if the map was really drawn fairly, that would be a Chinese district in Houston, wouldn't it?
I would say that.
I mean, from what I'm looking at, how it goes over to the Bella area and all, and come back around.
We
I
like
can
to
see the
call it
configuration.
Asia Town, Chinatown, but really it's a very diverse area, right? It covers part of Gulfton, Sharpstown, and A-Leaf, right? And A-Leaf, the Leaf, which we joke around locally as the district that gets forgotten or the area that gets forgotten. If you look at the school district, it's almost a quarter of each of the major groups, right? Majority working class people. There may be a lot of visible businesses because the businesses happen to concentrate around that area, right? But population-wise, it's the perfect example of whether you want to call it a coalition district or an opportunity district, right? It's a place where, it's fairly evenly split. If the maps were fair, it would be about who has the best plans and the best ideas to impact the people who live there. It wouldn't even be about, race necessarily, right? It would, because we're all fairly equally represented. So then it cancels that part out and says, who is going to do the best work? Representative Gene Wu is a very good example. His district is majority minority. It's not a majority Asian district. It's got immigrants from all over the place, right? It has, whether you are Caucasian working class, you are African American, you are Latino, you're Asian. Representative Wu doesn't speak for just the Asian community. He is there for everyone who wants to have a good living. Everyone who wants to have, who doesn't, honestly, who doesn't want to have clean water, working streetlights, good schools, and a safe, clean place to live in? No human being doesn't want something like that. That's basic things. Having a fair opportunity district, right, where everyone has a fair chance, who's going to do the work to serve the people, those are the people who should be elected.
2/3 of another district from miles away. It's now a part of where my district is. They brought the southeast to the northeast. And even though, we're all there's a lot of African Americans there, but we have different common interests. And it just throws us, I guess they said these minorities just dump them in there. They just dumped a bunch of people over in that district. And it makes it very difficult for our communities because we lose a lot of services of people we've been accustomed to getting services. It may not mean anything to people on this committee, but when somebody has a problem with their Social Security, they want a congressperson that's sensitive to those issues, and not somebody to give them an email address or 800 number. And if you finally get them, maybe, just maybe, you might get some services. Thank you for your testimony. Good to see you, Dora.
Thank you.
Representative Mann, you're recognized. Question of members of the panel.
Question. You brought up for me a really interesting point, and I think sometimes we forget this. Have Asian Americans historically been forgotten about in history and what they've contributed and what they've suffered through, in your opinion?
Yes, that's why we've fought so long to just try to have AAPI curriculum, like an approved curriculum by the State Board of Education, to just a way for people to, like, hey, if you want to learn about these histories and contributions, this is where you could go and at least get a list, right? It doesn't guarantee that every school will have the resources or the interest, frankly, to want to, offer the course, but at least has that list. Right now, Asians are mentioned twice in history books, right? We're mentioned that, we helped to build the railroad, and we were
In
interned
concentration
in
camps.
concentration camps during World War II.
And then they're gone, poof.
Right. And the funny thing about the railroad is, right, like, the Chinese helped to build the whole western side, but then when it came time to take the congratulatory celebration photo, they were all kicked out of the picture.
Which is why we changed our immigration laws in the 20s, so that we could get rid of the people that we asked to come here and work for us. Kind of like what we were doing today to other people that we asked to come here, and then when we're finished with them, get out.
Yeah.
Or the fact that most people don't know that the largest massacre, the largest lynching in American history was of Chinese people, off of false allegations.
Yeah, and most people, right, because this isn't taught in history books, they don't realize that, the Chinese Exclusion Act, was, there was a deal cut in 1882. Essentially, you had lawmakers in the Jim Crow South and lawmakers in the West, in California, pretty much say, look, you can go and discriminate and lynch and do whatever you want to the people in the South, to the African Americans, so long as, and we won't say anything, so long as you don't say anything when we do the same thing to the Chinese and the Asians in the West. And it was
I'm
a political
glad
deal.
you brought that up, because I'm going to tie that into redistricting. Are you aware that the laws in immigration that we passed in the 20s are the same laws used to kill 40 million people during the Holocaust? It was the blueprint that was used by the Nazis, except for they thought we were just too extreme when it came to the one blood drop law. So us hating Asian Americans caused the massacre of 40 million people during the Holocaust that then turned into the situation that we're dealing with today, because America decided to be hateful. And unless I'm wrong, aren't the Asian American community the fastest growing rates of people moving to this country and immigrating here, like it's as well as people being born here?
Yes.
So in essence, we are putting one of the fastest growing groups of people in this country. We're separating them before they can get enough power to be collective.
That's definitely one way of looking at it in the name of politics, yes.
I appreciate you being here and educating people. And for the record, I think everyone should learn about everyone's history, because it's a melting pot.
Thank you.
Thank you, members. Any other questions for the members of this panel? Chair hears none. Thank you for your testimony. This panel is excused. All right, the chair is going to call up our next panel. James Hallemick, Susan McNeil, Jonathan McCullough, and Alexandria Butler. If you'll please make your way up to the 4 seats at the front. And then our next 4, if you'll make your way to the room, are David Malcolm Magruder, Sarah West, Leslie Thomas, and Jerry Fisher. Ms. Garcia asked the chair for a time count. The time's at about 5 hours and 15 minutes. That's the running. That's where we're at. Good question. We're at 4:45 remaining. We're a little bit more than halfway there. Okay. No, it's 10 hours. Yeah. Okay. Well, let's see. What's your name?
James Holomek.
Okay, you're our panel. God bless you. I show you registered to testify as James Holomek on behalf of the Texas State Teachers Association against House Bill 4. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, please give us your testimony.
Howdy, my name is James Holomek with the Texas State Teachers Association. Texas educators and parents deserve to have a representative democracy that responds to their needs. This gerrymander push is a waste of time and a display of misguided priorities. This special session is an opportunity to put in the work for Texans. In the education policy, we have TRS retirees struggling with the cost of living on a fixed income, insurance and housing for educators is becoming increasingly unaffordable, and we have a flawed accountability system. Educators, parents, and students voted for you to address those issues, not engage in frivolous redistricting. Our public schools are integral to our public democracy, but our current march towards increased privatization, state takeover, and now a surprise gerrymander shows a blatant lack of concern for both democracy and public education. The HB4 gerrymander divides communities and dilutes the voting power of black and brown communities. Further stretching out districts across hundreds of miles will disenfranchise voters, make constituent communications less responsive, and break the connection between citizens and their representatives. Right now, we have representatives that are doing the work, listening to communities, and addressing their needs in Congress. There is no need to fracture this work with a rushed, mid-decade redistricting that nobody voted for. Everybody can tell that this gerrymandering is a threatening mandate from the president, and Texas leaders should not be kneeling down to the Trump administration. An administration that withheld school funding, passed a nationwide voucher scheme, cut the Department of Education, has waged attacks on immigrant families, and has bullied the federal workforce. Just last month, the Trump administration failed working-class Texans by putting through a budget that will remove people from their health care and let students go hungry. Leaving people sick and starving does not reflect Texas values. This moment needs to be for empowering Texans, not empowering Trump. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions for Mr. Hellman? Chair hears none. Thank you. You are excused. Chair's going to call Jonathan McCullough. Jonathan McCullough. Chair will show Jonathan McCullough registered to testify on behalf of Urban Conservative of America for HB4, but not testifying. Chair calls Alexandria Butler. Alexandria Butler show her registered to testify on behalf of the Alex Butler campaign and self for HB4, but not testifying. Chair calls Susan McNeil. Susan McNeil. Chair show her registered to testify on behalf of herself against House Bill 4, but not testifying. Chair will call up our next panel. David Malcolm Magruder, Sarah West, Leslie Thomas, and Jerry Fisher. If you'll make your way up to the 4 seats here at the front. And then our next panel after that will be Misha Leslie Perkins, John McKiernan Gonzalez, Carrie Cordova, and Robin Hardeen. If you could make your way into the room, we'd appreciate it. If everybody could just be listening, because I think we're going to be moving quick on some of these panels coming in. So when you hear your name called, make sure you come in. Okay. Chair calls Sarah West. I'll show you registered to testify as Sarah West on behalf of yourself against House Bill 4. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Please give us your testimony.
Thank you. My name is Sarah West, and I am representing myself. I live in Northwest Austin in the current Congressional District 37. But under this new map, someone in the White House wants to move me into CD 10, a district that stretches from Austin, well, even west of Austin, almost to Louisiana. That makes no sense. Austinites don't have the same concerns as the people in East Texas. We deserve representation that reflects our community. Meanwhile, my neighbor just down the road can remain in CD 37. So I called Representative Doggett's office on Wednesday to share my concerns. The woman who answered listened to me. She even laughed when I told her to add exclamation points to my comments. I had already decided that I would be here this morning at dark 30. And then yesterday afternoon, I got a call from Madison, who works for Representative Doggett, and she called me because she wanted to make sure that I knew about this hearing because she wanted me to be able to use my voice. And that is who I want to represent me in Congress. But if this map goes through, I will have to call Representative McCall's office, someone who doesn't know me or my neighborhood or my concerns. My voice will be lost in a district stretched thin and wide by design. I submitted testimony online and watched all of the hearings last week, and over again, you were told no by Texans from across this state. On HB4, we are united. We do not want more gerrymandering. If you care about the Texans that you were elected to represent, you will vote no. And if you don't care about them, you will fold again, just like you did on vouchers a few months ago. Free yourself from the chains of the White House. Stand up for your district and vote no on HB4.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls David Malcolm McGruber. I show you registered to testify on behalf of Friendship West Baptist Church and self against House Bill 4. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. The hour is well spent, so I'll just tell you all a little story about a man named by the name of Charles Magruder. When Charles turned 18 in 1838, he did not own his vote. It was owned by the man that they say owned him, and it only counted for 3/5 of a vote. The census of 1870, and again I say the census of 1870, because I think we draw lines based on census data, showed that 5 years after emancipation, Charles had done 3 things. He had changed the spelling of his name, he'd purchased land for his family, and he registered to vote. So I have to come here and oppose HB4 because of that. The vote is sacred. It is precious. It is won with the blood of martyrs. But beyond that, this effort today to redraw the lines under the cover of night without real public testimony and without real public comment is not only constitutional, it's a bad mark on the Republican Party that my grandfather registered for. I want you all to think about that. What a terrible witness that the party of Lincoln and Douglas will become the party of lies and deceit. The party, right, that gave liberty to the freedmen would work overtime to deny that freedom and that liberty and that right to their antecedents. So I want us to really think about that. Because I'm a pastor, though, I'm really concerned about the souls of the leadership of this effort, because you will have to give an account one day. And the Lord will ask, he will say, I was hungry, and you cut SNAP benefits to children. I was thirsty, and there was no water in Sand Branch, and the air was polluted in Floral Farms. I wanted what? Political power for my people, and you redistricted me. And some will ask, Lord, when did we do this? And the Lord will say, if you did it to the least of these, you've done it also unto me. So I really want us to think about that. I want us to think about what we're doing. I want us to think about the dangers that we're creating for our democracy by this action today.
Thank you for testimony. Chair calls Leslie Thomas. I'll show you registered to testify on behalf of yourself for House Bill 4. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Hi, I'm a Navy vet. I'm Mama 6, Grandma 3, wife of a Texas State Guard, and SRAC member, but I'm testifying for myself. Representation is a precious commodity. Fairness is a foundational and fundamental virtue that our system rests on. It's coming together to wrestle with the facts and the rule of law for a fair and legal result. There are norms and rules that we heard from the Chairman Hunter. These norms are reflected in California, where they have 52 representatives, 43 are Democrats, 9 are 9 Democrats and 0 Republicans, where they get a 0% representation, and they voted for Trump 36%. Ohio has 15 representatives, 10 Republican, 5 Democrats. The Democrats have a 33% representation. They voted for Harris 45%. Florida has 28 representatives, 20 Republicans, 8 Democrats. The Democrats have a 40% representative. They voted for Harris 44% of the time. In Texas, we have currently 38 representatives, 25 Republicans, 13 Democrats, where the Democrats get 48% of the representation, and they voted for Harris 44%. Texas is adjusting to the national norms and the trends established and practiced by our democratic state. Personally, well, I have the rest, but I do want to say something. I'm a Christian. I love the Lord Jesus Christ with all my heart, my soul, and my mind. I wanted to do the right thing, and I've been sitting here praying as everyone's coming up and invoking the scriptures, and I said, Lord, Jesus, I want to do the right thing. And the verse that he impressed on me was, there's neither Jew nor Gentile, neither slave nor free, there's neither male nor female, but for you all are one in Christ Jesus. Let's do the right thing. And I know a lot of y'all up here, and I know a lot of the people that were sitting here that are on the side that I'm talking about, and I know that they are believers. I know they're Christians. I know their testimony. And I love you with the love of the Lord, and I know Concord, and I love them and their testimony.
Friendship West.
Oh, Friendship West, I love them too. They're down the street.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Jerry Fisher. Shall you register to testify on behalf of yourself for House Bill 4? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please give
Yes.
us your testimony.
Okay, everyone's already heard everything. Thank you so much for the prayers. And thank y'all for hanging out with us today. Thank you for sitting here and listening to all of these speeches. We appreciate y'all, and we're praying for y'all that you make the right decisions, and God will lead y'all to that decision. Yes, I am Jerry Fisher, and I'm here to testify in favor of House Bill 4. Little background, 44 years of being a public school speech therapist, and I cried when I retired because I love those kids, but I still do Special Olympics year-round. So y'all heard all the facts, but I will repeat them. The current maps for Texas House, Texas Senate, and Congress do not accurately reflect the current state of the law and do not reflect the massive population growth in the state. Petaway versus Galveston County in August 2024, the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals, the entire court, introduced a new approach to claims under Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. The court ruled that coalition claims are not permitted under Section 2 and that each minority group must independently meet the preconditions to bring a valid claim. The current maps do not reflect the Fifth Circuit's decision in the Petaway case. Population growth, redistricting, a process that adjusts electoral boundaries to reflect population changes from the census, ensures districts have roughly equal populations and comply with the one vote, one person principle enshrined in the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment. Texas, which has experienced substantial population growth from 2020 to 2025, has seen its population surge from 29,145,000 to 505 in 2020 to an estimated 32 million by July 2025, as reported by the U.S. Census. Redistricting is crucial in maintaining fair representation and upholding the Constitution. May God bless y'all and continue to guide y'all in your decision. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions for the members of this panel? Chair recognizes Vice Chair Rosenthal to question the panel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I do have a question, but the very first thing I'm going to say is, while we hear a lot of different things and maybe we agree or disagree, and there's areas where we can conscientiously agree or disagree, 13 out of 38 is 34%, ma'am, not 44%. That's just math.
So,
I'm not asking you a question.
well, if
For
I could do
the-
math, I would be a doctor, not an attorney.
I'm an engineer, so, and my daddy was a math teacher. So I cannot let that pass. But my question is for Pastor David Malcolm Magruder.
Yes, sir.
Sir, where is your church?
We are located in the 30th district in Dallas, Texas.
Next time I come to Dallas, I just want to come to hear you preach.
Well,
Thank
when you get there, Dr. Haynes will probably be preaching, and it'll be 10 times better than what I would do. But
All I can
please,
say
please
is-
come visit us. Please come visit.
I loved your testimony today. Just thank you for bringing your energy and your story.
Thank you very much.
Members, any other questions for the members of this panel? Chair has none. Thank you for your testimony. Panel is excused. Chair calls Misha Leslie Berkins, John McKiernan Gonzalez, Carrie Cordova, and Robin Hardin. If you'll make your way up to the first 4 seats there, the next panel is going to be Amatula Contractor, Rai Vasquez, Hayden Cohen, and Cynthia Siegel. So if those last 4 will make their way into the room. Okay. Let's see. What's your name, ma'am?
Misha Leslie
Okay,
Berkins.
you're the first one up. Chair calls Misha Leslie Berkins. Showing you're
Thank you,
registered to
Chair.
testify on behalf of yourself against House Bill 4. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Thank you, Chair, for recognizing me. My name is Misha Leslie Berkins. I'm a lifetime resident of the 18th Congressional District. I'm a member of the historic Good Hope Missionary Baptist Church. Their church is 153 years old and the home of Barbara Jordan. Many of her family members still attend that church. My mother taught me that 2 wrongs don't make a right. I've heard
If you'll
both
yield for
what's
just a
going
second, and we'll
on.
come.
Sure.
Hold for just a second. If we'll come to order, under the House Rules of Decorum, no signs are permitted in the chamber, and so I just want to make sure that we're obeying the House Rules of Decorum. If the lady, okay.
Hey, there's like 1.5 million more registered Democrats than Republicans in Texas.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
So again,
I apologize, and I'm going to be clear. I didn't know how much time you had used so far. If that's okay, if Dylan just reset her timer, and if
Thank
you'll
you.
complete your testimony, I apologize for the interruption. You're recognized.
That's okay, because I think that just proves the point. 2 wrongs don't make a right. What's happening in California, what's happening in Illinois, we're Texans. And we don't have to follow gerrymandering in California, Illinois, or Massachusetts just because they're doing it. There's a rule. No signs in the chamber. That person was removed. I don't care if they're supporting my position or not. They were in the wrong. 2 wrongs do not make a right. For Memorial Day, my family and I visited my brother and Katie for a family barbecue, and we went to a community swim park. On the 4th of July, we went to Mustang Beach near Corpus Christi. There, Black and white families, Hispanic families, all kind of families were swimming. But we know 60 years ago, before the 1964 Voting Rights Act, or Civil Rights Act, excuse me, that would have been illegal. It would have been illegal for those families to have swam together in a pool or to have congregated in public places. Just because something is legal doesn't make it right. I'm sure you know that places like Haiti, one time before, were all white. But it's not that way now. Demographics have changed, and the whites are no longer the majority in Texas, and that is okay. That didn't seem to bother the families in Katy, where we were swimming in that community pool. It didn't seem to bother the families in Mustang Beach. So why is it bothering some of you? Again, just leave the maps alone and wait until the next census. Focus on what concerns all Texans, like flooding and the power grid. Seek to win over your fellow Texans with policies that benefit all of us, not trying to hold on to what is gone. I understand change is hard and it's human nature to resist change, but when resisting change leads to good people to act unjustly, it's time to stop. And I don't care how legal it may be, two wrongs do not make a right.
Thank you for your testimony. Ma'am, what's your name?
My name is Dr. Robin Jardine.
Okay. Chair calls Dr. Robin Jardine. I show you're registered to testify on behalf of yourself against House Bill 4. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Well, let me thank everyone today for allowing this to occur. I do think that this should be a right and not optional. So I want to thank the chair for making sure that this happened, because you didn't have to, apparently. So I'm a licensed marriage and family therapist. I've been practicing for over 24 years. I am a social justice marriage and family therapist, which means my expertise is grounded in dismantling systems of white supremacy and oppression in our relationships and in our communities. It's what I have been studying and helping families with. My expertise is helping white communities decolonialize, help them understand what that means, particularly in our relationships. What we're experiencing today is nothing more than what you already know. This is part of a historical trend of intergenerational domination that came over. I should probably let you know that I self-identify as a white woman, and I'm also a proud member of the Cherokee Nation. One of the most destructive things that came over with colonialism was fencing. This is nothing more than modern-day fencing. And the intention of it and the point of it is to be able to disenfranchise. Everybody here knows this. So here's what I'm just trying to say as a constituent that's trying to really, really work with folks that are really trying to make a difference. We know this is coming from the top. We know that this is a prompt. We know that we are more concerned with the flood in our communities that are still having to bury babies and find their family members and trying to get, funding for their homes that were lost. That is really what our priority is. I am appalled, I'm embarrassed, and I'm really angry at the sloppiness of this. And so what I want to ask for is due process. What I want to ask for is that you all develop an independent committee, and I mean this respectively. Nobody in your seat could do this and say that they don't have some form of bias included in this. So I just really want to ask that you take your time, do a thorough job. We want to be proud of you. Please make us proud. Vote against this. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair's going to call John McKiernan Gonzalez. John McKiernan Gonzalez, show him registered to testify on behalf of himself against House Bill 4, but not testifying. Chair calls Carrie Cordova. Carrie Cordova, show him registered to testify on behalf of himself against House Bill 4, but not testifying. Members, any questions for the members of this panel? Dean Thompson, you recognize the question of the panel.
I'd like to ask you a question.
Yes, ma'am.
I heard you say that you go to the church of Barbara Jordan and some of her family members. Does Miss McGowan still go
Yes.
there? And how is she doing?
She is not, as a matter of fact, she's actually Mother McGowan, who we affectionately call her, Rosemary McGowan, who is 96 years old, is not doing so well at this time.
I'm sorry to hear
And
that.
I think she would be just really devastated to know that the district that her sister was
Barbara
the first
Jordan.
Barbara Jordan member of is being treated this way.
Yeah.
Thank you for asking
She was my
about her.
daughter's teacher in elementary school, and every once in a while I get a chance to see her, but I haven't seen her in a while. Would you please tell her hello for me?
Yes, I will.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean. Members, any other questions to the members of this panel? The chair has done. Thank you for your testimony. The panel is excused. At this time, we're going to take a brief break. The House Select Committee on Congressional Redistricting stands at ease for 5 minutes. The time is 6:33 p.m. Yeah, the House Select Committee on Congressional Redistricting will come back to order. Go back to public testimony. Chair calls Amatula Contractor, Rye Vasquez, Hayden Cohen, and Cynthia Siegel. If you'll make your way up to the first 4 seats here. Our panel after that, if you'll be ready to come into the room, is Dave Jones, Denise Palacios, Ngoc Ho, N-G-O-C-H-O, and Mike Swanson. If you'll just make your way into the room. Okay. Let's see. We're working on pulling them up real quick. All right. Is Hayden Cohen? Let me just go ahead and dispose of that. Chair calls Hayden Cohen. Hayden Cohen. Chair shows Hayden Cohen registered to testify on behalf of himself against House Bill 4, but not testifying. Okay. Chair calls. We got one more. Rye Vasquez. Show you registered to testify as Rye Vasquez on behalf of yourself against House Bill 4. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please give us your testimony.
I'm not going to tackle how Rep. Hunter said while presenting this bill that it's a largely partisan effort, or how he even advocated for adding 6 or 10 more Republican seats with a clear advocacy for gerrymandering, or the repeat use of Anglo, which is a white supremacist dog whistle, or how you flagged my good friend Tilly now hours ago for merely crossing her arms and looking at one of you. But I will say this. You're going to lose elections if you do this. I'm serious. You may think you're shoring up Texas as a Republican stronghold, but your actions in office will do nothing but disadvantage your constituents. We don't take too kindly to tyrants here in Texas, I believe. Whether it was an errant or precise effort, the way you carve Texas like a greedy butcher sneaking bites of a Thanksgiving turkey is all but laughable. We aren't cake. You can't have us and eat us too. And if your moral argument is, well, everyone else is doing it, so what? I've never held the Texas Capitol as a bastion of morality, but then again, it's not supposed to be, is it? It's a body of, legislation. You're only doing this to appease a president who is continuously losing. He's worried he'll lose the midterms like he did in his first stint in office. The problem now is nobody is here to stop him. Whatever guarantees of special treatment he has promised you, let me remind you that man is notorious for not paying the people who do his dirty work. We're supposed to be here to help Texans with flood relief and other crucial faults in the system. But are we really surprised it's come to this? Partisan squabbling and picking at districts like vultures to roadkill? I know the Republican Party is known for not listening to the phrase, no means no, but Texans en masse are telling you no. The fact that you're drawing lines that carve representatives out of their districts is crazy. You don't have to map out long enough you don't even have it out long enough for us to actually analyze it and give it public scrutiny. I'm fortunate to live in Austin where I can get to the Capitol with ease, but you don't want to actually hear from the public. Are you scared to let the voters have representation? Weird. In summary, I've testified before. I know how you really don't care what we have to say. Half the time, you're not all here, and the ones who are usually stare at their phones or lick their lips like jackals, savoring the powerful or powerlessness we have as we scream at you to do your jobs. I'm gonna come back and fight time and time again against this insanity because this is just simply arrogant Republicans trying over and over and over and over and over again to take over a state despite our continued opposition. Doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result? I don't know. Take the hint and actually listen to the will of the public for once.
Thank you for your testimony. Are you Hayden Cohen? We're going to come back. Chair's going to call Hayden Cohen again. Show you registered to testify as Hayden Cohen on behalf of yourself against House Bill 4. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Wonderful. Good evening. My name's Hayden Cohen, and I'm a 21-year-old from Houston in Congressional District 7. And I urge you to not redistrict mid-century, to not pass this bill. There's no new census data to guide how we should be drawing boundary lines, so literally no reason we should be having this conversation. Despite the declaration this state have taken time out of their day to come tell you not to do this. Listen to us. We are here. We're telling you. We shouldn't have Democratic and Republican congressional districts. That's not democracy. If you're a Republican candidate who needs the lines redrawn to win your seat, do better as a candidate. It's that simple. Redrawing the lines to get rid of 5 Democratic congressional seats is cheating the system because the Trump administration and the governor don't have faith that a Republican can win over constituents in that district. That's kind of it. To be clear, these Democrats that you want to redraw into Republican districts will make it harder for Republican Congress elected officials to keep their seats. These Democrats aren't going anywhere. You're just drawing them into other districts. I've seen the maps. Interestingly enough, my congressional district won't be changing, but so many others will. Voters should get to choose, not be chosen. It's really that simple. We've told you not to do this. Please don't. Please vote against this bill. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Show you registered to testify Cynthia Siegel on behalf of the Harris County Republican Party and yourself for House Bill 4. Is that correct?
Correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Thank you all. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, state reps. You've heard a lot of testimony today from some of our congressional reps that the House Bill 4 plan is a racist plan. However, in Harris County, the new maps have 2 Latino districts, 1 Black district, 1 slightly Latino over Anglo, which actually increases the representation for the Latino voters. With the new CD9 district, and it returns CD18 to its historical Black majority, which right now, under the current map, it's about a 44% Hispanic majority. And if I understand the demographics that are noted with each district map in Harris County, 5 districts in Harris County are a non-Anglo majority, except for 3 districts, one of which is actually represented by a Black Republican. Houston has been noted nationally as one of the most diverse cities in the country, and in fact, during the last election, there were approximately 216,000 new voters in Harris County. Over 50% of them were, in fact, Hispanic voters. I understand the reason for ethnic diversity when you're taking into account your district maps. But that should only be one factor. A district should also look at contiguous communities that have shared interests and concerns. And as we've seen historically, a plan may also take into account partisan factors that represent a shift in how the voters are aligned with. I've lived in Congressional District 7, which was predominantly a Republican Anglo district for decades until Lizzie Fletcher flipped it in 2018. Now the lines are drawn and it's 69% non-Anglo. Additionally, Commissioner's Court in 2021, the Democrat leadership of that flipped at the last moment. Precinct 2 took part of Precinct 2 away, flipped 3 and 4, and ensured that there was, in fact, a Democrat majority of 4-1 versus 3-2. So it's not a perfect world. Please support House Bill 4.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Amatula Contractor. Show you registered to testify on behalf of yourself against House Bill 4. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Good evening, Chairman, Vice Chair Rosenthal, and members of the committee. My name is Amatullah Contractor, and I'm here to speak against HB4 on behalf of myself and on behalf of the fastest growing community in Texas, the Asian American community. I am testifying against these maps on biblical grounds because these new maps are stealing political power from already marginalized communities in Texas, communities that were already underrepresented in the 2021 district maps and will now have their political power further diluted. Between 2013 and 2023, the Asian population in Texas grew by 65.7% to reach nearly 2.1 million residents in Texas. During this period, AAPI residents accounted for 20.9% of overall population growth. Yet, these maps have further diluted our political power by splicing our communities in heavily dense AA and HPI neighborhoods across 3 different congressional districts in Southwest Houston, in addition to already being cracked in North Texas in 2021. As a proud Texan, I just can't seem to understand why the cost to appease the Republican Party's new founding father, Donald Trump, has to be the dismantling of our communities and our resources. All day, our legislators have made it very clear that this filing has nothing to do with fair representation, but partisan representation only, which is not only illegal, but spiritually unconstitutional. If voters naturally trended Republican, why gerrymander to guarantee it? Why not make Republican-held seats more competitive? I feel compelled to make the same argument against these maps that Representative Hunter made in support for them earlier. Anyone can run. You don't have to redraw the new maps for that. But obviously, this isn't about giving voters a choice. A fair redistricting process and a fair hearing are not favors. They're the least the majority in this legislature can do to pretend it still works for the people. Our population growth has come from communities of color. Trying to redraw us out of existence won't change the fact that our communities are here and we're contributing more than ever to making Texas the great state that it is. To elect public servants that represent the interests of their constituents, not their personal interests, not their donors, and certainly not the president. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions for the members of this panel? The chair is none. Thank you for your testimony. The panel is excused. Chair calls Dave Jones, Denise Palacios, Mark Ho, and Mike Swanson. If you'll make your way up to the front here. And the next panel after that, if you hear your name, please come to the room. Brenda Howard, Aihunawa Ale Opinion, Dan Chandler, and Kristen Wick. Ms. Ho, I'm going to take you up first. Show you register to testify as Knock Ho on behalf of SEAT, Students Engaged in Advancing Texas, and self against House Bill 4. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And we have another registration for you. Do we have your permission to delete that registration?
Yes, that was on accident.
Oh, that you're fine. It happens all the time. We're gonna delete that for you. Please give us your testimony.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Good evening, Chairman Vasu and members. My name is Ngao Ho, and I am a rising high school sophomore in Alief ISD and a programs associate with SEAT, Students Engaged in Advancing Texas, a movement advocating for students' voices in policies that directly affect us, such as the redistricting of the very communities we live in. As a young girl of color, I'm proud to say that I live in Alief, one of Houston's most diverse and resilient neighborhoods. And I stand before you today not only on behalf of SEAT, but the thousands of young people across Texas to voice our deep concerns about the ongoing redistricting process, particularly the mid-decade unnecessary redistricting and its disproportionate discriminatory impact on communities of color. As someone who grew up in a district that is a vibrant mural of culture, full of immigrants where my neighbors speak dozens of languages and face systemic barriers every day, I've seen firsthand how political lines can determine who has access to healthcare, safe schools, even clean air, and who is left out. I firmly believe that redistricting should protect and uplift our voices, not dilute them. But today, the proposed map does the opposite. They fracture historical district, split communities of interest, and threaten to silence people's voices where they elect their Congress members. Young people across Texas, from Houston to Austin to Dallas, and many rural and small town communities in between, are worried that their voices and their futures are being ignored. Please prioritize fair maps. We need more representation for communities of color, not less. Let litigation around the current maps conclude and draw new districts after new census data that reflect the realities of Texas today. Diverse, growing, and deserving of a government that listens. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Dave Jones. I show you register to testify as Dave Jones on behalf of Clean Elections Texas and Fair Maps Texas and yourself against House Bill 4. Is that correct?
That's correct,
Mr.
Chairman. I actually do also have some copies of my testimony.
Sure.
For the members of the
We'll
committee.
receive those from the clerk. If you're happy to provide those to the clerk, we'll grab those. Please give us your testimony.
Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, my name is Dave Jones. The people of Texas have had no say at all on the maps in HB4, and just a few hours really to begin to understand them. Even a cursory look at the maps makes it plain. If this committee approves these maps, it will be taking Texas on a giant leap backward to an ugly white supremacist past where Anglos firmly controlled our political representation and participation in the federal government. It is a map back to a Jim Crow past where we had white-only primaries, voting tests, and poll taxes. We may not be there yet, but this map shows the way. HB4 is a racially discriminatory map. With total disregard for traditional redistricting principles such as compactness and communities of interest, race bias dominates these maps by leveraging the history of racially polarized voting to effectively disenfranchise literally hundreds of thousands of minority Texas voters. The details of how it does that will take time and experts to sort out. It is clear, however, that many district lines correspond to precincts with a high percentage of voters of color, packing and cracking them. You have hidden those details from us, but we will eventually find them out. You have hidden them all, but we will eventually, I'm sorry. Contrary to the confused racist fantasies in the ChatGPT letter sent to the governor by the Department of Justice, we still have a 14th and 15th Amendment to fight intentional discrimination and Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. In 2023, the current Supreme Court reaffirmed in Allen versus Milligan that the VRA's ban on electrical changes that are discriminatory in effect is also an appropriate method of promoting the purposes of the 15th Amendment. Maps drafted in secret backroom conferences with privately hired lawyers, professional redistricting hacks, and a few select legislators will be found out. I would remind you that the Voting Rights Act also has Section 3. With maps like these, Section 3 bail-in for pre-clearance should be in Texas's future. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Denise Palacios.
Palacios?
So you registered to testify on behalf of Climate, Cabinet, and Self against House Bill 4. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Good evening. My name is Denise Palacios, and I'm the Texas State Lead for Climate Cabinet testifying against the revised redistricting map. I'm here today after waiting a collective 15 hours to testify between Austin and Arlington this previous week. An additional 10 today because the chairman and half of this committee repeatedly voted to close testimony, ignoring hundreds of Texans waiting to voice their opposition. Do you think that it's possible for the average Valley resident to actually be here? Because no hearings were held in the RGV, which is home to 1.5 million people. And it is clear that legislators want to hide from and exclude us because you know that this is a sham process, that it's immoral and wrong. You are shamelessly stretching our districts and further diluting the voices of our Mexican-American border community. I was born and raised in the Rio Grande Valley, and the climate disasters and pollution that we endure and the culture and experiences of our communities are vastly different than those of Texans who live 250 miles inland outside of the checkpoints. And yet, we're in the same district in these maps. Sixth-generation families in Central Texas face different issues and have different politics than binational first- and second-generation families in the valley along the U.S.-Mexico border. And if the RGV is too far from Austin for legislators to comfortably travel there, just imagine how much more difficult it is for my people to come here. Or for a member in DC to travel back to Texas and then 300 miles across their district. Congressional districts typically hold about 700,000 people, and instead of dividing the valley into 2 districts, because we're 1.5 million, our political power is thinned out into 3 districts. Texas 28, 15, and 34, because the reality is that this is a racist political power grab, and I hope that you will soon return to focusing on what truly matters most in this moment, which is supporting Texans whose lives have been devastated by the floods and tackling the climate crisis, especially as we approach peak hurricane season. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Mike Swanson. I show you registered to testify on behalf of yourself against House Bill 4. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
Please give us your testimony.
Chair, Vice Chair, Dean of the House, members of the committee, thank you so much for your time to talk to us today and give us a chance to voice our voice and provide a redress of our grievances regarding this redistricting scam. Quite frankly, I believe that if we are going to take such pride in Texas, that we need to remind ourselves of the sovereignty we have as this state to reject claims made by the federal government. Now, I will say I am a candidate for U.S. Senate as well, so it doesn't affect my race personally on this level. But I am standing here in solidarity with all of the candidates across Texas, no matter which party they stand for, that this is an unjust move in silencing so many people's voices, that we have this problem where the Rio Grande Valley is split into 3 districts, that they don't get a perfect opportunity to choose who they want because Eagle Pass has a different representative than Laredo, has a different representative than Brownsville. And let's talk about the cracking and packing. If we look at these maps, if we look just here in Austin, if we look at the I-35 corridor, 5 districts within a 10-mile radius, you expect that to be proper representation? Whoever drew these maps expects that to be proper representation? Quite frankly, I don't. I don't believe that you can adequately fit any of those neighborhoods that are in those districts and be able to solve all of those problems at the same time. You may have created a coalition of representatives at the congressional level for those neighborhoods, but I can tell you, especially with how these lines are drawn, that you are forcing representatives to make impossible decisions about how to fairly represent their communities. I yield back.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions for the members of this panel?
Sir, I'd like to ask something.
Chair recognizes Dean Thompson to question members of the panel.
Mr. Jones, thank you for your testimony. I appreciate it.
Thank you, ma'am.
I want you to know that we heard over 90% of the people who did not want the maps. And like you, I never saw those maps until about almost 24 hours later. It was my understanding that the testimonies that had been given by the public and submitted online, written testimony, were going to be evaluated. And from those evaluations, the map would have been constructed. And I later found out that about 24 hours later, boom, that was the map. And I don't know if they use AI to evaluate those statements or not, but the map, the map is there. Ms. Holt, we knew just about as much as some of us on this committee knew just about as much as you did about what was going on. We just happened to be members of the committee. No additional information. We were just doing the best we can. I live in the 18th Congressional District. And if any of you are familiar with Houston, they know where the Astrodome is. Yeah. And I live, the part of the city of Houston, I live near the Intercontinental Airport. They have taken the 18th and the 9th District, and they have moved people from past the Astrodome all the way over 2 congressional districts, 29 and 2, Representative Crenshaw, and they added those 2 together to create the 18 congressional districts. I'm just letting you know how they have, really done, my community where I live. So I'm losing a congressional district. They gained, and they have taken the 9th, and they took it to Pasadena, Baytown, Deer Park, LaPorte. Those of you who may be familiar with some parts of Houston, you know where the Sandy Center Monument? They have taken the 9th from the Intercontinental the Astrodome, and moved it all the way over there, eastward, over there. And those 2 communities have nothing really in common. I'm just letting you know what's happening. I'm on the committee. Mrs. Jones,
Yes,
Ms.
sir.
Holt,
Yes, ma'am.
I didn't know more than you all did until I saw these maps 24 hours. We were told that this information was going to be evaluated by the public. Didn't know anything else. I am familiar with the 10th Amendment that gives us a certain sovereignty. I'm sure some of these people on the committee has used some of that sovereignty. And I heard some of y'all talk about the Kerrville. I want you to know we pray for those folks, okay? And when we get through with this, we're going to get to them. But thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Dean. Members, any other questions for the members of this panel? Chair has none. Thank you for your testimony. The panel is excused. Chair's going to call our next panel, Brenda Howard, Ahunawa, Aleo Pinion, Dan Chandler, Kristen Wick. The next panel after that will be Rochelle Garza, Pauline Mims, David Marshall, and Kelsey Balaban, if you could make your way into the room.
you.
I know you too.
Okay, Chair calls Brenda Howard. I
Brenda
show you
Howard.
registered to testify as Brenda Howard on behalf of yourself for House Bill 4. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Thank you. Good evening, Chairman Vasut and members. My name is Brenda Howard, and I am speaking for myself and for HB4, redistricting using the map filed with this bill. I truly want to commend this committee, and particularly the leadership of Chairman Vasut. I knew this would be highly contested. Redistricting always is, but this has been an especially challenging session, and each of you has stayed strong, been civil, and given so much grace to so many people. I am grateful for your service. I strongly support redistricting using the new map because it will be a course correction for America. We had so many odd-looking districts that did not make sense. This map creates geographically clear areas. It avoids most of the isolated pockets that were carved out last time. This map will truly represent the voters of the great state of Texas. This map is about realistic representation for voters. Not only did President Trump win the electoral vote, but he also won the popular vote. The majority of voters are ready for conservative policies that reflect the values of America. Freedom of opportunity, freedom of speech, and the pursuit of happiness that comes from hard work. America is in a course correction, and it is coming not a minute too soon. Our founding fathers, while not perfect, did create the most perfect system of government in all of the world. The great experiment has been a resounding success, and we need to build upon that success. Please vote yes for redistricting map, and you'll be supporting a much-needed course correction for America.
Thank you, ma'am. Chair calls, and I apologize if I mispronounce this. Is it Ahonawawa Ale Opinion?
It's Ahanoa Ali opinion.
Ahanoa Ale Opinion. Thank you for that correction. I show you registered to testify on behalf of yourself against House Bill 4. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Good evening, members of the committee, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Ahanoa Ali Opinion. I am 20 years old, and I go to the University of Houston. I know so many young people, particularly young people of color in Houston, feel politically disenfranchised and believe their votes don't matter. And coming from certain communities in Houston, like 3rd Ward, 5th Ward, East End, and Alief, why would they? It's been a battle by community organizations and caring representatives to get any investment into these communities. Fracturing black and brown communities that have already been disenfranchised politically, socially, and economically for decades undoubtedly will prevent them from being able to elect representatives that actually serve them. It was mentioned earlier on this panel that race is only one component of redistricting, and I certainly agree. Shared interest is also an important component of drawing district lines, and the proposed redistricting packs communities with very different needs into the same districts. I know that you feel that you are beholden to the whims of the governor and the president, but as Texas state representatives, your job is not to serve the president, it is to serve the people of Texas. I assure you, we are watching and counting on you to do the right thing. Please do not choose to fragment our communities. And I would also like to say that at the hearings in Houston, we were asked to give our thoughts about redistricting, but we weren't provided maps to look over. And honestly, it feels like an intentional attempt to prevent people, especially people in Houston and other cities who might lose their representatives, from sharing how they feel about these maps. I live in East End, and I'm privileged to be here today, but if you've been to that area, you know that people don't have the ability to come to Austin at the drop of the hat. And so a lot of people who are going to be directly affected by this are not here today to speak on this, and they didn't have the maps to be able to speak on it when we had hearings in Houston. So that's what I'd like to say.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Kristen Wick. I show you registered to testify on behalf of yourself against House Bill 4. Is that correct?
That's correct. My
Please
name is...
oh, no, please correct me. Did I mispronounce it?
It's Wiki.
Wiki. Okay,
Yes.
Kristen Wiki.
Yep.
Please give us your testimony.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, members of the committee. My name is Kristen Wiki, and I'm representing myself as a lifelong proud Texas citizen. I live in Austin in the East Cesar Chavez neighborhood. I'm in Congressional District 35, represented by Greg Casar. My mother was the daughter of Mexican-American parents. I was particularly close with my grandma Espinosa. My grandmother was an incredibly hardworking woman whose every action in life was to give her children an easier life than she had. Grandma Espinosa fought hard for her rights as a citizen, living in a time when Hispanics in Texas were overtly discriminated against. Because of the difficulties of her life, she had tremendous empathy for others and really cared for her fellow citizens. She always checked on her neighbors, cooking for them, sewing for them. She even sometimes mowed their lawns. One of her most valued rights was her ability to receive equal protection under the law. She volunteered regularly to register people to vote. Any stranger she met, she would ask if they were registered, and if they weren't, she instructed them on how to do it. Because of my upbringing, listening to Grandma Espinosa talk about the importance of being represented in the government, my constitutional rights are important to me. And my upbringing also taught me to be concerned about the rights of my fellow citizens. The proposed redistricting map causes an even greater lack of representation of people of color in Texas. This map is racially discriminatory, even worse than the 2021 map. Also, the map is politically motivated to dilute the voice of the Democratic Party constituents. Texas should have districts drawn to represent the interests, values, opinions, and beliefs of the people. The people of Texas have not called for redistricting. What the people of Texas want the legislature to focus on is recovering from flood disaster, access to health care, and education funding. I ask that the legislature spend time on those issues. Don't get distracted from the important work of representing the needs of your constituents. I oppose the proposed redistricting map. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Dan Chandler. I show you registered to testify as Dan Chandler on behalf of yourself for House Bill 4. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please give us your testimony.
Well, I've never done it like this, but I have notes. I'm going to try it that way. I'm an evangelist. I felt the call of God on my life. If you've seen me, I'm a walk-in altar call, saying the prayer of salvation all day long in the house, in the lobby of the house, or in front of a statue, in front of a Planned Parenthood, wherever. One of the things that I say, I have a lot of props that I carry with me, a bunch of signs, and I say, don't tear down the flags, the statues, the monuments to the Ten Commandments, the babies, the border. Don't tear down America piece by piece, plank by plank, or we're not going to survive. And oddly enough, see this shirt, it's a new shirt, but what does it say here? The princes of Judah are like those who remove a monument. I will pour out my wrath on them like water. God just did that. In addition to blood moons in the sky and solar eclipses, laugh all you want, but I think it's a bad idea to laugh at God, I'm telling you. That's what the Bible says happens. Go ahead, that's up to you. All right, we have much indication that God is displeased, I believe, and that's what I would say to you. Even that, God says that the land would vomit us out if we turn away from Him and the Word of God. I think it's doing so.
Just if you wouldn't mind, just tie it to the map. I just want to, yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's what we're talking. You say that redistricting is bad for black people, so I guess it's good for white people, turning blue to red. But go to San Francisco, go to Beaumont, go to Setagast Heights in Houston. I've just been there, and tell me how blue is doing for black people. I don't think it's doing any good at all. But at the very least, what about the white people? If turning red is good for white,
please complete your testimony.
What's wrong with turning red? That's what I would say. Well, I'm almost done. And what is wrong?
Give you one more sentence, sir. Just if
Okay.
you wouldn't mind, complete your testimony.
Okay. Well, here's the deal. Why don't we do what's good for everybody and turn every single district red? That's what needs to happen.
Thank you for your testimony.
Every single district needs to be turned red. Trump has the right idea.
Understood. Members, any questions for the members of this panel? Dean Thompson, you're recognized to question the members of the panel.
Mr. Chairman, everybody else has had to leave their signs and their things out, but he gets a chance to come in with his flags.
What's that? Huh?
That's okay. He made a big deal on it, but he has his flags and all, but everybody else they couldn't have any kind of thing to demonstrate in here.
Yeah, the deal is that you'll take my right to speak. This is speaking.
Hold on, sir. You're not recognized. So,
Well, can I?
I understand, and we will, to the maximum that we can, maintain the rules of decorum. So, Chair recognizes Mr. Manuel to question members of the panel.
Quick question for you. I forget your name. I'm so sorry.
Kristen Wiki.
Miss Wiki, correct? Have a question for you in the city where you're from, because you're a fourth generation Austonian.
Well, my
Your grandmother
lived all over Texas, and I was raised in Houston, and so.
But this is your home, and you've been here for a while.
I'm in Austin for
So
35 years. I've been here.
what I'm wondering is to get your opinion on something. How much in common do you have with West Texas, deep West Texas?
Totally different interests, lifestyle, nothing, very little.
How much do you have in common with East Texas?
The same, I would say the same answer.
Does it take you like 40 minutes to get to a hospital from, let's say, Newton, Jasper, or anywhere? Like, let's say does it take you 40 minutes to get to a hospital without traffic?
In Austin?
Yes.
Probably 15 minutes.
Okay, because in East Texas, deep red East Texas, it takes like 40 minutes, and women are dying because they can't get to hospitals.
Yeah, big difference.
West Texas, pretty much the same thing. How do you feel it's going to look like to have representation where one of the largest cities in this state is going to effectively be cut off, where you really, this isn't even funny. It's literally cutting you all in half and shipping you all out in two different directions, so it puts Austin in a weird place. How does that make you feel?
I'm strongly opposed to that, because how can we meet with our representatives and speak with the other people in our district? It doesn't make any sense to me how it's workable.
So you would say that this map is not something that is going to be beneficial to people who are living here, and it's something that's going to quite possibly harm the city and its inhabitants?
Yes, I agree.
No, I'm very sorry about that, and wanted to just make sure that you had that on the record. I appreciate your time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manuel. Members, any other questions for the members of this panel? The chair is none. Thank you for your testimony. This panel is excused. The chair is going to call up the next panel: Rochelle Garza, Pauline Mims, David Marshall, Kelsey Balaban. The next four after that, if you'll make your way to the room, are Crystal Jordan, Lanita Robinson, Chloe Wilkinson, and Barbara Haralson.
Oh, I don't know. I think my name was first.
Okay. All right. I'm going to call Rochelle Garza. Okay. I show you registered to testify as Rochelle Garza on behalf of Texas Civil Rights Project and U.S. Commission on Civil Rights and Self against House Bill 4. Is that correct?
Yes, in my personal capacity.
Well, are you registering to testify
Yes.
on behalf of those two organizations
Yes.
I mentioned? Okay. And yourself, is that correct?
Yes.
And against House Bill 4?
Yes.
Please give us your testimony.
Good evening, members of the committee. My name is Rochelle Garza. I'm a civil rights attorney and a fifth-generation Tejana. I'm the president of the Texas Civil Rights Project, and I serve as chair of the United States Commission on Civil Rights. I drove 6 hours here today to represent my hometown of Brownsville, Texas. I also waited 10 hours to speak to you all. I am raising my 13-month-old daughter and my 3-year-old daughter with my husband in Brownsville. And since I was born, the city of Brownsville has doubled in size, but the demographics have remained unchanged. 95% Latino, mostly Mexican American. Our current congressional district, CD 34, is over 90% Latino and largely drawn from the Rio Grande Valley, although not perfectly. Your proposed map would dilute the Valley's voice in Congress by grouping disparate communities with unique needs and interests and destroy regional representation both for the Valley and the coastal band. But let's be honest about what's happening here. Republicans are choosing their voters and are rigging the maps to steal representation from Black, brown, and Asian voters. There is no real reason to redraw the maps in Texas right now. There has been no new census, no major population shift, and there is no legal requirement to do so. This is happening because Republicans are afraid of losing power. After having taken health care from almost 17 million people across this country, gutting our public education, and disappearing community members off the streets. Texas Republicans are answering the call, Trump's call, to find 5 more congressional districts at the expense of our communities. And currently, the Texas delegation has 38 members. Only 13 allow communities of color to elect their chosen candidate. And under this plan, that number would plummet to only 8. In a state that's 60% people of color, including 40% Latino, that new breakdown should be criminal. Next week marks the 60th anniversary of the Voting Rights Act. It's a milestone. It's meant to celebrate progress and a vision of a country that belongs to all of us. And yet, with painful irony, it also marks 6 decades of Texas violating that very law. Rather than correcting course, this proposed bill doubles down on the harmful legacy. And I urge this committee to put Texans first and vote no.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Pauline Mims. I show you registered to testify on behalf of UAW 276, TXCLUW, and self against House Bill 4. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please give us your testimony.
Good evening. My name is Pauline Mims. I'm the president of the Coalition of Labor Union Women for the state of Texas. I'm an executive board member, vice president on AFL-CIO for representing the UAW. And I'm also a 25-year member of the UAW, work in Arlington at the GM Arlington plant. I wanted to talk a little bit about redistricting, particularly how it impacts our Black and brown communities. It's been 10 years, so we know it's time to draw the maps, or not. The process determines our electoral districts. I live in District 33, and all of this I know sounds fair, but here's the kicker. Oftentimes, these lines are drawn to benefit political parties instead of us, the real people living in these communities. What happens is we end up with districts that either are packed and our communities are in few areas or split apart like we don't even belong together. This has real consequences. It means that our voices are diluted and our needs are overlooked. Our communities are underrepresented and in our local and state governments. I mean, let's be honest, when we draw these maps that ignore the actual communities and cultures we live in, we're just asking for more systemic inequalities. We deserve a fair shot at representation, just like everyone else. Our schools, our health services, our neighborhood programs will suffer. And if we don't have a say in how resources are allocated, what are we gonna do? So, to those of you in power, who think it's fine to chop our communities like a bad jigsaw puzzle, please remember that we're just not numbers on a map. We are essential workers, taxpayers, and advocates in our community. So to be clear, if your idea of progress is attacking Black and brown people and dividing our communities, I can only assume you've also taken Texas as your own personal playground. and we're not letting anybody play tic-tac-toe with our lives. This is not your granddaddy's Jim Crow, Texas, and we are not those people. This Texas is overflow with transplants and over 250,000 union members, which we have joined with the AFL-CIO, and when we are attacked, we will stand up and fight back. That's it.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Mims, you had mentioned, I think, the AFL-CIO earlier. Are you only registered to testify on behalf of the UAW 276 TX CLUW and yourself? Is that right? Just those two that I mentioned?
No, well, it should say AFL-CIO as well.
Okay. Do we have your permission to add that you're testifying on behalf of the AFL-CIO today as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're gonna do that right now. So let me just make sure the record's crystal clear. I show you registered to testify as Pauline Mims on behalf of the AFL-CIO, UAW 276 TX CLUW, and yourself against House Bill 4. Did I get that right?
Yeah, it should say Texas AFL-CIO.
Texas AFL-CIO.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're gonna update that one more time. Okay, so the UAW 276 TXCLUW, self, and the Texas AFL-CIO. Did I get those? That's who you're representing today.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much for correcting that. Chair calls David Marshall. I show you registered to testify as David Marshall on behalf of the CWA Local 6215 and veterans and self against House Bill 4. Is that correct?
Yes, and the veterans being Common Defense, also Common Defense.
Okay.
It's a veterans organization.
The veterans organization is Common Defense?
Yes.
So let me, do we have your permission to modify your registration to say that you're testifying on behalf of CWA Local 6215, the Common Cause?
Common Defense.
Common Defense and self against House Bill 4. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Go ahead and give us your testimony.
I'm David Marshall, the Executive Vice President for the Communication Workers of America, Local 6215 in Dallas, Texas. I'm also a proud veteran of the United States Marine Corps and a part of Common Defense. I'm testifying before you today to call out this cowardly redistricting of the great state of Texas. The last election cycle, one party won control of every branch of government. So now that you're in control of everything and Texans and the American people gave you a mandate to govern and stop playing these shenanigans. Just know that if your policies are popular and the people love them, you wouldn't need to redistrict anything. The voters would be excited to vote you back in office. But the fact that the President of the United States 2 weeks ago calls the governor of Texas and talks about redistricting, saying they will be picking up 5 new seats, and lo and behold, the map that was made public a few days ago affirms that, lets me know, lets everyone in this room know, you are afraid. So much so that you're changing the goalposts mid-game. If you're proud of this agenda and mandate, then stand on it. Let the people that put you in power get a chance to hold you accountable. I'm sure that the call to Abbott was Texas's version of a perfect phone call. It was Texas's find me 11,780 votes disguised as we'll pick up 5 seats. But in the Marine Corps, we learned that, we had 3 principles in the Marines that we live by. And I hold myself to these every day. Those are honor, courage, and commitment. And I'm asking each one of you, whether you served or not, to give it a try. Be honorable, which means embodying being ethical and moral and acting with integrity and respect. Have courage, which is having the fundamental fortitude to face fear and adversity and do the right thing no matter who's watching or what it costs. And lastly, commitment, which embodies dedication and loyalty, especially to your constituents, which should be the driving force behind any elected official. So please take a look in the mirror and find at least one of these principles within yourself and listen to the people and vote this House Bill 4 sham down.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Kelsey Balaban. I show you registered to testify on behalf of yourself against House Bill 4. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Good evening to the chair and to the committee. My name is Kelsey Balaban, and I'm strongly opposed to the redistricting plan in HB4. I'm a native Texan, and I live in South Austin in CD 37, represented by Congressman Lloyd Doggett. First of all, I just want to say I'm very concerned about the rushed nature of this process. We should have had several months to study these maps, to get public input, community hearings, and oversight to make sure that they comply with the Voting Rights Act. In contrast, we got them barely 2 days ago. As many people have pointed out, our state's redistricting maps have ended up in court in violation of the Voting Rights Act every decade since it was passed in the 60s. And so I'm very upset that these new maps yet again take power away from communities of color. As we've heard, white Texans like me make up less than 40% of the population, yet almost 60% of our districts are majority white. This new map increases this power, creating 2 more majority white districts. How is this fair when 95% of our recent population growth comes from people of color, and fully 60% of Texans are people of color? We should have a representative government. I'm proud to live in such a diverse state, and I want people of color to have a lot more representation, not less. It's far past time for us to do better. I want all of us Texans to be represented by someone who listens to us and who works on our behalf. I want our representatives to focus on the important things, like helping us recover from one of the deadliest floods in our history, preparing for the next natural disaster, and affording housing, good quality health care, schools, and clean energy. For all of these reasons and many more, I ask you to reject HB4 and to focus on the actual issues facing us Texans. And I ask you to create more, not fewer districts for communities of color. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions for the members of this panel? Dean Thompson, you recognize the question panel.
I'd like to ask the last witness a question. You know, we did give Mr. Kassar a district. You know, he represents a part of Austin, but we did take him down to New Brunsville, Texas, so he gonna have some new people to put in this area. He got a district now. I don't want you to leave here thinking he didn't get anything.
Noted. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for the members of this panel? Chair is none, the panel is excused. All right, the chair calls up our next panel: Crystal Jordan, Lanita Robinson, Chloe Wilkinson, and Barbara Harrelson. The next panel after that is going to be Taylor Coleman, Rick Levy, Lauren Pena, and Bernadine Gatling. If those 4 could make their way into the room, we'll come to you shortly. Okay. Take up Crystal Jordan.
Hi.
Hi, I show you registered to testify as Crystal Jordan on behalf of yourself against House Bill 4. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Sure. Good evening. What are you all looking at? I'm just curious. Are you all looking at maps, or what are you all doing while we're up here testifying?
Well, hyper-technically, questions cannot be asked of the chair. The chair has up your video.
I'm just asking for your attention because we've been here for
Just so
some
that
time.
the record's clear,
Okay.
though, I'll happily say I've got the map, I've got the registration, and I've got your video, so that I can make sure everything's working. But please give us your testimony.
Okay, so I'm sorry. So good evening. My name is Crystal Jordan, and I moved to Texas believing in real opportunity and the strength that comes from diversity. I'm a resident of District 9, and I am standing here because HB4 is nothing short of, let's be honest, an outright attack on Black political power. Let's call it what it is. Your map is engineered to rip Black voters out of District 9 and scatter us, and that's on purpose. That's to reduce our influence and rig the system for partisan gain. And we know it's not reform. And we also know that it's not modernization. It's deliberate dilution of the Black voting strength. And you know it. So increasing Hispanic majority districts, I'm trying to figure out how that helps us. If anything, it further weakens Black representation when recent trends have shown Hispanic voters in Houston choosing to vote Republican more and more. So that does nothing to secure the unique concerns of Black Texans. It's just another attempt to divide and conquer. It seems like you guys are on point at doing that. And where's Chairman Hunter? Oh, can't ask. Okay, so I wanted to speak to him directly and just say, stop playing political chess with our community's future. This is not democracy. Again, this is targeted voter suppression dressed up as legislative process. Texans did not elect you to silence their votes. Those that have fought the hardest, we need to be heard. We need to reject HB4 or admit on the record that your priority is not fair representation, but keeping power at any cost. I don't know what the buzzing is for, but let me be honest. I'm sorry?
Oh, please complete your testimony.
Okay, so let me be honest. You claim that there's public input in a fair process, but everyone can see what's happening. The outcome feels predetermined, and you're just checking boxes. That's what it looks like when you're not listening. Are you seriously asking us to believe that this is democratic
Okay.
when it's obvious the map is drawn to secure partisan advantage?
Please complete your sentence.
No matter what people say in these hearings, why should any of us trust that you'll actually listen to the public and protect our voting rights instead of just ramming through the gerrymander that was the play all along? Are you really prepared to defend this democratic process? Or are you just going to gerrymander as you intended from the start? That's my question.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Lenita Robinson. I show you registered to testify on behalf of Pure Justice and Self against House Bill 4. Is that correct?
Yes.
Please
that
give us your
is
testimony.
correct. Hi, my name is Lenita Robinson. Once again, I am the 7th generation Texan and proud member of Pure Justice and the proud granddaughter of my 100-year-old grandmother, matriarch named Annie Mae Jones, a retired black nurse who has lived through an entire century of Texas history. My grandmother, born 1925, lived through the poll tax, the white primary that wasn't struck down until Smith versus Allwright in 1944, and today's modern barriers like voter ID laws. My mother, born 1950, came of age as the courts began to tear down segregation. I was born 1971. The year before Barbara Jordan became the first black Texan in Congress. My sons, born 2002 and 2007, are growing up in Texas where voting rights are again under attack, this time through redistricting. In Galveston County, the 2021 plan wiped out Precinct 3, breaking up black neighborhoods so they no longer had the power to elect a commissioner of their choice. The court struck that down under the Voting Rights Act. In Houston, the new proposals weakened District 9, represented by the Honorable Al Green, by stretching it across the county while overpacking District 18, the seat Barbara Jordan built. Most recently held by Honorable House Representatives Sheila Jackson Lee and Sylvester Turner. In Dallas-Fort Worth, the plans carve up District 33 and shift the balance of District 30, once again pushing black voices to the margins. This is exactly what Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act prohibits. No voting rule or map can be drawn in a way that denies or cuts down the right to vote because of race or color. The Petaway case shows how splitting a historic black district silences a community. And when that happens, the economic harm follows. Fewer infrastructure dollars, less school funding, less small business support, less affordable housing, and less access to health care. And I'm wrapping up.
Yes, please complete your testimony.
Our march to freedom is constantly hindered through bad policy, legislation, and rogue elected officials. For my son's generation, that means cracking and packing, splitting us up, or shoving us into a single district so our votes count for less than our community, and our communities get less. I'll close with the words of Fannie Lou Hamer once again, because this is my 3rd time testifying. Nobody's free until we're all free. Fix the maps, make them fair, do what we have honored in our ancestors, and give us our voice. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Barbara Harrelson. Harrelson, I apologize. I show you registered to testify on behalf of Being Victorious Counseling Center, PLLC, and yourself against House Bill 4. Is that correct?
Correct.
And if I could, I think we had a J in the Being. Can I change that J to an I?
B-E-I-N-G.
B-E-I-N-G. We're going to correct that real quick, and we've got that done for you. Please give us your testimony.
My name is Reverend Barbara Harrelson, and I'm a licensed professional counselor and CEO founder in private practice, serving Medicaid, insured, and self-pay clients. Treatment plans and interventions include expressive strategies and also honors by design, diversity, inclusion, and equity for holistic care. This Texas licensure is established on ethics and legal guidelines for the well-being of all persons. Equitable voices in policies directly affect Texans, all Texans, such as the proposed redistricting. I stand before you to voice objection to these various serious concerns beyond my 38th Congressional District, particularly this mid-decade unnecessary redistricting and its disproportionate discriminatory impact on communities of color. Political lines can determine who has access to health care, safe schools, even clean air, and who is left out. I justifiably believe that redistricting should protect and uplift moral consciousness. Today, the proposed HB4 does the opposite. It fractures historical districts, splits communities of interest, and threatens to silence, while provoking crises. Furthermore, ignoring Texas' autonomy and our futures. Fair maps need to extend more representation for constituents of color, not racism. I urge our decision makers to draw districts reflecting the realities of Texas today, diverse, growing, and preserving of a government that ensures equity and transparency in the map drawing process, advocates for independent redistricting commissions and the integrity of existing commissions, pushes for restoration of the Voting Rights Act, and it was 1965. Monitors and protects the free and fair clause in state constitutions, as well as increased education and public engagement in the community of districting process. My testimony would not be complete without thanking my pastor, Reverend Dr. Ralph Douglas West Sr., and the Brook Hollow Church Without Walls church home of the Honorable late Representative Sylvester Turner, in whose spirit I stand, and our social justice outreach. As I close, I do request to lift up the Holy Scriptures raised by Reverend Dr. Brian Carter, Reverend Dr. Freddie Haynes III, and Reverend Dr. Angela Anderson, and Reverend Dr. David Magruder. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Chloe Wilkinson. I show you registered to testify as Chloe Wilkinson on behalf of the Texas Young Democrats and self against House Bill 4. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And just to pause, I understand, are you employed by a member of the House? Is that correct?
No, I was employed during the regular session. I am no longer working for that member.
Perfect. And that's no problem. I just had a special thing I needed to do to make sure you could testify if you were, but since you're not, you're good to go. Please give us your testimony.
Hello, members. I am Chloe Wilkinson, Secretary for the Texas Young Democrats. First, I want to start by saying I want the Democrats on this committee to know that we support you in fighting this by any means possible. Yes, and that includes if you choose to break quorum. But I also want to talk about why I feel this map is bad from a campaign perspective. I have worked on campaigns for 7 years, mainly in a field role. I've worked as a deputy field director, a field organizer, a volunteer manager, and a campaign manager on over 24 campaigns, both in a voluntary and paid role, starting in Tennessee, my home state, down in Appalachia, in the great city of Chattanooga, But don't worry, I found my way to the great state of Texas as fast as I could, and I got to work on great campaigns like Mayor Kirk Watson's runoff campaign in 2022. This is why I want to specify, I believe that the district here, CD 37 in central Austin, is extremely bad for several reasons. First off, Austin as a metro area is the most democratic major metro area in the entire state of Texas. You can fit 3 whole congressional districts in the metro area of Austin, but yet somehow only 1 complete congressional district found its way in the metro area of Austin. Why are there so many small little handlebars coming out from these rural districts in the Panhandle, down on the Gulf Coast, and all the way to East Texas, when we know that Austin has voted for Kamala Harris by 20 points? That's more than Houston's metro areas did. That's more than Dallas's metro area did. So I just want you to realize that what you're doing here is insanely undemocratic. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions for the members of this panel? Chair recognizes Mr. Manuel to question the panel.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I have a question for you, Chloe. Why do you think it is that in your opinion, the urban areas are being kind of cut and diced, and the rural areas are just vastly expansive? And no offense, you know I love rural Texas, so be easy on us.
Yeah. Hey, I want to say I love. I think it's very ironic that the only districts that are actually compact are the ones where we're trying to pack Democrats into their district. But the irony is that when you look at all the districts around Austin CD 37, they fail the compactness test. They are less than 50% compact, all of them. Because compactness means when you put a district in a circle, it is over 50% of that circle. The more that it fits into that circle as an almost perfect circle, the higher the percentage is. But the problem is that when you crack districts up and you create these long lines like CD10, which goes all the way from downtown Austin out to East Texas, right over north of Woodland, you don't have a representative district. You don't have an effective field team. You don't have effective constituent services. So, I mean, this is all part of a tactic to make it easier to put all the Democratic votes into a select few districts. CD 37 under this new map would be 80% Democratic under the 2024 presidential election.
I'm glad you said that. I want you to explain one thing to me that I think most of us know, but if you can explain it. Constituent services. Mm-hmm. It's the heartline of any of our offices. It's actually the most important thing we are supposed to be doing all day, every day.
Absolutely.
How is that going to impact, in your opinion, how someone is going to be able to get to casework to someone in Travis County that they can just get the majority of their counties that already vote for them to just come out? How is that going to impact constituent services?
So let me answer that in 2 parts. First, the constituent service part, and then also how the field game is actually going to affect constituent services. So first off, constituent services are easiest when you have district offices closely connected to every part of the district. When you span over multiple counties, which sometimes is unavoidable, I mean, a good example is Eddie Morales' district, where it's always going to be large. But in places like Austin, it's actually easier to create smaller districts. And in those cases, it's preferable. Sorry, it's a little cold in here. But I would say that when you're able to reach your constituents easily, it makes it easier to provide them services. When you have to travel 2, 4, 6 hours to get to your constituents, it's going to be harder to provide them quality services, especially when you have to know the standards of multiple government agencies, multiple counties, multiple cities. I mean, it's just going to be really hard. It's going to slow the process down.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Mangan. Members, any other questions for the members of this panel? Chair hears none. Thank you for your testimony. The panel is excused. Oh, panel's not excused. Belay that command. Chair recognizes Representative Tepper
Yes,
to
sir.
question the panel.
For the former staffer, you know, in West Texas, our state Senate districts, I've been hearing a lot today, so I'm not just picking on you. Our state Senate districts are larger than a few states combined, and they have district directors spread out, including our congressional districts, CD19. I'm represented by Jody Arrington, and he has, 3 or 4 districts. So the idea that the districts and constituent work isn't being handled by such large geographic areas is just incorrect. I mean, they are able to organize, have their district offices strategically placed where constituent services will be handled. So I would have to dismiss that just because and sometimes these are rural versus urban issues, and I see it here in redistricting as well, where you know, just because it all isn't condensed into Travis County or the city of Austin, that they won't be served. We have to deal with that. It's just become a way of life for us, and so just realize just because a district might be stretched out doesn't mean it compromises their services.
I'm actually really glad you brought up that urban versus rural divide. I actually want to bring up another divide that is being ignored under this new map, which is the east versus west divide in Austin. Anyone who's worked on a citywide campaign in Austin, as I have, I've worked for multiple citywide campaigns, including 2 successful mayoral campaigns. There is the east versus west divide, where we know that West Austin participates more in the political process than East Austin does. There is a 17% higher voter turnout in West Austin, which is prominently white, and it is the most wealthy part of the city, whereas East Austin is prominently a multicultural, Black, Hispanic, and lower income white area of the city, where we're looking at younger professional families getting upstarts. We're looking at, you know, legacy communities of color whose voices have been underrepresented historically in city politics, and getting rid of our Congressman Kassar's district is actually going to hurt East Austin because it is a historically underlooked community within Austin politics.
I'm not sure I'm addressing your issue, but I mean, my district is low turnout. I'm the only guy out there with just one county, Lubbock County. And but my constituency just doesn't rely on government that much. They mind their own business, and they farm their farms. They work at Texas Tech or the medical district. So it might be just a difference of ideology and how we move forward and their attitude towards government, but it doesn't always mean that they're underrepresented or they're not being represented very well. Thank you.
Vice Chair Rosenthal, you recognize the question of members of the panel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you all for bringing great testimony. Chloe, sorry to pick on you, but I do want to ask a couple of questions. Because actually, the last member, I don't think I heard a single actual question. So let me ask this.
I would agree.
So let me ask you, when we're talking about these large, expansive rural areas, that is a different constituency and environment with different needs than the more densely packed suburban and urban areas. So if you have this tiny slice of Austin, which is actually fairly high density, and it's connected to a huge expanse of rural Texas, can you help me understand how that might create problems for district services because of the varying needs of the more densely populated versus the large rural expanse?
So I want to talk about, first off, East Texas has different problems than Austin does. Right now, some of the problems of East Texas are that they have a lot of water right issues. They're concerned about the usage of water, and unfortunately, it has been a bipartisan effort to bully East Texas and take their water. And I say that as a Democrat, but I am actually very proud to see the work that Representative Gary Van Dever is doing to protect East Texas water here in the Texas House of Representatives. Even though I'm a Democrat, I can acknowledge when the other side does great work. But unfortunately, the most money in that district is going to be in downtown and West Austin, and it is going to affect the constituent services of CD10 all the way out in East Texas, which has underfunded hospital services. As Representative Manuel pointed out earlier today when talking to another Austin resident, it takes 40 minutes to get to a hospital in East Texas. It takes 15 minutes to get to a hospital in most of Austin. And especially in those richer areas, it's probably going to be less than that.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Members, any other questions for the members of this panel? Chair hears none. Panel's excused for real this time. All right. Chair is going to call this one, our next one. Taylor Coleman, Rick Levy, Lauren Pena, and Bernadine Gatling. If you'll come sit up here at the front 4 seats. Next panel after that's going to be Dominique Payton, Andre Wagner, Angela Hudson, Michelle Evans, and I'm not calling Michelle Evans on that next panel. Okay, you know what? I'm going to call Michelle Evans on the next panel, but I'm told she's not here, so it's no big deal. Jennifer Fleck, if you'll be ready for the next panel in her place. Okay, so Taylor Coleman, Rick Levy. How you doing? I'm going to start with Bernadine Gatling. So I've got your registration up. Good to see you. Show you register to testify as Bernadine Gatling on behalf of yourself against House Bill 4. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and committee members. I am presently a resident of District 9, and I'm strongly against House Bill 4. The courts have recognized that redistricting should respect communities of interest, and Congressional District 9 is a community of interest. The court said if a district maps breaks cohesive neighborhoods or municipalities with shared concern, it weakens the democratic representation. Therefore, this has to be unconstitutional to redistrict the district that's already been redistricted. The law is on our side, and so is history. I say no to unjust redistricting, and I say yes to democracy. If the rest of the people, if some of my neighbors was able to attend today, I'm sure they would have the same concerns as I do now, and that would be, I forgot to tell you, I'm a retired state and county employee for the last 11 years, but in my community, there's a lot of retirees, and their concerns are Medicare. We're going to have our Medicare. We're concerned is it going to rain 4 or 5 days in a row? Because if it is, we're going to have a problem with flooding. We're concerned about the education of our grandkids. You know, we're concerned about when we are flooded in, how we're going to get out and who's going to rescue us. But I wanted to end with this. There's in the Bible, there's a proverb, 20, verse 8, and it kind of describes the character of a good governor or legislator. And let me paraphrase. It said, great men be good men and use their power as they may and ought. What good may they do and what evil may they prevent? If you are great men being good and doing good, you could prevent Donald Trump from being an evil dictator in the state of Texas by voting against House Bill 4. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Lauren Pena. I'll show you register to testify as Lauren Pena on behalf of yourself for House Bill 4. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please give us your testimony.
Hi, my name is Lauren Pena. I currently live in projects here in East Austin. We've heard a lot today about East Austin and about representation. You know, there's one thing that's in common with this. All of these times and all of these years, the poor people have been represented by Democrats. And so that's a common denominator. We need some conservative leadership. I went and I finally got on the Austin Public Safety Commission because I needed more police in my community. In fact, the day I moved into my apartment, I saw two people shoot each other in the street. One of them still lives underneath of me. That was 3 years ago. And the police don't come half the time when you call, right? But I'm on the Austin Public Safety Commission and I'm begging for police in my community who's falling apart. They kick me off because I'm a conservative. That violated my First Amendment right. I got kicked off the Austin Public Safety Commission because I was a conservative. But mind you, I live in the projects, the very community that the Democrats say that they're trying to represent, okay? So I started, you know, getting politically involved and working hard to try to figure out how to, you know, fix it, right? During the 2024 election in my district, I decided to, just as a normal person, stand outside and watch the polls. I caught on camera election interference. I turned it into the Secretary of State. Nothing happened. This is, again, my district. In 2025, they had a special election for the community development grant block, which is specific money for communities like mine living in HUD properties and things like that. Do you know they wouldn't even let me on the ballot? And I am an actual community member that's receiving those funds. They wouldn't even let me on the ballot. And in fact, one of my actually Democrat friends was on that ballot. He got rightfully elected, and then they recalled the election and put someone in that doesn't even live in Travis County. This is the person who's supposed to be implementing the funds for families like mine. I am so much on board with House Bill 4. I beg you guys to do that because you know what? Now I can go into the projects all around Austin, Texas, as the only person that probably go in the projects and do that. And all of those people that haven't been voting for 30 years are gonna start voting. You know why they don't vote? Because they know that the Democrats are the ones that have stuck them there. I am living in modern day slavery, and I ask everybody, give us a chance. Let us do something here in Austin, Texas to better the rest of the United States. I'm telling you, people are literally being enslaved into the system. And as years continue to go by, it's gonna get worse and worse and worse. So give a conservative the opportunity who actually lives inside the projects to have a voice for these people because we haven't had a voice. Just give me a chance. Give me one chance to fight for the community that I love. We have elderly and disabled and veterans and people who have served our communities that are suffering. It's modern day slavery.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Taylor Coleman. I show you registered to testify on behalf of yourself against House Bill 4. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Please give us your testimony.
I'm Taylor Coleman, a 7th-generation Texan from Chapel Hill, Washington County. That's the birthplace of Texas. When I last spoke in front of this committee in Arlington, I spoke up for the Texans who were disillusioned with politics. 4 years ago, I moved into a van to register voters across the state to reach those Texans. And what I heard most in my travels is that Texans feel like their vote doesn't matter and that politicians have rigged the system against them. And over the course of this process, y'all have proven every single one of the worst assumptions about politics to be true. Y'all held 15 hours of field hearings in just 3 cities to reach 30 million Texans, promising at each of them that there were no maps available for the public to review, only to make a mockery of all of us, not 36 hours after that final hearing, by releasing an expertly crafted, scientifically gerrymandered map, almost as if it had been hidden away from Texans the entire time. On Monday, I testified as a candidate of the 10th Congressional District that's been discussed a lot today, a district that was already heavily gerrymandered from Houston to Austin. Today, I stand here as a Texan furious to see the 10th District and many others ripped apart for partisan gain, with parts of Central Texas being discarded into a district that stretches all the way to the Gulf of Mexico. It shouldn't be lost on any proud Texan that the original sponsor of this gerrymander is from Oklahoma, who doesn't even respect us enough to sit through 10 hours of testimony, like we all have today, on the maps that he presented. And while it's well established that the Republicans here don't care much for the diverse communities here, I'd at least think the native Texans among you would be embarrassed to embrace a gerrymander that treats the birthplace of this state as nothing more than a political pawn shunted into a district with a member who lives more than 200 miles away from them. In closing, to the Democrats on this committee, Republicans have made it clear that they're willing to roll over and play dead at the behest of politicians in DC. They may be in power, but Democrats are not powerless. I heard the dean say earlier that breaking quorum isn't required by the Constitution, and that may be true, but you'll also have the opportunity to stand up for every Texan and every American by walking out on a process during which your Republican colleagues have shown the entire country how little they think of you, how little they think of all of us.
Please complete your testimony.
But we the people will support you, and America will support you, and we're watching, and you can show up for all of us by walking out. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair calls Rick Levy. I show you registered to testify on behalf of the Texas AFL-CIO and self against House Bill 4. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Rick Levy. I have the privilege of being the president of the Texas AFL-CIO, which is a federation of unions, about 250,000 members across the state of Texas. We're the voice of Texas workers in politics, in the community, and in the legislative process. My first session for the Texas AFL-CIO was in 1991. I've been involved in a lot of legislative fights, probably lost a lot more than I've ever even thought about winning. But it's always been a process that involved conversations with Texans about what's best for Texas. And I say that not to just prove that I'm old AF and that I even use paper instead of like computers like everybody else, but to give a context for what I'm about to say, which is that this process for this bill has been like no other process I've ever seen. It's a farce, and it's a deep insult to Texans who believe in and hold close our commitment to democracy. We all know what's going on here. If this was such a big problem, seriously, this redistricting committee was constituted through the entire session, didn't even feel the need to meet once. If it was a Texas problem, I feel like that wouldn't have been happening. We all know what's going on here. Somebody got a call from the president saying, do my political bidding, so he doesn't have to face the voters for unpopular actions, like the largest transfer of wealth from working class people to billionaires in the history of this country. So why is this a farce? Hearings around the state, no map. You said you had no idea what was going on. There wasn't, hadn't seen a map. You were going to evaluate the testimony, and then before the hood of the car was even cooled off from your drive back down here, we had a map. Voila. All right? This hearing, 2 days' notice, one hearing in the middle of a workday, you've effectively shut the door on working people to participate. Your process shows that you don't really care what we think. 99% of Texans won't even know what happened here until they show up for the polls and find out they have a new congressman. To the Republican members of the committee, please don't do this. Number one, self-respect. Since when does Texas take orders from Washington, D.C.? Number two, you're going to set off a redistricting war across this country that you will lose because California, New York, and other places who have nonpartisan commissions now will certainly move forward.
Please complete your testimony.
Okay, to the Democrats, thank you for your participation. Please know that this process is not a real process for debate and deliberation, and you owe no allegiance to it. I urge you to fight it using any means necessary, and know that as you do, the labor movement, not just here in Texas, but across this country, will have your back. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Members, any questions for this panel? Chair recognizes Vice Chair Rosenthal to question the panel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to ask you, Mr. Levy, the fact that we're having a single hearing once the bill is introduced, so we've got a map that's 38 districts that affect over 30 million people in the state. One hearing, even though it's a marathon hearing with 10 hours of testimony, what is your estimation of the percentage of everyday Texans who even could have been possibly notified and maybe showed up for a hearing like this?
Well, I would say, thank you for the question, and what I would say is that if you were looking to design a process to really learn what people think. And this is doing really big things to certain communities, right? I mean, we are really changing representation in a lot of different ways. We've heard testimony today about important economic engines in districts and what happens. We've heard testimony about major shifts in population in different areas of the state. If you wanted to design a process to really know what people thought about that and how it might really play out in the real world, I think you would do something a little bit differently than this. And my concern is that we have basically outsourced this process to some kind of tech bro in Virginia who has sliced and diced our communities like it's a video game and not given us the opportunity to really engage. Dean Thompson, you talked about this. No, you hadn't seen the map to really even talk to your own constituents about what they think in any meaningful way. And we're moving forward so quickly with this that, Mr. Vice Chair, to answer your question, I think a very infinitesimal number of Texans will have any understanding of what we're doing, let alone any meaningful input to the process.
So let's just say, for the actual insiders, the political scientists, the folks who might actually have the background to study a map like this, which was introduced basically 2 days ago. There are 157 filed supporting documents in 2 days. I like to think I'm a pretty studious type. I wouldn't even be able to look at the titles. I mean, if I was going to study the information that this map is built on, I feel like I would need a couple of weeks just to do that, and then we could actually have a substantive debate. So what do you, in your mind, what would be a much more fair-looking, transparent process for this?
Well, one of the things, bottom line, is that people have an opportunity to review the map in their communities with what happens. Number two, when you do a redistricting process, my recollection is we have hearings all over the state with the map to ask people what their input is. Because computers may be smart and AI may be really smart, but it's also really dumb because it doesn't understand what's really going on in a community. You can look at a map of Texas from Virginia and draw a line that makes perfect sense. And then you come to Texas and you say, oh, wow, I live by Deep Eddy and now I'm in a district with East Texas? Like, how does that make sense? So I think those are the kinds of things you would learn about if you really took the time to stop and listen to constituents.
I agree with you. So thank you very much.
Yeah.
Ms. Coleman, I have a couple questions for you because actually I'm impressed that you spent time, did you say in a van, registering people and stuff?
I did.
All right, so if we want to talk about, we have heard a lot, I shouldn't say a lot. So I would say a very large percentage of people who registered for this bill were heard in committee today. A lot of them were like Republican Party precinct chairs, not precinct chairs, county Republican Party county chairs and stuff like that. And the folks who testified in favor of this bill talked about how great it would be, how great it is, how it improves representation, how it actually creates new opportunity districts. I noticed that the people who were in favor of the bill and touting its glory and that it creates new opportunity districts for minorities, none of them were actually minorities. Very few, let's say, very few. So my question to you is, if you wanted to build the faith of the voters, because that's what you spoke to, and I would feel like to do that, you would roll this out, distribute the information, make it known far and wide, and then go to the people where they are and listen to them. And maybe if this was designed really to be great so that the people of the state would embrace it, want it, then maybe you could have some field hearings where it wasn't 98.8% of the people signed up or submitting testimony online against. So what's your view on how you win over the hearts and minds of voters?
I think that's a great question. I know what it doesn't look like. It doesn't look like holding 3 hearings in 3 major cities that are very far from the affected communities. I think there were several people here today from the RGV, and, you know, me coming, Chapel Hill is, you know, halfway between here and Houston, and even that's kind of a drive. But I've also been to every single hearing trying to testify. I was able to testify in Arlington, and I was able to testify today. But in Houston and in Austin, there were so many people signed up to testify, when again, we were told that there were no maps. And, you know, there was only 5 hours of testimony. I don't think that you would craft a process like that if you actually cared about what the voters had to say. And I think if you did care about what the voters had to say, this would have been a much more collaborative process, like you said, taking field hearings into every corner of our huge state. I live in a van, and I have been able to travel to more places in this state than this committee has, and you guys have a much bigger decision in front of you. So it just doesn't really seem to me like the people of Texas were prioritized here, which, you know, like I said in my earlier testimony, and especially when you consider that we got maps not 2 days after the final hearing, it just leads us all to believe that this was rigged from the beginning. And that's definitely not what it looks like when you actually care what the voters of Texas think.
Thank you for your testimony, all of you.
Chair recognizes Representative Wilson to question members of the panel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Pena, you stated it's like modern day slavery. Can you expand on that, please?
Yeah, so and I say modern because it's not like the horrific slavery back in the 1800s where people were being, you know, coerced for their labor. What it is now is I have neighbors that are 6th generation born into the projects. By this time, they don't know any other type of lifestyle. Like we don't know. And instead of being coerced for labor, what it is they're using the federal funds, and the city is trapping the people in the projects to take the federal funds, and instead of pouring it back into my community, they're not doing it. They're not adding the I'm like the only one I know that participates civically because I just, you know, God gave me this calling, but it's because we know that our voice doesn't matter. And so, you know, the vice chair had asked, how do we get voters engaged? And my answer to that would be to, you know, my project mates will believe in me because I live there with them. They will believe in me. So if I can wake them up and get one generation to start to vote, maybe it'll ripple on and have a bigger effect. But it's not right to have 6 generations of people living in poverty, and it needs to end. And I just care about waking up my community, getting them to vote, teaching them how to use their voice.
Members, any other questions for the members of this panel? Representative Turner, you recognize the question of the panel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A question of Mr. Levy. You were speaking in your testimony about the process that we've seen in this committee over the last week, 10 days. And just to kind of flesh that out a little bit, this is now the 4th meeting of this committee. The first 3 meetings were public hearings to hear public testimony on redistricting. I believe you were at least at 2 of those, I think, maybe 3.
I was at all 3.
You were at all 3.
Mm-hmm.
Pardon me. Of course, you were at all 3.
My perfect attendance, sir.
Yeah, and by the way, I know you total aside, but we need to laugh at something here. You know, your paper testimony, I appreciate that. I see that. You mentioned you're not young persons, you don't use a computer, but they use their phones.
Oh,
they don't bring a computer up. They use
That's
your phone.
good point.
So just keep.
Thank you.
Yeah, but no, seriously, you've been on all 4 hearings, and as you discussed with Mr. Rosenthal, the overwhelming correct me if I'm wrong, but the overwhelming sentiment at the Austin hearing, the Houston, the Arlington hearing, and then even today, where it is a little bit more mixed, the overwhelming sentiment is Texans are opposed to the legislature conducting mid-decade congressional redistricting. Is that fair to say?
It is fair to say. I was actually really surprised at the number of people that actually came. I mean, when I got to Houston, for example, and couldn't even get near the room because of so many people had come out. And in Arlington, not only was the hearing room completely full, the hallway was completely full, and the fire marshals were telling people they couldn't come in. And so that level of engagement really spoke to me. And I think that what the chairman said during one of those hearings, which I think it was Arlington, that the process at this point was then going to like review the testimony and review the online testimony and figure out where to go from there. It felt like we had been heard. It felt like there was really going to be some deliberation. And then it was really surprising that then the map dropped like the next day. And like somebody said, it was a very surgically drawn map that did, so it just felt like that I would say 99.9% of the people who actually testified were strongly opposed to it. So if that was the case, and I don't know what we did with that information.
Do you think it's fair for the legislature to hold these hearings, the previous 3 hearings, and ask the public to come out and testify and not show them the actual map that the legislature is going to consider? Is that fair to the public to do that?
I mean, I would say it depends on what the process is, to be frank. If it's an introductory part of the process to say, like, what do you care about? What do we need to be looking at as we engage in the process? To get that kind of baseline feeling and then take that and put that into a collaborative effort to actually draw maps and then have hearings about the maps, I'm okay with that. But to have 3 hearings without a map and think that that satisfies any kind of public input is, and two of the hearings were during, well, Arlington was at, 5 o'clock, so people theoretically could get there. But no, to me, I think if you're really serious about it, you really got to give people a chance to reflect on the maps and have some real conversation.
And based on the testimony you heard in those 3 hearings, and then the map that we saw shortly after the final hearing concluded, do you think the legislature or the bill, the supporters of the bill, listened to and paid attention to that public testimony?
It's hard to see any reflection of the testimony that was heard and offered in those hearings represented in the bill. I don't see any impact at all. I think we went ahead very, very quickly. Like there was no engagement with the committee itself in the drafting of the plan or what was concerned about it. And then it was just dropped for a 1-day hearing, and my understanding is we'll move on from here. So it's not a process that gives a great deal of deference to public opinion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Members, any other questions for the members of this panel? Chair has none. Thank you for your testimony. The panel is excused.
Thank you all for your time.
Chair calls Dominique Payton, Andre Wagner, Angela Hudson, Michelle Evans, and Jennifer Fleck. And our next panel after that is going to be Connie Hudson, Valerie Roars, Cody Shell, Azima Sasik. If those 4 could make their way into the room, we'd appreciate it. Start off here. Chair will call Michelle Evans. Michelle Evans. Chair will show Michelle Evans registered to testify on behalf of the Williamson County Republican Party and herself for House Bill 4, but not testifying. Okay. Chair calls Dominique Payton. Dominique, is that you?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Just want to make sure. Show you registered to testify as Dominique Payton on behalf of yourself against House Bill 4. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Good evening, panel, chairman, and all Texans. My name is Dominique Payton, and I come here today from Houston to speak to truth. I speak truth to power, not just for myself, but for every Texan threatened to be silenced by this process. Redistricting is supposed to ensure fair representation. It's supposed to reflect people, and it's not to protect corrupt politicians, spineless governors, and anyone who wants to cling to power. But right now, what we're witnessing today is calculated political power grabs, and the data proves that. We know that the Texas population, the growing Texas population, are the minorities. I'm sorry, I'm going off a script. There is nothing I can tell you right now that you have not already heard. There has been testimony after testimony after testimony, and it's redundant. You hear your constituents telling you that this is not what they want. Now, regardless if you want to listen to that or not, it's going to be up to you. We cannot choose this for you, but we do know one thing. This did not come from you, but yet you are here on the front lines, and you are taking the heat from something that comes from the top. What I am asking you right now is we are a state that is divided amongst ourselves. There is no progression that is going to get done for the great state of Texas until the people in this room come together and say we're going to do for the people what needs to be done. I am asking you to reconsider this redistricting. Really talk to your constituents. When was the last time you spoke to your constituents? When was the last time you got out into your communities and actually spoke with the very people who voted you in these seats? This is a real problem, and they want to use Texas as the guinea pig for everything. Why don't we show them that Texas can come together? That the Republicans and the Democrats can put their differences aside and say, let's do what's right for the people. That is what I would like to see. Now, whether you do that or not, it's your choice. But that is what we need, unity in Texas. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. What's your name?
Andre.
Andre. Chair calls Andre Wagner. I'll show you registered to testify on behalf of yourself against House Bill 4. Is that correct?
Correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Thank you, Chairman, Dean, thank you, members of this dais, thank you all. My name's Andre Wagner. I've had the pleasure of living in House District, Congressional District 18 since I was 18 years old. I am the son of a military veteran. My father served 21 years in the United States Air Force. I did not have the pleasure of being born in Texas, but I got here as soon as I could. Once I moved here, I made Houston my home. I've learned from Texas, I've learned from what we do here, and I've had the opportunity of learning from great members like Sheila Jackson Lee, the late Congresswoman. And from that, I had the opportunity of going to many places and working to help empower communities. I've worked in Mississippi, I've worked in Connecticut, I've worked in Florida, I've worked in many states, but Houston is my home. And I will say that even though I had the opportunity of working in other states where I wanted to empower communities, I always knew Texas was a place that we worked together. In New York, a state that I worked for the Democratic Party wanted to draw lines to empower our party to win in 2022. And it was Democratic judges who were appointed by Democratic governors who followed through with what the people wanted and didn't allow gerrymandered districts to be put in place because those Democratic judges stood up against a Democratic House and some Democratic members who could have taken advantage of it because New York and New York voters wanted nonpartisan maps, or at least the best they could. I'm asking you members, yes, our president, my father being in the military, always told to respect the office, even if you can't respect the man. Our president has issued an order. I'm asking Representative Hicklin, Representative McKinney, Representative Tepper, Spiller, Wilson, Chairman, you do not have to follow orders simply because they've been given from the top. I know that we in Texas work together. And just like how there were strong members, Democrats in New York, judges who said, you know what, we're not gonna do what Democrats want. And they followed the will of the people. Now, I had the opportunity of going and tried to testify in Arlington. I drove 4 hours, I sat in line, was there from 4 p.m. all the way till the end and didn't get to testify. I thank you all for this opportunity. But I have lots of friends who did not get the opportunity to come in here. In 2 days' notice, who take off work to be able to come here.
Please complete
Most
your
of the people
testimony.
I know can't do that. But many of them are asking the same thing. Please do what you know is right and stand up for us, regular people, regular Texans who don't want to just kowtow to because our president wants you to. Please.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Chair calls Cody Sell. Cody Sell. Chair will show him registered to testify on behalf of himself against House Bill 4, but not testifying. Nope. Belay that. Chair undoes everything you just said. Chair calls Cody Sell. Wait 1 second. Let me just ask real quick. Is Angela Hudson here? Chair calls Angela Hudson. Chair will show Angela Hudson registered to testify on behalf of herself for House Bill 4, but not testifying. Okay, Mr. Sell, I recognize you to give your testimony. You're registered on behalf of yourself against House Bill 4. Is that correct?
Yes.
Please give us your testimony.
All right. I'm a senior attending the University of Houston and currently living in Houston's historic East End. A lot of the focus in these hearings have been on whether or not this redistricting process has been done in the right way, so I thought I might shift. This entire process has been carried out in a way that's undoubtedly dubious, with both Trump and Abbott calling for the dismantling of the districts of political enemies. But not only that, we've been forced to combat a map that we've only recently had the privilege of seeing for ourselves, meaning there are political consequences that we would not fully realize until it's effectively too late. But the continuous hyper-focusing about legality also misses something. Even if it was legal, it would not be right. The proposed maps create districts with nonsensical compositions that combine communities with very different needs and prevent neglected communities from electing representatives that will serve their interests. Not only has this entire process been completely void of any kind of critical analysis of the population growth and shifts across the Texas counties, but this is a clear attempt to help advance President Trump's plan to consolidate power at the expense of Texas voters. But not only that, what you're doing is dropping the nuke and ushering in a gerrymandering nuclear arms race. You're willing to see which states can quickly out-gerrymander their opponents ahead of the midterm election and leaving Texas residents at the worst for it. If you do care about voters, stop tap dancing for Donald Trump and do what you were elected to do, so serve Texas.
Thank you for your testimony.
It's a Z instead of an H in my last name, Zell.
Yes. Is that correct?
Yeah, the S is silent.
Okay.
Z is
Zell.
strong.
Zell. Okay,
Like
got
that.
that right. Members, any questions for the members of this panel? Chair has none. Thank you for your time and your testimony. You are excused. Chair calls Azima Sasik, Valerie Roars, Connie Hudson, and Jennifer Fleck. Next panel after that is going to be Heather McKenzie, Elizabeth Lauderhaus, Mayochea Money, and Daniel Aravalo. Okay. What's your name?
Azima Sadiq.
Chair calls Azima Sadiq. Show you registered to testify on behalf of Generation Vote A-Leaf against House Bill 4. Is that correct?
Yes, that is
Please give us your testimony.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Azima Sadiq. I am a rising high school senior and a youth advocate from Houston, Texas. I'm here on behalf of Generation Vote ALEAF, a youth-led intergenerational movement centered on electoral justice and dismantle misconceptions surrounding civic engagement in my community, ALEAF, one of the most diverse neighborhoods in the state. One of the fundamental principles that we stand by is that democracy should be just, inclusive, and representative of the people that it serves. At its core, this bill threatens that principle. I'm testifying in strong opposition to the proposed redistricting changes because I believe it undermines the future of representation for marginalized communities like mine. In ALEAF and across Houston, we are home to immigrant families, working class residents, and youth who continuously show up for their communities, even when systems make it difficult. Many of us already feel ignored by the political process, and this bill would further divide our communities and suppress our collective voices. It is a part of a larger pattern of attacks on voter rights, particularly in communities of color. So I urge you to consider the long-term consequences of this bill, not just politically, but morally. Fair representation is the foundation of any democracy, and this pushes us further away from that promise. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions for this witness? Chair is none. Thank you. You are excused. Chair calls Connie Hudson. Connie Hudson, Chair will show Connie Hudson registered to testify on behalf of herself for House Bill 4, but not testifying. Chair calls Jennifer Fleck. Jennifer Fleck, Chair will show Jennifer Fleck registered to testify on behalf of the Travis County GOP Chair and self for House Bill 4, but not testifying. Chair calls Valerie Roars. Valerie Roars. Chair shows Valerie Roars registered to testify on behalf of herself for House Bill 4, but not testifying. Chair calls the next panel, Heather McKenzie, Elizabeth Lauderhouse, Mayocheo Money, and Daniel Arevalo. If you'll come forward to the 4 seats up front. Next panel after that is going to be Cynthia Cole, Ursula Serial? Yes. Sorrell. No. Serial, okay. Melanie Berman, and Nilofer Hafizi. If those 4 could make their way into the room. Okay. Chair calls Heather McKenzie. Heather McKenzie. Chair will show Heather McKenzie registered to testify on behalf of the League of Women Voters and self against House Bill 4, but not testifying. Chair calls Elizabeth Lauderhouse. Chair calls Elizabeth Lauderhouse. Chair will show her registered to testify on behalf of herself against House Bill 4, but not testifying. Chair calls Mayocheo Money. Mayocheo Money. Chair shows Mayocheo Money registered to testify on behalf of self against House Bill 4, but not testifying. Chair calls Daniel Arevalo. Daniel Arevalo. Chair shows Daniel Arevalo registered to testify on behalf of self against House Bill 4, but not testifying. Okay. Chair's been advised that Daniel Arevalo is parking his car. God bless you. So, that chair was not advised whether he's parking his car here. So, on that basis, we'll clear Daniel Arevalo off the deck and come back to Daniel Arevalo, but the other 3 will be shown as registered but not testifying. So, we'll come back to Daniel Arevalo. Okay, good. Oh. Well, the chair is thoroughly confused. But Daniel Arevalo? Okay, come on up. We'll figure this out. We're in this together. Chair calls Daniel Arevalo, registered to testify on behalf of yourself against House Bill 4. Is that correct?
Yes.
Please give us your testimony.
Apologies. Yes, my name is Daniel Arevalo. I'm born and raised in Houstonian, who arrived here this morning with my intrepid Harris County colleagues to urge this committee to reject this redistricting proposal before us to prioritize more pressing matters that Texans face. This proposal was not initiated by voters and was not drawn with public input or bipartisan collaboration. No legislator campaigned last year on the issue of redistricting. I believe it is deceptive to bring this effort this session in this manner. The members of this chamber cannot reject this effort. I have to ask the members not to give quorum to this proposal since this body has failed to so much as give quorum to the issues of Kerrville. Session after session, this chamber has failed to give quorum to the issues of working families by failing to raise the minimum wage. Texas continuously fails to give quorum to our public infrastructure, our transportation infrastructure, our affordable access to healthcare. We have more pressing matters, and I urge our members to address them instead of mid-cycle redistricting.
Thank you for your testimony. Ma'am in the middle, what's your name?
Miosha Money.
Oh, okay. I show you registered to testify as Miosha Money on behalf of yourself against House Bill 4. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Greetings. My name is Miosha Money, also known as Mimi Money. And yes, that is my real last name. It's pretty cool. Everybody asks me that. But yes.
We got a guy here named Brent. He'll share it with you.
But yes, that's my last name. I come to you as a constituent from Congressional District 9, not only as a registered voter, but a deputy voter register, community leader, a media personality, and most importantly, a mother who is deeply committed to empowering our communities. As a VDVR, I've been everywhere from the community streets, the college campuses, shelters, churches, organizations, and much, much more. I not only register voters, but I spread the word. Through my media, how I spread it is through my media influence, and once I get a chance to share vital information, I try to raise as much awareness as possible on why voting really matters. But today, that's a little different. I come frustrated and a lot determined. This district map, as you all know, we think it's not right. District 18 has been dismantled. District 9 has been manipulated. And the communities we fought to unify are now being split apart, block by block, piece by piece, street by street, without any of our input or our consent from the community, or any consent from the community. I was once in District 18 4 years ago. Then the lines got moved. They moved me to District 9. And now they moved me back again to District 18, much smaller. As a parent, I gotta explain the same situation to my children, why their schools and their communities keep changing. Not because we moved, but because someone decided that they didn't want us here anymore, that we didn't belong, and also it's not just and it's not fair. Now as a VDVR, you tell me, what am I supposed to go back and tell the people that are voting? I thought their voices was their strength. You tell me, do y'all care about their concerns? Do I tell them that they deserve your vote? What do I say at this point? These are the same people that have put you guys into place where y'all are right now. United we stand, divided we fall. Stand on your business and not let us fall.
Thank you for your testimony. Ma'am, what's your name?
Elizabeth Lauderhouse.
Okay, Chair calls Elizabeth Lauderhouse. I show you registered to testify on behalf of yourself against House Bill 4. Is that correct?
And also for common defense.
Okay, do we have your permission to update your registration to show that you're testifying today on behalf of common defense and self?
Correct.
Okay, pause for just a second. Let me make sure we get that done. Okay, so now I show you registered to testify as Elizabeth Lauderhouse on behalf of common defense and self against House Bill 4. Is that correct?
Correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Good evening. I am a Houston resident in Congressional District 38 and an Air Force veteran. I came to Austin today because it is very important to me that I keep fighting to protect democracy. Texas districts are already unconstitutionally drawn. The new proposed map is even worse. Texas is way more progressive than the makeup of this legislature. Don't think that Republicans in Austin truly represent the people of Texas. Y'all strategically rigged the system, not only through gerrymandering, but by not paying a livable wage to the Texas House and Senate members. Republicans in office often go unopposed because regular working people cannot afford to serve in the Texas legislature. It is obvious that y'all rigged the system to benefit yourselves, but now you want to rig it even more to benefit Trump and his billionaire buddies. Where is your loyalty, to the people of Texas or to Trump? Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions for the members of this panel? The chair hears none. Just for Heather McKenzie's not here, right? Because that was the one I called earlier. And okay, so she's still going to be showed and registered not to testify. Okay, thank you. This panel is excused. At this time, we're going to take a short break. And if I could, just as an announcement, if you still registered but you haven't testified, just please make sure that you're near this room. You can be in the overflow room right there or close by. because when we call you, we're going to want to make sure that we can move this along pretty swiftly. So the House Select Committee on Congressional Redistricting will stand at ease for 5 minutes. The time is 8:50 p.m. Time is 9:06 p.m. The House Select Committee on Congressional Redistricting will come back to order. Okay. Call up our next panel. Okay. Mr. Turner, for what purpose?
Inquiry, Mr. Chairman. How much time is remaining for public testimony this evening?
Certainly. The timer shows us, and I've just paused it, 7 hours, 42 minutes. It's used, so the inverse of that,
2:20?
2:20, yeah, 2:20.
2 hours and 20 minutes of public testimony remaining?
Yes, sir.
Roughly, okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Turner. Oh, Mike. Yeah, it's close. Okay. McQueenie is counting down. I'm counting up. All right. Chair will call Cynthia Cole, Ursula, and you told me this earlier.
My name is Ursula Serial.
Ursula Serial and Melanie Berman and Nilofar Hafizi. If you could take these 4 seats. Our next panel after that is going to be Chris Bell, Dion Sims, Craig Nazar, and Desiree Klaus. If those 4 could make their way into the room, we would appreciate it. Okay. All right. Chair calls Ursula Serial. And I show you registered to testify on behalf of Pure Justice and yourself against House Bill 4. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. It has been a long day. This is my first time coming here to testify, and so that's why I stuck it out, because I really want to see the process in person, whether or not I liked it. You know, I have very ambiguous feelings about this process, but it is what we have, and this is, I think, what makes this country a democracy. That being said, again, my name is Ursula Syria, and I am a resident of Texas Congressional District 9 so far. I'm here to strongly oppose the proposed special redistricting. My district is diverse, vibrant, and includes both urban and suburban areas. I believe that the tampering of these boundaries now undermines the Black representation. The redistricting proposal is politically motivated, I believe, and it risks diluting the power of my community's vote, who has had a significant voice in that district, in my district. Changing the maps in this way is a clear attempt, in my opinion, to favor certain political interests over fair representation. This is just not a district, this is not an issue, a bad problem for District 9. It's for all Texans. We deserve a redistricting process that is transparent, fair, and nonpartisan. I believe the current boundaries should not be altered and redrawn in such a way that would weaken strong, united voices of any community. I urge the committee to reject this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Cynthia Cole. I show you registered to testify as Cynthia Cole on behalf of the AFSCME 1550 and self against House Bill 4. Is that correct?
Correct.
Please give us your testimony.
My name is Cynthia Cole. I'm the Executive Director for the American Federation of State County Municipal Employees Union, Local 1550. This is not my first rodeo, and it's not my last. I know y'all tired, and so am I, so I'm going to be talking pretty fast. Woo, woo! Listen to me. This is what's going on. I am not going to give you numbers. I'm not even going to give you anything that says that I saw any of these particular maps. I represent employees who live in the 18th district. I walked and carried the purse and sat in the seat for Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee. Let me tell you, my sister is not happy, and so is nobody else, because guess what? You didn't ask them. You didn't ask them. You say you drew something, or a robot drew it, or some chat something drew it. Sound like y'all got an eraser and then went for it. Well, we're not going to be dismissing no history. We're not going to be dismissing any legacy. I'm going to be real clear. Please do not push forward on an idea where it's like I came to your house and told you how to put your furniture up. I ain't never been in your house, but I'm going to tell you how I want your house to look. That's how you've done these constituents. Talk to them first. How about you talk to the people who are going to be impacted? How about we do that? Otherwise, how about you first, Washington, D.C.? Last time I checked, in the state of Texas, y'all didn't want Washington, D.C. telling you how to drink your water, how to have your sweet tea, when to have some barbecue, put it with some baked beans, last time I checked. Now, all of a sudden, here's this map. Oh, it just came out the air. Oh, my gosh, yeah, it's all really put together. No, it is not. Ask the constituents. Talk to the people. Then, once you've done that, work collaboratively together. Because, see, you should be first. Unity in the community equals positivity. I'm done.
Thank you, testimony.
My sugar low.
Chair calls, is it Nilafar Hafizi?
Yes, Chair.
And I show you registered to testify on behalf of Engage Action in Self against House Bill 4. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, we saw an M in the N-gage. Can we change that to an N? N as in Nancy?
No, sir, it is M-gage, sorry.
Well, we do not have a spelling error. I've corrected the clerk. So M-gage, Action and Self, is who you're representing, and you're against House Bill 4. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Perfect. Understood. All yours.
Thank you, and thank you all for the opportunity to speak. My name is Nilafar Hafizi. I'm a CD22 voter here on behalf of myself and Engage Action, a C4, that's committed to building civic power and strengthening our pluralistic democracy. Like many of the community members we work with, I'm part of the MENA community, Middle Eastern North African, a group that won't have its own census category until 2030, which is when this committee should be looking at a new map absent a court order. State populations always change from census to census, but this kind of mid-decade redistricting is rare, not just in Texas, but across the country. Most states don't suddenly push through new maps that move around millions of voters of color and do it in a few weeks. Speaking of pluralistic democracy, one of our core values, America has not been a multiracial democracy for that long. Voters who don't share the skin color of our governor or the president, who are pushing this special session, would have been denied the fundamental right to vote only some decades ago. It seems to have been a point of confusion today during testimony, but race comes up when we talk about these maps because in our state and country, providing equal opportunities to participate in our electoral system is an ongoing project. The way that in Texas, candidates feel comfortable often scoring political points by demonizing minorities and using discriminatory language illustrates that. The Voting Rights Act is supposed to help us stay on track with that project of building our multiracial pluralistic democracy. And this map demonstrates why enforcement of that Voting Rights Act is still needed. It's undemocratic, it's racial gerrymandering, and I'm sorry to say, hearing it described otherwise today feels a bit like gaslighting. This map hacks and cracks voters and increases the number of non-competitive districts in Texas to 34 out of 38. Manipulating voters of color in this way to reduce the number of competitive districts undermines faith in democracy and harms our communities. Okay, like Texans across the state, I'd like to make it clear I oppose this map not because our current congressional map is perfect or fair, but because this map falls even further short of fairly representing Texans. Changing the lines of our districts gets a passionate response because this racial gerrymandering has policy implications that impact people's lives. Please show the respect we've been talking about today to us as Texas voters and listen to our voices when we ask you, please focus on other priorities like flood relief, disaster relief, not redistricting that no one asked for and no one needs.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Melanie Berman. Melanie Berman, Chair will show her registered to testify on behalf of herself, for House Bill 4, but not testifying. Members, any questions for the members of this panel? Chair recognizes Vice Chair Rosenthal to question the panel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, ladies, for being here. Don't get up just yet. So first, I must say to Ms. Ursula, thank you for coming out here today. How many miles from, you're in South Houston, right? South side?
Yeah.
How many miles from there to here? Do you know? 150 maybe?
It felt like 500.
I live on the northwest side, and
Yeah.
I feel it too.
Yeah.
But then, how many hours in this building waiting to have your 120 seconds to speak?
We got here early. We got here 8:30. So, and
Well, I thank you for bearing with it. I know the process is not user-friendly. And I appreciated your testimony very much. And I hope you'll come back. Ms. Cynthia, thank you again for always bringing it and I really appreciate your perspective on this.
Thank
If we were going to do this collaboratively and build maps that served the people of Texas, do you think that might improve the approval rate in these hearings? If people actually had a say and then we did what they asked us to?
That's a good question, and I absolutely do believe wholeheartedly that if people were included in making the decision, they would be able to even have an idea of whether or not it really was going to be beneficial. But when something is shoved down your throat and you are told absolutely what I'm going to do is tell you what you're going to do, not what you could participate in, what you could work with me on, you, at that point, you create the defense. You burn the bridge. So yes, absolutely, if there had been some inclusivity. People are very much entitled to their own opinions. Yes, indeed. But when you don't even get the opportunity to have that or to stand on that, how do you build the trust? I say to each and every person that's here, yeah, it's late at night, but how can this community that you have impacted across the state trust the people that they've elected or not elected? Do you stand for me or do you stand against me?
I think you bring up a really good point, that this process will undermine the faith of the people in the ability of their government to serve them.
Yes, yes, it's good to see you and good to see the dean.
Good to see you. Thank you, ladies, very much.
Chair recognizes Mr. Manuel to question the panel.
Yes, I have a question for you, please. And it's going to sound like a statement at first, but it really is a question because it didn't click in my brain until I heard you say it. What have you personally done to anyone on any political side of this aisle to deserve to have your district of interest separated?
I don't think that I have personally done anything. I think that if there's anything that I have done, anything that my membership has done, anything that the community has done, is love on the idea that they have a voice at the table. That's what I think that they've done.
Today we've had testimony. This was actually the first time, well, actually, no, this is the first time we've had more than one person, because we only had one person really come up in the last hearing and testify that they wanted there to be redistricting. For the people who you've heard who've said that they want redistricting, have you heard any of them say to work on this map to be bipartisan, or have you heard them say, give us more opportunities for Republican seats, for Republican majority, for Republicans to be able to have their conservative voice heard?
That sounds like a conversation that took place on Mars, because I don't believe I've ever heard anybody, Republican or Democrat, come to the table and say, hey, we need to redraw these lines because I don't think I'm being heard. I don't know where that conversation took place. As a matter of fact, data can often be compromised, even when people think that it can't be. So who did you ask? Who did you talk to? I have never heard that conversation, and mind you, I don't talk to everybody, but I do talk to a lot of people. And the people that I do speak with, they are very passionate about being able to say, what in the world is happening?
The reason I want to bring that up is because we've had different movements throughout the country for years. We've had the Tea Party movement, we've had every other movement that has come about when people are saying they feel as though the government is infringing on their rights and coming in and telling them how to live. And right now, unless I'm not hearing people correctly, there are people here testifying, basically saying a group of people are going to come in and separate their community, cut them off from services, change their way of life, something they don't want someone else to do to them. So I want to ask you this question. If you could tell someone who's on that side who says, let's redistrict this place, let's do it, let's just do it because we deserve to have the majority. What would you want to tell them as just a human being who smiles, laughs, breathes, has a family, has friends, has dreams and ambitions? What would you want them to know about how this is going to affect your life? Not just us, because you're here and we've heard so much, but what would you want to say to your fellow Texan who thinks that this is their right because of a voting booth?
I would say to that individual, representation was a sacrifice made by many. What sacrifice have you made to make a decision for me? You ain't walked in my shoes. You don't know what my community does. It's always about what someone else thinks is best for you. So I would say to them, well, how was that good for me? I don't like vanilla ice cream. I like chocolate. So why are you trying to give me vanilla? I would say to them, if you cannot respect who I am, how I got here, and what the journey took for me to be and arrive, then I probably can't hear anything you're saying, because it sounds like it's going to benefit you and not me.
I appreciate you, and all my brain is hearing the entire time that you've been speaking is, humble thyself before thee. Thank you.
Hallelujah. Thank you.
Members, any other questions for the members of this panel? Chair hears none. Thank you for your testimony. The panel is excused. Chair calls Chris Bell, Don Sims, Craig Nazer, Desiree Klaus. You will make your way up to the first four. The next panel is going to be Nathan Alexander, David Sanchez, Alexis Elisario, and Marina Roberts. If you'll make your way into the room, please.
Feel as if I have a rather unique and personal perspective when it comes to mid-decade redistricting, and that's why I'm here. And I know there's a lot of formality when people come before panels such as this, but I'd like to, it's late, most of us been here a long time, and I'd like to cut through some of that formality and just say, this is so stupid. With all of the problems and all of the challenges that we face here in the state of Texas, here we are spending so much time and so much money on something that no one in the state of Texas asked for. I've lived through mid-decade redistricting, and back in the day, in 2003 and 2004, the media used to call those of us who were targeted and taken out the victims of mid-decade redistricting. But I assure you, we were not alone, because the real victims in that process were the people of Texas, who got drawn into unintelligible districts because of the bizarre nature of the lines and lost a mountain of leadership in the House of Representatives. The U.S. House of Representatives works, especially on the Democratic side, on the basis of seniority. The way you rise to power and the way you rise to leadership in the U.S. House is by serving a longer time. That's how you get into those positions. And when they did what they did back in 2003, we lost 5 key leadership posts in the House of Representatives. 5. 4 of them would have been chairman later in the day, and it's a level of leadership that we have never risen to again since that time in the U.S. House. People also warned that it would destroy the decorum here in the state legislature that had existed up into that time, the bipartisan approach that representatives used to take toward problems and situations.
Please complete your testimony.
Excuse me.
Oh, if you could just please complete your testimony. I'll give you another sentence. You got it. If you could please complete your testimony, just because time has expired. If you could just another sentence, I'll let you go.
Well, let me just say this, because people have testified earlier about their love for the Constitution and the brilliance of the forefathers. And I'd like to ask all of you to perform a very simple exercise. If you use ChatGPT, pull out your phone and ask, what did the Founding Fathers envision and not envision when it came to redistricting? And what they did not envision was partisan gerrymandering, of course, technology to micro-target and pack districts. And they certainly did not envision the cracking and packing of districts for partisan gain. So instead of relying on the guidance of Donald Trump, who none of you swore an oath to, but you did swear an oath to uphold the Constitution, look at what the forefathers envisioned. And then, if the list of what they didn't envision sounds familiar, it should, because that's exactly what you're doing. And I hope my Democratic friends will do everything you possibly can to stop it, and we will be there to support you. And thanks for allowing me to testify here today.
Chair calls Diane Sims. Diane Sims. Chair will show Diane Sims registered to testify on behalf of Dr. Opal Lee and self against House Bill 4, but not testifying. Chair calls Dr. Craig Nazer. Chair shows you registered to testify on behalf of the Sierra Club and yourself against House Bill 4. Is that correct?
Correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Okay. My name is Craig Nazer, and I'm the Conservation Chair of the Lone Star Chapter of the Sierra Club. And Cyrus Reed, our Conservation Director, has submitted some very good papers for you to read about our opinion on redistricting. I would like to specifically talk about the damage that it does and it's done to this whole country. And as we, we're already gerrymandered with the Senate, because we have 2 senators for Rhode Island and 2 senators for California, 2 senators from North Dakota, So we're already a little bit that way. And we also are very partisan now because of, I think, partly because of the president is a very partisan president. And so what happens when you do that is one party apparently has taken to denying science. Now, climate change is true whether you happen to believe it or not. That's a scientific consensus. There is no doubt about that. And it is damaging Texas. But what happens with redistricting is a party, if it's political redistricting, you're going to redistrict, I assume, to have more Republican representation. Well, if that's the party that denies climate change, then you're going to have more damage from climate change. Like what happened in Kerrville. That rainfall amount was anomalous. That's because when the air temperature goes up 1 degree, you have 7% more water in the atmosphere, and it all comes down more and faster. We have rising sea levels on the coast. How much is that Ike Dike supposed to cost coming up? You know, I mean, we have drought. You're talking about piping water all over Texas for how much money is that going to cost? But with the redistricting and with one party the way it is, what can we do? There's nothing we can do except suffer. That's not okay. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Desiree Klaus. Show you registered to testify on behalf of yourself against House Bill 4. Is that correct?
Yes, that's
Please
correct.
give us your testimony.
Hello, everybody. Hola. My name is Desiree Martinez Klaus. I am from Baytown, Texas, proud Baytonian, and I drove 191 miles today to be here. I also reside within the new proposed Congressional District 9, and I have been voting since I was 18 years old. So also, I would like to thank Representative Hunter for educating me on the CVAP in the proposed Congressional District 9. But based on this info and as an active voter, that I will make sure that if this new district stands, I will make sure the Latino community does not vote based on the political patterns from the past, the trends from the 55% represented of that CVAP. Because yes, a lot of things have changed since 2021, such as the attack on our community through ICE raids, not only affecting working class families, but also our growing Latino small business community. So again, thank you, Representative Hunter, he's not here, but thank you for educating us on the why the maps were drawn this way. But all voting trends evolve, and as a constituent, we will need our voices to be heard in this new proposed Congressional District 9, if it stands. And I will be educating my community, mi gente, to make sure representation is made up of our Latino voices that are not being heard. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions from members of this panel? Chair recognizes Vice Chair Rosenthal to question the panel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Bell, for coming and bringing that. I think it's a really important perspective that you bring. And so, especially since you were part of that whole process that went down in 2003, I feel like it would be important to hear your perspective on how that fractured relationships and the process that we use in this building, in Texas State Legislature, but also in Washington. So this gerrymandering, redistricting.
Well, what I was trying to say, Representative Rosenthal, was that at the time that it was being taken on, the lieutenant governor at the time was David Dewhurst, and Republican, and he compared engaging in redistricting to getting the flu. So you would think if that's the level of pleasantness that you would try to avoid going through that, not welcome it. And everybody warned, and Representative Thompson remembers this, and probably some others on the panel, that if it did go forward, that it would shatter a lot of relationships in both the State House and the Senate. And as we've watched over the course of the last 22 years, it has become far more partisan here in the state legislature, and everybody used the U.S. House as the example that they wanted to try to avoid because it had already become extraordinarily partisan. And as long as the process remains in the hands of elected officials, it's going to be ugly, even if you just do it every 10 years. The folks in California said the representatives from California used to say they had a saying to one another that I'm for you during this redistricting process, right after me. And I think that's the way most people tend to look at it. And it becomes a very selfish process and a very partisan process, unless you do take steps to try to take some of that partisanship out of it.
Absolutely. And the only other thing that I want you to point out for us is what eventually happened with those maps and that process that was engaged in 2003. Can you tell us how that story ended?
I forget how many were turned or changed by the courts going forward. It was caught up in litigation for quite some time. And you know, the strategy back then was a little bit different. Three of those representatives, Democratic representatives from Texas, represented strongly Republican-leaning districts. And they continued to vote for those representatives because they knew them. And there were folks like Charlie Stenholm who were doing a great job, Chet Edwards, and folks like that. And so they continued to get support, bipartisan support, in their districts. And so the goal then was to redraw the districts and move those folks into districts where the voters would not know them. And that's what they did. And in most cases, it succeeded.
So the way that it played out legally from the 2003 mid-cycle redistricting in the courts was some of those districts were struck down by the United States Supreme Court. Texas was ordered to draw new districts, which in part are some of those districts that we're about that these maps dismantle because now they can.
Well, this kind of strategy would not have even been discussed back then. So it's a whole new day, but it will have just as many ill effects as it did back then.
Maybe more.
Could be.
Thanks for your testimony,
Thanks.
sir.
Chair recognizes Dean Thompson to question the panel.
Chris, what district that you, according to the new map that we have learned, what district you end up in?
Well, that gets a that gets a little confusing because I was elected from the 25th Congressional District, and if you look at Wikipedia now, it looks like I either succeeded or preceded Lloyd Doggett, because Lloyd Doggett represented the 9th District. And then, so that was another part of the strategy. If you change the numbers on the district, they didn't want anybody to be able to say that they had represented that district before. So it was the 25th, and then they broke up that district completely and made it primarily went into a Republican district for a while, but now that has changed, and Lizzie Fletcher represents that part of the district. And then the other part that I represented became part of the 9th Congressional District.
And under the new map we have now, where would you fall? Are you still going to be in 7, or would you be?
That's a good question. I'm not sure. But it doesn't matter because I'm not going back. but I'm not exactly sure where that district would, or where this new map would place me.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Manuel to question the panel.
Thank you. Mr. Bell, my story is interesting, but I'm going to ask this question. Can you remind people of what happened to the congressman who did mid-decade redistricting? What happened to Mr. Tom DeLay?
Well, some power was lost on both sides because the Democrats lost potentially 5 chairmanships down the road, but the Republican side lost their majority leader of the Congress because of the very unethical way in which
he went to jail.
The whole process had been engineered.
He went to jail. You can be nice on that. He went to jail. And it's personal for me because one of those representatives was mine, Congressman Nick Lamson.
Right.
And they tore apart my coalition district. And it wasn't a coalition of just minority. It was really just a coalition district based upon interests, refinery, blue-collar workers. And then we switched it to go further down towards Brazoria County, which we have nothing in common with when it comes to economic impact. Can you just, and I know I always ask this because people don't really care about this part of Southeast Texas, they just don't. Can you remind people what happens to smaller communities that are coalition districts? Because we always think of coalition districts as cities, where it's like, oh, you know, they'll be fine somehow, some way, there's resources. Can you remind people of what happens to those communities when they lose those services? constituent healthcare services where, you know, certain parts of the district, it doesn't matter because you're not going to vote for the person and you're never going to be able to beat them.
Right, so they become inconsequential to whoever's running because they don't feel like they need to pay attention. And you know from what happened to Congressman Lampson's district, not only did we lose his chairmanship in the subcommittee on space, on the science committee, but in that whole area, the way it was fractured and drawing basically what's called, I guess, the orange triangle. And if you go to Port Arthur back then, after not only the congressional redistricting, but also the state redistricting, their power had been so wiped away that they couldn't even have more than one post office or something.
I am so glad that you said that because earlier we were talking about lack of constituent services. And I don't think people sometimes understand a lack of representation for an area can end up being the death knell. You've been to Port Arthur when it was at a place where it could have been stable, and Carl Parker, and we had Jack Brooks and all those people there. I've known in my life, my aunt worked for Congressman Lampson and was fired because of time delay. So this is personal. Can you talk about the fact of, and I know you've seen Port Arthur, it's not on the list of best cities in the world to live. It's one of the poorest, the top 20 poorest cities in the country to live in. Can you just talk to people about what happens to small rural communities when what happened to Port Arthur that you've seen from where it was in the 90s to where it is now?
Well, when you hardly even know who your representative is because of the geography of the district, then it's pretty hard then to know who to reach out to for constituent services. When it's somewhat drawn based on the geography of the area and you're trying to keep communities of interest together, it's not really a problem to find your representative. But to pretend that this doesn't have any real impact on real people is absolutely ridiculous. And I do have to share a somewhat humorous story. The other day I was on Facebook and I got a friend suggestion that someone I might want to add, and that was Tom DeLay. And I suggested that the Facebook algorithm might have been a little off that particular day.
Well, we don't know how AI is truly working these days, but ain't that funny? Thank you so much for talking about that because I really hope people with rural districts understand they are going to be affecting their constituents, not just the inner city that they want to get rid of, a blue place, because what most people who don't truly understand is we have people who are dying, trying to get to a hospital to give birth. And this is not about an abortion thing. This is just women we have no hospital in Orange, Texas. And they're trying to get to Beaumont or they're trying to get to a different part and they have no way, so they bleed out and they die. And that's because we don't have enough infrastructure and we don't have enough money going into these areas. And these are not just black women, they're white women, they're Hispanic women, biracial women. And some people think it's just, well, everybody doesn't need this, or my constituents are fine. Everyone's constituents are not fine. And last I knew, East Texas was not majority black. So thank you.
Thank you.
Members, any other questions for the members of this panel? Chair hears none. Thank you for your testimony. The panel is excused.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair calls Nathan Alexander, David Sanchez, Alexis Elisario, and Marina Roberts. Please make your way up to these 4 seats. Our next panel is going to include Jesse Manis, Ari Anura Kano, Sandra Halweg, and Carl Seidlitz. Okay. Chair calls Nathan Alexander. I'll show you registered to testify as Nathan Alexander on behalf of the City of Prairie View and yourself against House Bill 4. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Mr. Chairman, members of this committee, my name is Nathan Alexander III. I'm a born and raised Texan by way of Wichita Falls. I previously served as an at-large city council member and as the national treasurer and chief financial officer of the National Black Law Students Association. While studying law at the University of Texas, I served in national leadership positions and fought for equity in every space that I stepped into. I'm here today to strongly oppose to the mid-decade redistricting. Let's tell the truth. This state, Texas, is mourning. Floods have devastated communities, families are grieving, lives have been lost. And while this state cries for help, this majority is being complicit. You are not answering to the people, you are answering to power. From the president to Speaker Burrows to Governor Abbott to the lieutenant governor of this state, this map is a part of a national plan to find 5 additional seats. And Mr. Chairman, unfortunately, as the head of this committee, you're helping it carry it out. This ain't Mar-a-Lago, this ain't Florida, this ain't Washington, D.C. I believe Beyonce said it best when she said this ain't Texas. And as evident by these maps, you know she was telling the truth. These backroom maps, this silence in the face of injustice, this is not Texas. Not the Texas that stands up, not the Texas that leads, not the Texas that we were raised in. Let's call it what it is. This is packing, this is cracking, and this is racial gerrymandering. Plain and simple. Let's talk about what you're doing here. You gutted Texas 9, dismantling Congressman Al